Welcome and thank you for listening. I'm Linda Colbert, the author and reader of the Crosspenny series. You're about to enter Book 3, the namesake for this series, The Crosspenny. It's a story shaped by faith, hope, and the quiet work of God in ordinary lives. This novel is not just a tale to be heard, but a journey to be felt, one that explores love, struggle, forgiveness, and the grace that meets us along the way. As you listen, may these words draw you closer to truth, encourage your heart, and remind you that no life is beyond God's reach. Wherever you are and whatever season you're in, may the story speak to you in a personal and meaningful way. Now let us begin with Book 3, The Crosspenny. This is during spring break 1994 in a campground in Southern California. "You can't get away from me now. I got you," Mark hollered. He watched as the young man in front of him picked up his pace and started running. The young man hit a slippery slope of rocks and came crashing down. Mark caught up with him, pulled out his gun, and fired a single shot. "Thanks, Dad, for scaring her off. I really thought that wolf was going to get me. I landed almost in the middle of her when I slid," Rusty exclaimed. "You're welcome, son. You're probably really close to her den with pups. She'll be back to take care of them. Enough of the race back to camp. We are still several really hard miles from camp. Are you able to walk?" Mark helped him get up. I think so. I might need one of your walking poles, though. Here, take one. You won't believe the encounter I had with an older couple of Texans who live in Missouri." Rusty took the pole. "They're a long way from home. They said they're going to visit their son up in San Diego." The lady jumped up from their picnic table, went over to the car, and looked like she was digging for something. "I really thought she was going to pull a gun on me and they were going to rob me. I even pulled my gun out and covered it with a piece of paper in my hand, just in case. But she only got up to get this cross penny and give it to me. She said it was to remind me that God loves me and sent His Son, Jesus Christ, to die for me. The penny has a cross punched in the middle of it, see? Wow, that's a keeper." "I thought so. Since I have my original cross penny, I thought you might like to have this one, son." Mark handed the penny to Rusty. "Thanks, Dad. I would love to have this cross penny. So what did you do when the lady gave you this cross penny?" "I slid my gun back in my pocket and hoped they hadn't seen it, and stood there looking at this penny with my mouth wide open as they left. Then I thought about everything and how each thing got me to where I am today, including my original cross penny and about a gazillion pink crosses." Mark helped his son navigate the rocky terrain. "Tell me. I want to hear the whole story." "Okay. I'll tell it as we head back to camp. It's a long way and it's a long story." This is the summertime, 1979, the remote mountainous area of the Philippines. Each member of the mission team was sound asleep for the night. The wind rattled the mission building and windows as rain plummeted the tin roof. It was even louder than the snoring of the 6 young men from Southern California sleeping in their camas. There was a soft knock on the door. The knock became louder and louder until it was a banging and pounding. Someone was yelling, "Please, please, wake up, help me, please." James, an experienced well driller and the leader of the mission team, was in his bed, Karma, closest to the door. Although not a light sleeper, he slept lighter than anyone else in their Karmas in the room. James sleepily got up and rushed to open the door. He was surprised to see Amparo, Pastor Mesakic's 8-year-old daughter, all alone and dripping wet. "James, sorry, wake you. Tata need help." "What's wrong with your dad? Is your mother having the baby?" James asked. "No, not Sango. Me so sorry bother you tonight. Tata need help. Bacchus and the Torah out fence. Tata says too dangerous for me help. Tata sent me to get help. Anna no help. She very soon have Sagga, a baby, soon." And Pero's broken English was spiced with Tagalog. By this time, even the soundest sleeper in the room was awake. "Hey, do any of you guys know how to wrangle Bacchus and the Toro?" James asked. "Bacchus and Toros? What are those?" Tony asked. "Moo!" Amparo replied, putting her hands upon her head like horns. She had learned to act out things she needed to communicate with these guys over the last few weeks. Cows and the bull, Mark correctly gasped. Yes, I did a lot of wrangling Bacchus and the Toros back on our ranch in Southern California, he answered as he reached for his boots. And Pero, I will help your tate with the Bacchus and his Torah. You guys go back to sleep. I'll just spend the night at Pastor Max's house. It might be really late when I get through wrangling. Sounds like the fence is going to need some fixing too. And Pero, did you come over here by yourself in the dark? Sounds like the storm's getting worse. Yes, we have Bacchus and Torah, very important for family. Quickly, Mark put on his white t-shirt and his boots. He grabbed his flashlight. Hey, Mark, yelled Tony. Yeah, Tony? Here, take my tool belt. It might come in handy. Thanks. Mark took the coveted tool belt and put it on. Take good care of it, okay? I will guard it with my life. You better. Remember, it's got the spare key to all the drilling equipment. Mark grabbed his yellow rain slicker, a garbage bag, and a clean yellow t-shirt. And Pero, here, take this yellow t-shirt and go to the other room and change. You are soaked. Thanks. Not raining until here. Soon Mark covered a dry Pero with the garbage bag, tied it with some twine around her middle, hitched up the yellow t-shirt and plastic above her twine belt, and ripped out some holes for her eyes and for her thin brown arms. Outside, the wind was picking up even more. Obviously, a storm was kicking in from the ocean front. The mission was almost at the bottom of the steep hillside on a small plateau facing the ocean and was taking the brunt of the furor. Mark turned to tell the men, this storm will surely slow us down on drilling well number 3. It looks like the rainy season is coming soon. Get some sleep now. I'll see you later when the Bacchus and the Torah are wrangled and the storm stopped. See ya. Be careful out there. Will do. Good night, guys. Good night. The 5 tired, sleepy men lay back down. Mark closed the door, then stopped. Wait, and Pero, a couple of days ago, someone at the well drilling site gave us a couple of rolls of barbed wire for your tate. They say he spends too much time chasing his Bacchus and Torah. Let me grab them. Mark went around to the other side of the building and grabbed the rope attached to the wooden tow sled holding the 2 80-pound rolls of barbed wire, a metal pipe, and packages of staples and crimp sleeves. Great! There's a wire stretcher here and carrying pole too. Well, and Pero, this is heavy. Glad I don't have to carry it. It's sure raining harder. With that, Mark started the long, dark, and muddy trek with the brave little dark-haired girl to help her Tata with his Bacchus and Torah. And Pero was right. The storm stopped just as soon as they crossed behind the trees on the other side of the hillside. It was dry there, but they could see the lightning and storm over the mission and that side of the hill. Mark was relieved. He was also hot and took off his slicker, then put it on the tow sled. It had been quite a real struggle just to trudge through the muddy pathway, much less to keep Pero from falling and at the same time drag the heavy-weighted tow sled. Thankfully, their journey on the dry path was really quick. Tate, Mark here. Help with Bacchus and the Torah. And Pero shouted when she saw her dad just outside the broken fence. Thank God. I am so glad to see you, Mark. And Pero, go on inside with your Anna. She's been really worried about you traveling alone in the dark. What are you wearing? A garbage sack? Pastor Messick asked. Stormed by mission, clothes wet, see? She grabbed her wet clothes and showed her dad. Good night, Tate. Good night, Mark. The little garbage sack-clad girl raced inside with her wet clothes to her waiting mom. Mark inspected the broken-down fence. Between the trees, it was mostly a makeshift collection of rocks, pieces of tin, and a few old boards. What wire was there was not barbed at all. Whew. I can understand how your Bacchus and the Torah broke through. Where are they now? Down the hillside a little ways. I can get one Bacchus in, but then it escapes while I go to get another one in, Pastor Messick replied. I see that. Oh, a couple of days ago, someone gave us some barbed wire fencing for you. I've got it on this tow sled, and there's all the stuff we need to put up except the poles, and we can use the trees for that. Mark showed Pastor Messick the sled and items. That's good. No, that's great. But Pastor Messick hesitated. What's the matter, Pastor Messick? I don't know anything about putting up a barbed wire fence, Pastor Messick admitted. Mark answered, but I do. I help my dad all the time on our cattle ranch. We were either putting up fences or fixing fences, sometimes in the middle of the night. Will the cows wander off too terribly far? They never have. Mark, most of our income comes from these Bacchus and the Torah, and both Bacchus are, like my wife, very pregnant. Even more reason to keep them close by. Well, you have the floodlight out there. Let's get started on the fence. They will never stay in without it. Surprised by this sense of urgency, the pastor agreed. He really thought the young man would want to sleep and tackle the fence in the morning. I see you have Tony's tool belt on. Did you? No, Pastor Messick. He offered it. I didn't steal it. It's funny, but I don't think he really knows how to use a single tool in it. The pastor just laughed. Although he dared not say it out loud, he had never seen Tony correctly use a single tool in it either. Hey, look, Mark exclaimed. There's a couple pairs of leather gloves on the sled with the barbed wire. Here, Pastor Messick, put them on. You're going to need them. Go check on your Bacchus and the Torah while I figure out the best way to do this fence job. Okay, I will. Pastor Messick grabbed the gloves and went to check on the two Bacchus and the Torah. The two men worked through the night, stapling the barbed wire to the trees. Mark positioned the wire on the inside of the trees where the cows couldn't break it down when they pushed against it. Mostly, Pastor Messick held wire as Mark hammered the staples, stretched the wire, and put in the cinches to join the wires together. Ever so often, where the trees were further apart, he put strays of barbed wire in between to strengthen the fence. Well, Pastor, I believe we have enough done to get your Bacchus and the Torah. We'll finish up after we corral them in. Your milk cows are friendlier than the beef cattle we had. Ours were wild and mean, not used to anybody, and really hard to wrangle. My Bacchus are so gentle, even Ampero is safe around them. Ricky even lets Ampero milk her. The Torah is gentle, too. I started with one Bacca, Ricky, and I didn't know she was pregnant. I traded her heifer calf for my brother's Risa heifer calf. He traded another heifer calf for her. Later, someone who didn't have any Bacchus gave me the Torah. They didn't want to bother with him anymore. Risa and I share him. Our Bacchus aren't kin to him at all. I have milk for my family with some to sell, plus they give me fertilizer for my garden, and we even have vegetables from our garden to sell and fertilizer to sell. So does Risa. We will have even more milk after Muta has her baby. This is Muta's first calf? Mark asked. Yes. Oh, Mark, Risa is going to take the team to the next drill site. That is site number 3, several miles from where you are working now. It's a ways through rough terrain, and you will have to set up sleeping camp there. When do you think you will be finished with well number 2? Pastor Messick, we got through earlier than we thought. I guess we finally figured out how to work together instead of fighting. We actually finished it yesterday. We were going to rest up today, and they were going to catch up on their laundry. I did my laundry like I do every day last night after I showered. I was going to then bring this barbed wire to you tomorrow and pick up the castings and screen for well number 3. We left the equipment all locked up at the current site, knowing it would be closer to the next site. Come to think of it, I accidentally left one of my bags in that trailer. Pastor Messick responded, it'll be fine. Hopefully Risa can get you there before the rainy season really starts. He's already moved the casting screens and the well disinfectants there with his ox. He will bring his ox back to move the drill wagon. You guys sure don't want to pull that thing by hand. Well, Pastor Messick, if last night was any indication, I would guess the rainy season has already started, at least on the other side of this hill. Mark pointed in the direction of the mission. I hope not. There are so many mudslides during the rainy season, and those folks a couple of hills over really need clean drinking water. They get so sick, and some of the babies even die from the dirty water. He shook his head. Pastor Messick continued, the church is growing, but the people are poor. They can't afford to pay me, so these Bacchus and the Torah are my livelihood. Thank you for helping me and my family. You're welcome. Glad I could help. With a handful of food, the Bacchus and the Torah were easily enticed to go inside the strange-looking fence. Mark looked at the cows and examined their bellies. He noticed both were lying down and then getting up very often, like they were very uncomfortable. Wow, they are restless because they will be delivering calves soon, both of them. Rick is smaller, Mutus bigger. Better tie the Torah up away from both Bacchus right now. Okay, said Pastor Masek as he took the heaviest rope he had and tied the Torah to a tree on the other side, away from the cows. He brought a bucket of water over to him. That explains it. Plus the fence was really bad. I have so much to learn about the Bacchus and the Torah. Mark ignored the comment about the bad fence. He knew the pastor had done the best he could with what he had, and he couldn't figure out how any cow, much less the bull, had stayed inside the old fence even for an hour. We'll make a gate here to finish up if that's okay, Pastor. Yes, that would be nice. What did you name the bull? Mark asked. Pastor Masek laughed. We just call him the Toro. Mark laughed. That works for me. Mark fashioned a workable but simple gate with a board for the pole and barbed wire. He set it in place and closed it with a wire loop made from a piece of short barbed wire. The two men took off their gloves, wiped their brows, and tossed the gloves back in the tow sled. There was some wire left, staples and cinches. Mark tossed in the wire stretcher and the metal pole. He reupholstered the hammer in Tony's tool belt. Pastor Messick, it still needs a couple more strands, but since we didn't take down your old fence, I think the Bacchus and the Torah will stay in for now. We'll put up the other strands later on if that's okay with you. Mark, that would be fine. The men were admiring their hard-earned fence and gate when Amparo came out of the house and down to the pasture area. Good morning, Tate and Mark. I know won't know you ready breakfast she cook. Good morning, Amparo, the men both replied. Amparo hugged her dad and he hugged her back. Let's go, Mark. A big fella like you, I know you're hungry. I won't deny that. As the three of them started up to the house, Mark turned and looked back at the two cows happily contained inside a brand-new barbed wire fence. The bull was munching grass under the tree where he was securely tied. They should stay put now, he said. Yes, I agree. Amparo, what do you think about the new fence? Tate, beautiful. No chase Bacchus and the Torah so much. We just have to remember to keep the gate closed, Pastor Masek warned. I will, Tate, I will. The smell of silog was a welcome invitation into the kitchen. Palma, Amparo's mom, and Masek's wife greeted the two tired men. Good morning, Mark. Thank you for your help. I think the Bacchus and the Torah will stay in now. I hope you like silog. Palma made a rather odd expression and her face turned red about that time. Mark noticed it, but Pastor Masek was busy washing his face and hands with his back turned and did not see it. Mark said nothing but thought she looked like she was going to explode at any minute, just like the two cows. Yes, I like silog, thank you, he answered. Good. Amparo, fill a big plate and put it in front of Mark. Then fix one for your Tate and give him 3 eggs each. I will be back in a few minutes. Please start without me. Amparo heaped both plates with the garlic fried rice and 3 sunny-side-up eggs. She placed bottles of several different kinds of succobre vinegar on the table. One was mild, one was spicy, and one was very, very spicy, which Mark knew from experience not to try it again. When the pastor finished, Mark also washed his face and hands and then sat down. Amparo joined them. Pastor Messick thanked God for the food, the new fences, and especially for Mark's help, and for the soon-coming babies. That was delicious, Pastor Messick. I'm going to rest a bit out there close. Excuse me. To your Bacchus, just to make sure everything goes smoothly with the babies. Excuse me. Mark sure hoped that would be the truth. He was certain the newest cow was carrying twins, and there's always a higher risk of trouble with first-time moms than any time with twins. Together, it could be a disaster waiting to happen. Good. I'm going to rest myself. Excuse me, must be contagious, said Pastor Messick with a tired laugh. Amparo started to clear the table. Tate, I do dishes. Anna resting too. Oh, Mark, me get t-shirt. Thank you for getting me dry last night. You're welcome. Thank you. I will put it on later, and I'll leave it here for right now. Mark yawned again, and so did the pastor. Even Ampero yawned. They all laughed when Ampero went to her room and got Mark's slightly worn shirt, the garbage sack with holes, the still wet twine, and a rolled-up pallet. "Here, make good karma for you sleep." "Thank you, I appreciate that. Tell your Ina how much I enjoyed the salag. It was great." Mark nodded his head toward the pasture, picked up the bedding bundle, twine, and the garbage sack. He went outside and spread his karma under a tree close enough to the cows to watch them through the fence, but not close enough to interfere with their space. The cows were obviously even more uncomfortable. The wait could be minutes or a few hours, but baby calves were going to happen really soon. And as soon as he lay down under a shade tree, he fell asleep. As the sun moved, so did the shade over his bed. Mark, wake up, Baka Raki." It was Ampero. She was not only yelling, but she was shaking him too. Mark woke up with a start. He felt sunburn on his arms, part of his neck, and one side of his face. He had only been asleep about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. He looked over at the cow and sat up. Ampero sat down next to him. "Yes, Ampero, she's having her calf. See, the front hooves are coming out. Pretty soon there will be a new Baka or Tora." Mark said, "Anna's having Sagdaw, baby too. Tate sent me tell you." "Wow, that's great." "Mark, there, see." "Yes," Mark replied. "The baby calf has been born. Watch, it'll get up real quick and stand on wobbly legs and drink some milk from Rika." "Mark, look, it have no face." Ampero pointed to the lifeless calf laying on the ground. "Yes, it does." He charged through the gate to the baby calf. "It just needs some help." Ampero followed quickly behind. Mark bent down and jerked the clinging membrane off the little heifer's face. He opened her mouth and pulled out some mucus. "Come on, little girl. You can breathe. Come on, breathe." He rubbed her hard and made her mad. Ricky was not very happy with what Mark was doing to her baby either. The Toro was getting restless and Muta was mooing loudly. Mark wasn't sure if the Toro's rope was going to hold. The calf made some noise and started breathing. The noise drew Ricky's attention back to her baby and off Mark and Ampero. Ricky nuzzled her baby, licked her, and urged her to get up on those wobbly legs and nurse. Mark backed away with his arm in front of Ampero. "Let's let Ricky do what Bakas do with their new babies." "Wow, that was close. I am so glad you woke me up when you did. That little girl needed some help." "But she no face. How you find face?" Ampero asked. "Well, I saw that happen a few times back with my dad's Bakas. Sometimes it looks like they don't have a face, but it's just covered up. That covering has to come off so the little calf can breathe and eat. Let's go back to the other side of the fence. The Toro's not too happy and might break his rope and try to come inside the fence. Muta's going to have her baby soon, and she's maybe a little dangerous right now, too." Mark pushed the little girl behind him as he slowly backed his way to the gate. "Stay behind me, Ampero, and don't move quickly." He inched his way back to the gate, watching the Bacchus and the Tor. "Look, Mark, Saginaw Bacchus stand get milk." "Yes, she is. Ricky makes a fine Ina, doesn't she?" "Yes, I tell Tate and Ina Saginaw Bacca." And Pero raced off to the kitchen door. Mark washed his hands with the laundry soap outside by the water barrel. "I wish I could take a shower and put on all clean clothes. I don't mind getting dirty. I just don't like staying dirty and sweaty," he muttered to himself. Mark peeled off his dirty, at one time white T-shirt and began to wash it in the laundry water. "At least I can put on a pretty much clean shirt. I don't think Ampero got it too dirty last night. It's cleaner than this one anyways." As he slung his wet T-shirt over the clothesline, Ampero came running out. Mark, Anna Saginaw, no face. Please find." Mark didn't know he could move as fast as he did. The kitchen door slammed behind him. He raced in the direction he saw Palma go earlier. "That baby's in trouble, but another one is coming," Ampero said. "You found the face of the calf. Can you find his face? He's turning blue." Pastor Messick asked while he was catching another baby. Mark said nothing, but grabbed the tiny, lifeless blue baby. He quickly peeled the stuck membrane off of the baby's mouth and nose, swept a finger inside his mouth, and removed a plug of mucus. "Come on, little man, breathe. Come on, you can do it." Nothing. The only crying in the room came from Palma and Ampero. He turned the tiny blue baby upside down and watched as strings of mucus tumbled out. Mark said, "I told you to breathe." He then popped that tiny blue-brown behind as Amparo watched in horror. "Mark, no, hurt him. He little, he brother," she sobbed. Before Mark could answer, the blue-brown baby cried, and the blueness began going away. As Mark handed the baby to Palma, they heard another cry. Pastor Mason cut the second baby's umbilical cord and tied it just like he had done the first baby. He handed the second perfect little brown baby to Palma. Then he sat down on the floor next to the bed and wept, thanking God for the two little baby boys. Soon he was fast asleep even before he could say amen. Mark took Amparo by the hand and led her out of the room. "Come on, Amparo. Let's go check on Muta. Your baby brothers are both okay. Look how happy they are in your Ina's arms." She willingly followed, but asked why he spanked the tiny blue baby. "Amparo, I had to make him mad enough to cry so he would breathe, just like I had to make Ricky's little calf mad so she would breathe. I wasn't trying to be mean, and I would never hurt the baby, okay?" He grabbed the slightly worn T-shirt on the chair and put it on. "Ouch! A sunburn hurts," he said as he slid it over his arms, face, and neck. Amparo giggled. "You red one side. Understand why I hit brother. Look, Mark, look." His eyes followed her outstretched hand. He saw Ricky nursing her calf and Mutas nursing two calves. The toro had calmed down and was busy munching grass. "Would you look at that? Mutas had her baby, too, but it was twins, just like your Anna had." "Twin boys?" she asked. "No, twin girls." "So today we got 2 boys and 3 girls?" "That's what it looks like. What a long, busy 2 days and night. Go tell your tate about the twin girls and tell him all 3 calves and their Inas are fine. No, don't wake him up. If your Ina's awake, whisper it to her quietly. Your tate is very tired and needs to rest too." Mark moved his comma back in the shade and sat down on it. He meant to stay awake, but couldn't resist laying down. As soon as he did that, he fell asleep in the cool breeze. Mark! Amparo, why are you shaking me?" "My tate, I get you come. Uncle Risa here, Calibu." Seeing where the sun was now located, Mark realized he had been asleep for a few hours. He glanced out at the vacas and the toro. Masick and Risa were admiring them. Mark quickly got up, went out to the gate, and shook Risa's hand. "Good to see you again." "And good to see you too, Mark. The calves look fine. Thank you for saving Ricky's little girl," Risa said. "Tate, tell him Mark hit brother." Risa looked at his brother and then at Mark before anyone could answer. "Well, I know the baby was born. I heard him crying when I brought the Calibu around to tie him up." "Uncle Risa, not 1 brother, 2 brothers. Amparo held up 2 fingers. "1 brother, no face. Mark fine face. Hit him, make cry." The excited little girl spoke quickly. "That's right. Come, my brother, and meet your nephews. And you come, too, Mark." Misick motioned for all to follow him into the kitchen. Palma was there holding both sleeping babies. She had just finished nursing them. "Well, hello, Risa. Welcome to our house. I'm sorry I have no food prepared to offer you." "I think you have been quite busy. I will cook for everyone after I meet these 2 little ones. What are their names?" Palma answered as she nodded toward one baby. "Our oldest son is Gabriel Mark. Mark gave him a mouth so he could speak as God's messenger." Mark was surprised. "And his younger brother is Tequila Cristiano, because he will be a great follower of Christ," Palmer added. "Congratulations on your little boys and your 3 girls." Risa shook his brother's hand and Mark's hand. "We will celebrate with a feast." Mark had no idea what was served, but he stayed away from the extra spicy vinegar. After the meal, Risa asked Amparo to clean off the table and do the dishes, which she willingly did. By this time, Palma had laid the twins back in the crib by our bed and laid back down herself. "Mark, let's be going so we can get to the mission before dark. We'll get an early start in the morning. I brought the Calibu to pull the drilling sled. Are you ready to drill water well number 3? James tells me you're going to be the boss on this one." "Risa, he tells me that too, but I don't know about that." "Yes, let's go." "I will pray for us before we leave." The 3 men and the little girl held hands as Risa began to pray. Then Mark grabbed his clean and now dry sort of white shirt, his slightly used garbage bag, his yellow rain slicker, twine, and Tony's tool belt off the tow sled, and followed Risa to get his calaboose. Before we continue, I'd like to share a resource that has meant a great deal to many. If you want to understand the Bible better without feeling overwhelmed, then Bible study cheat sheets break down Scripture into clear, simple summaries you can actually use. They can be found at lindalcolbreth.com. They're perfect for students, small groups, or personal study. Bible study cheat sheets, God's Word made easier to understand. You can learn more at lindalcolbreth.com. Now back to our story. Mark, you really did an excellent job on this fence. How did you learn to do that? Risa asked as the two men walked through the outside gate. Well, I grew up on a small beef cattle ranch in Southern California. It's really hilly and rocky terrain. We didn't have any ranch hands, and if something needed doing, we usually did it ourselves, or at least tried to. My folks taught me how to use all sorts of tools. Like those in Tony's tool belt, Risa interrupted, laughing as he jangled the tool belt around Mark's waist. Yes, Mark laughed, and even more. My parents both knew how to use any kind of tool and how to figure things out. The three of us stretched many miles of barbed wire together. I went from watching them do it, and no doubt getting in their way, to learning how to hold it and then by doing it myself. It was a big rite of passage for me when they sent me out alone with tools to check the fence and fix it. Rita laughed. They probably just wanted to be alone, but it's good for a family to teach the little ones how to do things. So who's helping them on the ranch now? Sadly, we don't have the ranch anymore. My dad died when I was 16. Because of high taxes, Mom had to sell everything really quick. Plus, she didn't want me to drop out of school to work on the ranch. Looking back, I don't think I could have done both. They walked out the back gate where the Bacchus and the two Toro were, down by the marshy stream filled with giant reeds. Risa, what would have happened if you'd put your water buffalo in with these guys? Mark pointed to the cows with their calves and the bull. I don't know. My calaboose weighs about 1,000 American pounds, and I didn't want to take a chance. He does a great job in our rice fields pulling sleds and then moving supplies from one community to the others. My community is about 3 miles past Masic's community, but we're the only one with a road that leads out eventually in the direction of the city. All the few special supplies come to me to deliver out to the surrounding areas. But my calaboose never been around regular cows, much less the calves, before. Come to think of it, I don't think she's even seen my Bacchus. Is that why the mission building is located where it's at? Is that about the center of these small communities? Yes, it is. Masick wanted to preach and minister all of them, but spent too much time traveling back and forth to make a living and preach. That little plateau on the hillside made for a great location. It split the distance to every community. More people could come, Risa answered. The two men and the water buffalo quickly made the journey on the well-worn path to the tree line. They stopped in disbelief at what they did not see. Where's the mission? Mark yelled as he started running toward where it used to be. No, stop! Risa grabbed Mark and tackled him. The hill may collapse on you. Look, there was a big mudslide that tossed the building and everything in it to the rocky shoreline. Did it rain? Yes, but way more than just a rain. It stormed really bad. We would call it a gully washer in California. When Amparo came and got help last night, we were all sleeping and she woke us up. But this is unbelievable. Mark, they're gone. All of them. High tide came in before daylight this morning. When the tide went out, it washed everything out to the sea. We can't do anything, neither can anybody else. The two men sat there in stunned silence, staring at the partially drying mud. It was as if the building and its occupants never even were there. The magnitude of the loss of life of the water drilling team hit both of them as hard as the mudslide hit the mission building. Still stunned, Risa finally reached for Mark's shoulder. Come on, Mark. Let's go back to Masick's house. In the morning, we'll go to my house and you can stay there. I have plenty of room. The two men got up in silence and started walking with the calaboose. They both looked back at the muddy, empty hillside just before they got to the tree line. "Look, I see something," Risa said as he pointed to something caught around the bottom of a tree. Mark recognized his laundry. The wind had blown it and neatly wrapped it securely around a tree. "It's my laundry. I washed my clothes when we got through with water well number 2. I don't believe it." He rushed over to find his clothesline still tied to a broken limb, his socks, a pair of underwear, a pair of pants, and his red plaid shirt. The clothespins were even intact. Mark gathered his treasure, including the small limb anchoring everything down. "Storms do some really odd things sometimes, don't they?" Risa watched as Mark gathered his possessions. "Yes, but now I at least have a change of clothes." "That's a good thing. You are so much bigger than anybody in any of these communities. We would all be willing to share, but you couldn't fit into anything anybody's got." Mark had noticed he was like a giant compared to every Filipino he had met or seen since he entered the country a few weeks back. Mark rolled his clothes and clothespins into a bundle inside his yellow rain slicker and tied it with a clothesline. He slung the limb over his shoulder. As in a daze, the two men with the calaboose made the journey back to Masic's house in silence. The only sound was the footsteps and the occasional snort of the calaboose. Close to sunset, Masic and Amparo were out looking at the baby calves. "Look, Tate, Uncle Risa, Mark, back, not spend night?" Amparo pointed toward Risa as he was tying up the calaboose around the tree by the stream. "What's the matter, my brother? Why do you both look so sad? Are you both crying?" Masic asked as he ran toward them. "You are crying." Risa and Mark silently shook their heads. Finally, Risa was able to compose himself enough to speak with broken, sobbing words. "Masic, they're gone. They're all gone." Masic furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean, they're all gone? What's all gone?" "Everything. The mission. The rest of the mission team. Everything," Risa sobbed. "How, my brother?" Mudslide must have happened a little while after Amparo got Mark. Everything washed down into the rocks in high tide. Come in before daylight and washed everything out to sea when it went out. Mark finished the sentence. Masic fell to his knees and began to weep. "Oh, God, why? They were your servants. Why, God, why?" All four of them sobbed until just before dusk. Risa took a couple of boards and painted a warning about the mudslide. "Come, help me, Mark." Mark followed Risa to the mission path just past Masic's pasture and pounded the warning sign into the ground with Tony's hammer. "No one can go there. It's too dangerous. Once a hillside has a mudslide, it usually has many more slides, and it doesn't even have to be raining to trigger them. We will need to go to the other side and warn them with signs." "Yes, my brother, but it's too late and dangerous tonight," Masic warned. "It's a very long way around the mountain. Spend the night here, and you can leave early in the morning. It will take you all day just to get there, but it must be done very soon," Masic replied. "Come, we will find something to eat, and I will tell Palma the sad news. Mark, you said you left the drilling equipment at water well number 2, is that right?" "Yes, Pastor Masic, it was not at the mission. Hopefully it will be okay," Mark answered. At daybreak the next morning, Mark emptied the small tow sled with the barbed wire and fencing supplies. He watched Risa hook it up behind the calaboose. Then Mark, Pastor Masic, and Risa put the remaining warning side, some food supplies, water, Mark shall a slicker, bag of clothes, and some of Masic's clothes. Even though there were several years' age difference in the brothers, they both wore the same size. "Hop on, Mark. My calaboose will be very happy to pull both of us on the sled. It's a long day's journey and very rough terrain just to get to the spot to post this warning sign. That's why everybody cuts through by the mission path," Risa said. "We will then take the drilling equipment to the next site and leave it for a few days." "No. We will drill the well and bring the equipment back with us," Mark insisted. "Okay, if that's what you want to do," Risa agreed. "Masic, tell my helpers to take care of everything. We'll be gone for a long time while drilling water well number 3. "I will take care of it, my brother. God go with you." It was a very bumpy journey, the long way around to the small community that was enjoying fresh, clean water thanks to water well number 2.
Risa called everyone together and made the announcement about the mudslide. Everyone marched as Mark pounded the warning sign at the beginning of the path, the short distance to where the mission used to be. The community watched in silence as Mark took the spare key out of Tony's tool bag and opened the locked box on the drilling sled. "Yes, I have it." Mark was overjoyed when he pulled out his small canvas duffel bag buried among the drilling tools and the manual for how to drill a water well. "It's got my tickets, my ID, my traveling papers, my money, my picture of Gwen, a piece of comb. I was thinking I left it here, but I wasn't sure." Everyone clapped and cheered for Mark's discovery of the drab green canvas bag with a shoulder strap. His mother had bought it for him at the Army surplus store to take on this trip. He undid his yellow hobo package and put the contents inside the duffel bag. He also put in the broken limb. As the sun was setting, Risa unhitched the tow sled. A very grateful woman came over to Mark and thanked him for the water well. She disappeared to her house and came running back. "Mark, you may need this. I want you to have it." It was a giant bar of homemade soap. He hugged her back and thanked her. The other villagers thanked him too. Risa and Mark spent the night under the stars close to the Calibu. At first light, Risa hitched up the lighter tow sled behind the drilling sled. Then they started the bumpy trek to water well number 3, well site, with Risa's Calibu towing both sleds. The villagers were very surprised to see just Mark and not the whole team when the Calibu pulled up next to the other well supplies Risa delivered a few days ago. Risa called everyone together and explained. With the promise of clean drinking water, all of the men and older boys volunteered to help use this strange equipment. They knew their water supply was making so many people sick. Mark went through the dog-eared drilling manual and got everything organized. Risa translated when needed. This small community had no school and was too far away from other communities for the children to travel back and forth. Many of the villagers had never been to school and had never learned English. The work went slow without a trained team. Mistakes had to be fixed. Mark knew this process would be the same at the remaining well sites, and it was. Weeks later, when water well number 5 was finally finished, Mark found himself on a 10-hour bus ride alone and headed back to the airport. His drab green duffel bag was stuffed with Tony's tool belt, his well-worn change of clothes, and a small sliver of his prized homemade soap. The half of a comb now had more teeth missing than teeth remaining in it. The limb, long ago discarded, as well as the totally worn-out once-white T-shirt, were missing. So was the torn yellow slicker. It had been 4 days since Mark said goodbye to Risa. After walking a long way to catch the bus, which broke down and quickly turned the 10-hour bus ride into 15 or 16 hours, Mark finally made his way to the Philippine airport. The smell wafting from the food court prompted his mumbling out loud to no one in particular. "I am so hungry, but at least I'm not puking and running to the non-existent bathrooms." It was nice of Risa to offer me some food for the trip, but I sure don't regret saying I can't keep it cold, and I would rather be hungry than sick. I still remember the 3 days of food poisoning caused by food that had spoiled from not being refrigerated. And it didn't even taste bad or smell bad. Yep, being hungry is bad, but way better than being as sick as a dog. Mark's airplane tickets were open-ended and easy enough to turn into boarding passes at each airport once they found someone who spoke English. It seemed like every segment of the long journey back to Southern California was one delay after another. One flight left late, causing him to miss the connecting flight. That was repeated a couple of times. He slept on the floor, washed up in the men's room but had no deodorant, washed whatever shirt he was wearing with his sliver of soap, and laid it over a chair to dry at night while he tried to sleep. When he flew during a mealtime, he was able to eat whatever was served. When he didn't fly during a meal, he ate the small snack of cookies or a tiny bag of peanuts and drank a soda the waitress served on the plane. Yesterday had been one of those snack-only flights. Today his flight was too late for breakfast and too early for lunch.
After deplaning, Mark walked through the food court on his way to catch his last flight, which was standby. Man, I wished I could buy anything to eat. He stopped and pulled out his wallet and counted his money. Well, it's still $13, like it was going to magically grow since the last time I looked. Better not spend any. I've got to have every penny for the bus ticket from the airport out to the boonies. Why did Mama stay so far out from the city? As he put his wallet back in his pocket, he watched a teenager throw a perfectly good hamburger into the trash and shout at his mother, "I told you I didn't want any cheese. You ruined it. Now order the right one this time." I would have eaten that hamburger with or without cheese. I can't believe his mother's letting him get away with that. Mama would never let me talk to her that way, and I would have just gone hungry throwing it away. Mark realized he had said what he was thinking out loud when a passing traveler chimed in with, "Me too." Mark quickly found the terminal and the gate for his flight, only to hear the gate agent telling, "I'm sorry, but this flight looks like it's going to be full. If someone doesn't show up to board, I can get you on. If not, I will change your standby to a confirmed seat. But the next plane doesn't leave until 9:37 in the morning at this gate, although that might change." "Well, that's what happens when flying standby. Thank you," Mark politely responded, then sat down to wait. He glanced around and spied a quarter up against the wall underneath the chair. "Oh, yeah!" He crawled under it to clasp the quarter. Sitting back down, he smiled and watched the gate agent pick up her microphone. Come on, call me up," he whispered. "Last boarding call for flight 2930 to San Diego." She looked at him and shook her head no, but did motion for him to come to her. By the time he got there, the gate was closed, and she was already creating the ticket for his next flight. He settled down for one more hungry night in an airport. Mark grabbed his drab green duffel bag and pulled out his last boarding pass as they called for boarding his flight to San Diego the next morning. "Thank you, God, almost home," he breathed a sigh of relief. "Excuse me, I have the window seat," he said to a mom and her little boy. She turned her legs, and he scrambled over them, shoved his bag under the seat in front of him, and sat down. Staring at him, the little boy blunted out, "You're big, really big." "Yes, I am," Mark responded as he settled in his seat and fished out his seatbelt. "Have you been looking out the window? What's out there?" "A bunch of men doing a bunch of things. Look, there's that funny little truck pulling a wagon with suitcases. I wonder if mine's on it." "What does your suitcase look like?" Mark asked. "We'll look for it together." "It's bright green and it glows in the dark." "Then let's look for a bright green suitcase. That funny little truck is called a belt loader. See, the luggage handlers toss the luggage on that big belt, and then the belt moves and takes the luggage up inside the plane's cargo section. Men inside the cargo section of the plane then put the luggage where it belongs." "Oh, I didn't know that. Belt loader." The little boy turned his head toward his mom and asked, "Mama, did you know that was a belt loader?" "Look, is that your suitcase?" Mark pointed to a bright green suitcase that was the last piece of luggage on the conveyor belt. The three of them leaned forward toward the window and watched as the airplane swallowed the bright green piece of luggage. Yes, I see it, Mama. The plane can leave now. It's got my suitcase on it." Soon the stewardess read the required safety warning, and Mark felt the push-back tug push the plane out from the gate. Mark's stomach rumbled as he helped the small boy quickly latch his seatbelt. "Mister, is your bear growling?" the small seatmate asked. "My bear?" "Yes, your bear. Is it growling?" He pointed to Mark's hairy stomach poking out through a hole in his well-worn, well-faded, but clean and nearly dry yellow T-shirt. It was the T-shirt the water well drilling team wore. They were given 4 each with their names, a water pump, and a cup of water screen printed on it. Mark's was the only one left except for Rusty's brand new ones. Right where the water was supposed to be coming out of the pump, there was a hole. It was one of several, including under both arms on the much-worn shirt. "Shh, son," the boy's mother warned. "Let the man alone. It's not polite to point." "Well," Mark looked down and felt his face get hot. No bear, just my stomach growling." He put his hand over his bear and turned again to watch as the plane taxied down the runway. He sighed and mumbled to himself, "This is going to be a long flight, and I'm already tired and hungry. I can't get home soon enough." The stewardess came by with a cart, passing out cookies and sodas. When she got to Mark's row, his seatmate told her, "Lady, give him 2 packages. His bear's really hungry. It keeps growling." Mark ducked his head a little. "Wait a minute. I've seen that shirt before, on a team that went to the Philippines to drill water wells a few months ago. Were you part of that team?" she asked. Mark raised his head and nodded. She gave him 2 packages of cookies. "Thank you." His stomach growled again. "I guess my bear really is hungry," he laughed. Mister, are you a bum?" "A bum? No, why do you ask?" Mark answered. "Because your shirt has holes in it and your whiskers are all funny looking." "Do I smell like a bum?" "No, but you look like one." The little boy smiled through his cookie-crumbled face. "Son, you are being so rude. Leave the man alone," his mother sternly warned the boy. "It's okay. He got me 2 packages of cookies to feed my hungry bear, so I'll answer him." Mark laughed and stuffed another cookie in his mouth. "That's good." After taking a swig of soda and swallowing, he answered him. "I had more clothes, and they—" Before he could finish, the little boy interrupted. "And somebody stole them?" "No, the ocean stole them, and they all got washed away." "Oh." As he pondered that answer, his mother said, I don't mean to pry into your business, but when you told the stewardess that you were part of the water well drilling team, and what you just said reminds me of an article in the newspaper a couple of months back. It was about a mission team, just a cup of water, that went to the Philippines to drill water wells, and a mudslide washed all of them into the sea." "Wow. It made the news here?" "Oh, yes, but—" She hesitated. "How did I survive?" "Yes, how did you survive?" "Well, simple. I was fixing a fence and wrangling 2 pregnant cows and a big old bull for a pasture. I was a few miles away that night when the mudslide took the mission building." Mark turned his face back to the window and finished eating his cookies. Before the little boy finished his cookies, his mother pulled a book from her bag and started reading to him. Mark leaned his head up against the window and closed his eyes. "The real question is why I survived, not how," he whispered to himself as he dozed off. As the plane began its landing descent, Mark woke up. The mom asked him, "Where are you going when you leave the airport?" "Home." That's not what I mean. How are you going to get there?" Mark answered, "The bus." "Wow, that's several miles from here. How are you going to get to the bus station?" "I guess I'll just walk." "No, it's 5 or 6 miles away?" "My car is parked here. Let me take you to the bus station," she offered. Mark hesitated. "Please?" "Okay, thank you very much," he replied as they disembarked. At baggage claim, Mark pulled a bright green suitcase off the conveyor belt as the mom grabbed her suitcase. Mark slung his drab green duffel bag over his shoulder and picked up both suitcases. "Which way, ma'am?" he asked. "This way," she pointed to the sign, "Airport Parking." "Okay, you 2 lead and I'll follow." Mark put the suitcases in the car trunk but kept his drab green duffel bag with him. She started the car and turned the radio on. Mark had not heard a radio in months. "That must be a new song. I don't remember it," Mark said. "It is." The 3 listened to the radio all the way. The little boy sang along with every song, including the ones Mark had never heard. On the ones he knew, Mark sang along, and the little boy's mother joined in. "Thank you so much. It would have been a really long hike from the airport to here," Mark said as he unfolded his long legs from the front seat and climbed out. "Thanks again, ma'am." "You're welcome. Take care of that bear now." He laughed. "Yes, ma'am." He turned his attention to the bus terminal and found the ticket window. After checking his schedule and fare information, the ticket agent announced, "That will be $13.24. That was close. Mark handed his $10 bill, his 3 ones, and his precious found in the airport quarter over to the agent. "Here's your ticket and your change. Your bus will leave from lane 3 in about 15 minutes. If you'd gotten here much later, you would have had to wait until tomorrow. This is the last bus today going that way." 3 hours later, the bus stopped in front of the post office in his mom's community. Mark climbed off and started the walk to his mother's house, just a few blocks away. His stomach growled again. "Okay, Bear, be patient. I will feed you when I first get home," he said to himself as he quickened his pace. "Man, home. I feel great about coming home. I've missed Gwen so much, and Mama too. I'll get to sleep in my own bed, have a hot shower with soap and shampoo, get rid of this itchy beard, comb my hair with a comb that actually has teeth in it, put on all clean clothes with no holes, and some cologne. Yes!" Mark pulled out his billfold and fished around for a spare key to the house just before he darted up the driveway to the kitchen door. "Mama's going to be really surprised." He turned the key and went inside. "It's 3:25. Mama will be home in about 20 minutes if she's still working the same shift at the machine shop." Mark went on down the hallway to his room. What in the world? He had to move several packed boxes just to toss his drab green duffel bag on his bed. Why are my things off the wall? What's going on here? He pulled his wallet from his back pocket and put it on the corner of his dresser. That feels much better. His stomach growled again. Okay, I'm headed to the kitchen right now. He opened the refrigerator and pulled out eggs, green olives, and shredded cheese. As he scrambled several eggs, he pulled out that one lonely penny from his pocket. I want to keep this separate. He opened the junk drawer to get a black permanent marker and made an X on the penny, tossed the marker back in the drawer, shut it, and laid the penny next to his plate. Oh, yeah, my eggs are ready. He turned off the skillet and plated them. As a finishing touch, he placed green olives for eyes and a mouth and added shredded cheese for hair and whiskers. Sheriff's Department, make yourself known right now. We know you're in there, shouted a man with a gun drawn as he opened the unlocked door. Mark raised his hands. I'm right here. Now put your hands on top of your head. As he did, the officer placed handcuffs on one of his wrists and twisted it down behind his back and cuffed the other wrist. What are you doing? Arresting you for breaking and entering an unlawful occupancy of a residence. But this is my home. I live here. I use my key. Not according to the next door neighbor, the one officer said as he frisked Mark. Tell it to the judge. The second officer pulled out a card and read, You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights? Yes. The two officers took him outside and put him in the back seat of the patrol car. Mark watched as they went to the neighbor's house and knocked on the door. Mrs. Bale. Nosy Mrs. Bale. I should have known, but at least she is watching out for Mama in Mama's house. I can't fault her for that. Mrs. Bale came outside and began to tell things as she saw them. Mark had no idea what was being said amongst the three. I wonder if this patrol car is soundproof. I can't hear a word they're saying. His stomach growled again. Oh, shut up. I was trying to feed you a green-eyed monster. It growled again. That bear is not happy. His mother's car pulled up past the patrol car and into the driveway. Mama, you look so beautiful, he said out loud. No one, not even his mama, could hear him. He watched her get out of the car in her blue, grimy coveralls and go over to the trio. What's going on here? She asked. Mrs. Tompkins? Asked one officer. Yes, I'm Beth Tompkins. Your neighbor was just taking care of your house. She saw someone enter your kitchen door, said the officer as he pointed up the driveway and called it in. We arrested the guy inside your kitchen. We checked and no one else was in the house. Oh, my. Thank you, Mrs. Bell. You're welcome, dear. The officer continued. We need you to go through your house and see if anything is out of place. One room has filled boxes. Sure, she said.
The two officers and Mrs. Bell followed Beth inside the kitchen door. "He was cooking a meal when we arrested him," one of the officers pointed out. Beth walked toward the stove. "He was cooking this?" she exclaimed as she grabbed hold of the plate. No, it can't be." Before we continue, I'd like to share a resource that has meant a great deal to many. If you want to understand the Bible better without feeling overwhelmed, then Bible study cheat sheets break down Scripture into clear, simple summaries you can actually use. They can be found at lindalcolbreth.com. They're perfect for students, small groups, or personal study. Bible study cheat sheets, God's Word made easier to understand. You can learn more at lindalcolbreth.com. Now back to our story. Mark is dead, but this is exactly how he cooks eggs, and he calls them green-eyed monsters, or gems for short. Beth held on to the counter with her left hand and put her right hand over her heart. "Beth, you told me he died," Mrs. Beth hollered. He did, but how did this intruder cook scrambled eggs exactly like Mark did?" "Mrs. Tompkins, would you take a quick look around, especially in that one bedroom?" Even though she felt rather dazed, Beth nodded her head and moved down the hall. Her bedroom was exactly like she had left it that morning. The four walked further down the hall to the questionable bedroom. "I see his duffel bag, and here's his wallet. It's Mark. It's got to be Mark. I don't know how, but it's him." Beth raced back down to the kitchen and out the door. The two officers were right behind her. Mrs. Bell was a little slower. She raced to the patrol car and beat on the window while Mark watched helplessly. "It is Mark. My son is home. Please open the door. Let him out," she begged as she continued to tremble. One officer quickly unlocked the door and helped Mark climb out. "Mama, it's so good to see you." Mark was quickly uncuffed and immediately hugged his mama. Both officers and Mrs. Bell were speechless as they wiped their eyes. "Yes, he was telling the truth. He lives here," Beth told the officers. "Then we'll be going, ma'am. Real sorry for this misunderstanding." The officers responded and climbed into their patrol car. "Must have got some dirt in my eyes. You can fill out the report," the driver said as he wiped his eyes. "Whatever it was, it got in my eyes too, but here, I'll call it in." "Dispatch, this is Unit 182. We responded to a break-and-enter call, investigated, and found it to be not to be warranted. We are free to take the next call." The officer turned and looked as the mother and son reunion in the driveway with the neighbor lady. "I'm going home. You two have a lot of catching up to do. Later, I want to know how you died, and yet you're alive right here, right now. I need a cup of coffee." Mrs. Bell turned and headed back to her house. Beth and Mark walked arm in arm back to the kitchen. "Your green-eyed monster's cold. Here, let me make you another one for you." "No, Mama. My hungry bear will eat this cold one right now." As he patted his hairy hole, his stomach growled, and they both laughed. Mark opened the drawer and pulled out a fork, grabbed a scrambled egg, sat down at the table, bowed his head, said a quick prayer, and woofed down his gem. After eating, Mark picked up the handset to the rotary phone hanging on the kitchen wall. Trembling, he dialed the number by memory, even though it was thumbtacked to a small bulletin board. "We are sorry, but the number you have dialed has been discontinued or is no longer in service. If you think you have reached this recording error, please check your number and dial it again." Mark carefully looked at Gwen's number and dialed it again. "We are sorry, but the number you have dialed—" "I wish her Aunt Petey had allowed her to give me her address," he muttered as he hung up the phone. He called the little community bank branch. "May I speak to Rusty Whitaker, Jr.?" "I'm sorry," the voice on the other end said. "He quit some time back and moved to Sunny Valley or Sunny Hills or Sunnyside or Sunny something. I don't remember which. Can I help you?" "No, thanks," Mark replied as he hung up the phone. "Two strikes," he said as he looked at the bulletin board for the church number. "Hello, may I speak to Pastor Whitaker?" Mark asked the unfamiliar voice who answered the church phone. "I'm sorry, I'm just filling in for them. He's preaching a revival in Arizona, and they won't be back until late Saturday evening. Would you like to leave a message for him?" "No, thanks. I'll just catch him on Sunday morning," he replied as he once again hung up the phone.
3 strikes, and I'm out, Mark groaned. Mark and Beth spent the next day, Saturday, catching up and unboxing items marked for a thrift store. It took me a while, but I finally decided I needed to clean out your stuff, because I thought you wouldn't need it anymore, Beth tentatively explained. I understand, Mama. I understand. I'm so sorry. Mama, I was more than 10 hours away from a post office or phone. I had no idea that the mudslide news would make it back here. During breakfast on Sunday morning, the phone rang. Beth answered it. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can. Well, there goes me going to church again. I've either been scheduled for Sundays or got called in for months since before you went to the Philippines. She looked down at the penny on the table as she hung up the phone. I still say that penny looks like it's got a cross, not an X on it. If I ever get to go back to church again, that 30 minutes drive gets longer and longer every Sunday. But Pastor Jordan is really good. I'd like for you to meet him. If I ever get to go back, someone's going to end up giving me a visitor's card. Mark laughed. I just thought of something, Mama. He started laughing. There was this little kid. He laughed even louder. Well, what about this little kid? His laughter was contagious, and she started smiling. Everybody they call him Lizard Boy. Mark roared with laughter. And Beth coaxed. He had a little lizard that he would put up one of his nostrils, and it would. Mark laughed so hard he couldn't quite finish it. He put the lizard up to one side of his nose, and then what? It would run up inside and come out the other side. Seriously? Beth took her last sip of coffee and shook her head. Yes, Mama, it really did. It was funny. Beth wiped her nose. That makes my nose itch. With that, I've got to go get my coveralls on. They're having trouble with that old CNC machine. Well, if anybody can run it, you can. Just watch out for lizards running up inside your nose. Mark let the time get away from him. Oh, I got to hurry and get dressed to make it to church services. He walked the half-mile quickly and walked inside. A few people looked at him like he was a ghost. He sat down at the back because the choir was already singing. They continued singing a couple more songs, which was unusual. Usually Pastor Whitaker was on the platform singing along with the first song. A few people stared at him. Finally, the head deacon came to the platform microphone. Folks, we need to stop and pray. Pastor's son, Rusty Jr., and his wife, Gwen, were involved in a serious accident this morning on the way to church. It doesn't look good for Rusty. He's in extremely critical condition. We don't have any information on Gwen or on the new baby coming. Pastor and his wife left to go to be there. As you know, it's a 3-hour drive. Please pray for them in this difficult time. People all over the church began to weep. Mark had not seen that kind of weeping since Pastor Masick wept over his team members washed away in the mudslide. Mark got up and left as quietly as he had entered. Rusty married Gwen. I can't believe he would steal her from me while I was on a mission trip. What a hypocrite. And he said he wanted to live his life following Christ because he was a Christian. He told me he would take care of her while I was gone. If that's what it means to be a Christian, I don't think I want any part of it anymore. He shook his head in disbelief as he trudged home. Serves him right. I hope he dies. Mama, I am tired of doing nothing. I fixed everything around here that I can find that needs fixing, and I fixed everything in Mrs. Bell's until I'm tired of her questions. Her cookies are good, though, and I keep seeing Tony's tool belt that I need to return. How are you going to return it? Do you know where his folks live? All I remember is Vazzolo Produce, and he said they are the only Vazzolos in the phone book over where the produce farms are. Why don't you take me to work in the morning? I'll get a ride home, and you can go look them up today. I would guess that even our little library would have a phone book, and it's okay to call them. We can swing the long-distance charges, just don't talk on the phone too long. Mark waited outside the community library just the other side of the church for the doors to open at 9:30. With help from the librarian, he found the reference books, including the phone books. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many little phone books. Seems like every area has its own. If you need anything else, let me know. Oh, here's a wooden slab placeholder. Try to keep them in order, please." "Yes, ma'am, I will. Thanks." Mark stared at the shelves. Each had small phone books lined up from different communities in the vast area of Southern California, the rest of California, and Arizona. Some were hidden beside the big city's phone books. "Well, might as well start with the first one." He pulled it out and plopped the wooden slate in. Here's the V's. Nope, no Vizzolo in this one. Phone book after phone book, he found the same thing. "Yes, Vizzolo Produce, Wayne Vizzolo." He looked around to see if he had disturbed anybody. The librarian just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He wrote down the phone number, the address, and then put that very skinny phone book back up and removed the wooden place marker. "Thank you so much. I think they are in order." "You're welcome. Glad I could help," the librarian replied as she took the place marker from him. As he walked past the church, he noticed the parking lot was full of cars. "What's going on here?" he wondered as he walked by. Then he saw the black hearse by the side door. He quickly looked away and picked up his space. When he got home, he dialed the number on his piece of paper. "Vizzolo Produce, Wayne Vizzolo speaking. How can I help you with fresh produce today?" "Mr. Vizzolo, it's Mark Tompkins. It's a long story, but I have Tony's tool belt that I need to return to you. I can bring it out tomorrow morning, but it won't be early. I'm a few hours away from you." There was silence on the other end. "Mr. Vizzolo? Mr. Vizzolo, are you still there?" Yes. You say you're Mark Tompkins and you have Tony's tool belt?" "Yes, sir. Can I bring it out in the morning?" "Yes, that would be fine. I'm interested in hearing your story." Mr. Vizzolo hung up the phone. The next morning, Mark drove his mother to work and then made the 3-hour drive. He knocked on the office door and was greeted by Wayne Vizzolo. "Yeah, that's Tony's all right. He just had to have it. He called me the night before the team left for the Philippines. The last words I told him was not to get in trouble over that tool belt. My wife knows you're coming out and she's prepared a meal for us. She wants to hear your story too, Mark Tompkins. Let's walk over to the house." "Okay, thank you." "Mark, tell us what you know about Tony. How did you get the tool belt?" Mrs. Vizzolo asked. "Our notification letter was pretty vague." "That letter has your name listed too. I was stunned when you called yesterday," Tony's dad explained. He handed Mark the letter from the coffee table. "My mama was pretty surprised to see me too, but she didn't show me this letter." Mark took a sip of iced tea and began to tell how Tony handed him the tool belt in the middle of the night. When he finished answering their questions, Mark looked at the wrestling trophy and the picture of Tony winning a medal. "Tony wrestled?" "Oh, yeah. And he was really good. Even guys your size didn't know what hit them, nor how in the world he could pin them so quick," his dad proudly answered. "Well, that explains a lot," Mark replied. "Oh, so Tony got you, didn't he?" Mr. Vizzolo grinned. "Yeah, he did. Really good, too." They all laughed. Tony had a way of rubbing people the wrong way sometimes. I told him more than once that sometimes if the cat's mad because he's being rubbed the wrong way, maybe the cat needs to turn around. I don't think he ever really got that. "I have a question for you," Tony's mom interrupted. "Let's hear it." "Did Tony ever actually learn to use those tools?" "Well, Mr. and Mrs. Vizzolo both laughed out loud. "You don't have to go any further, Mark. That tells us a lot," she said. Mr. Vizzolo continued. "Every time the boy touched a tool, he either broke the tool, broke something else, or somebody needed band-aids. Nobody here would work with him if he had a tool in his hand. For the life of me, I can't figure out why he wanted this tool belt. Tony was really good at organizing everything and making sure we had the next section and the right tool, and he helped a lot of folks improve their gardens with crop rotation and how to use cow and water buffalo manure. He made a big difference in the lives of a lot of families." "Thank you for saying that. I guess I need to be heading back. Thank you for the meal. It was really good, and I knew exactly what everything was. That cornbread. Mark stood up and patted his stomach. "My bear is real happy right now." "No, please sit back down a minute, Mark." He did. Mr. Vizzolo continued. I have something else to ask you. On that last phone call with Tony, he told me when the mission trip was over, I needed to hire Mark Tompkins. Mark looked puzzled. What? Why? He said when you introduced yourself, you mentioned you knew how to put up barbed wire fences. Yes, I remember saying that. Tony told me I needed to hire you to put up barbed wire fencing on the roadside, by the roadside of our produce farms to keep people from shopping free from the road. He did? Yes, and it sounds like a good idea to me. Are you interested? Well, it only takes 4 or 5 strands to keep cattle in, but probably 8 or 9 or even 10 to keep people out. Mark thought out loud. That's exactly what the fence place told me. If you agree to take the job, you will have all your meals, a small apartment, a small salary, and the use of an old truck, plus a couple of helpers who actually are pretty good with tools. That sounds really good. Yes, I'll take the job. I'm pretty certain Mama will bring me back next week on her day off. Mr. Vizzolo shook Mark's hand, and Mrs. Vizzolo hugged him. Thank you for coming and sharing about our Tony. But I don't know that I want you to go away again so soon. You just got home, and I thought you were gone from me forever. Mama, I understand, but I've not been able to find a job here. I just can't sit around doing nothing while you're working like crazy. Okay, call the Vizzolos. I'm off Tuesday and Wednesday next week. I'll take you down there on Tuesday. Mark called the Vizzolos. Then he said, Sure, Mrs. Vizzolo. Here she is. Mark handed the phone to his mom. Mrs. Vizzolo wants to talk to you. Hi, yes, this is Beth Tompkins. Okay, sure, call me Beth. Yes, that would be fine. I would like that very much. Thank you, Jean. We will see you Tuesday morning. She smiled as she hung up the phone. Jean wants me to spend Tuesday night. I think that is a very nice gesture. Mama, you will like them very much. They are good people. Oh, wow. Mark told me you could cook, Jean. He understated it. Beth said the next day at lunch, Jean, you really need to come up with a cookbook. Well, I'm anxious to have a piece of cake, Jean replied. That was really a gracious thing to bring it with you. Can we do that in a little bit with some coffee? Wayne asked. I would like to take you on a tour of Vizzolo produce first. Everybody agreed. Here, I think we'll all fit in the truck. Wayne opened the truck door. Big guy might have to fit in the front. Beth laughed. I'm used to working around his long legs. Speaking of working, I know that you work, but what do you do, if you don't mind me asking? Jean inquired as she climbed in the crew truck. I don't mind at all. I work for a little machine shop as a CNC operator. Actually, I do more maintenance and repairs on all the machines than actually running them. The shop's got a big contract right now, so I get called in for lots and lots of overtime. I'm actually very happy you invited me down here just to get away from my phone. Beth laughed, but Mark noticed her laughter was somehow different. Wayne drove them to the fields where migrant workers were picking tomatoes. Tractors were busy plowing under some other produce. Mr. Vizzolo, why are they plowing under those plants? They look like they haven't been picked. They haven't. They're just going to waste. We fulfilled all of our orders for the summer squash, so we have no choice but to turn them under and prepare for the next crop to be planted there. Wayne answered. There's no reason to pay my workers for something I have to throw away anyway. Mark, see those stakes down by the main highway? The ones with the pink flags? Mark asked. Yes, I had that portion of a property line surveyed, so you will be able to put up a straight fence. That's good. The last fence I put up was in the Philippines, and it was anything but straight. We did it in the dark and used the trees that were already there for all of the fence posts. Mark went silent. Mark, are you okay? Beth asked. Yes, Mama, I'm fine. I was just thinking about that night. Sorry. Now tell me more, Mr. V. Mr. V. I really like that. Well, the fence is really something we need to do. Yes, Jean interrupted. We lose thousands of dollars worth of produce because people think nothing of strolling in from the road and helping themselves. And it's true. Even people who say they are Christians take the produce thinking it's free. Folks don't seem to mind taking what doesn't belong to them and think nothing of it.
I totally get that, Mr. V. Mark shook his head. Yeah, I totally get that. Let's make it extra tall and put extra strings on it. Let's keep 'em out. Already in the works. I've ordered the tallest fence post I could get. We will just enjoy the time together tomorrow. Come Thursday, you and I are going to the tractor supply dealership and pick up the auger and whatever else we need to drill those posts with a little tractor. They have it all in stock for me. We'll take the little tractor with us, and they'll teach us both how to safely run the equipment. The guy at the dealership told me you only need one person to operate it safely. So after you get a number of holes drilled, I'll assign some fellas to help put the poles in the ground. How does that sound? Jean asked Beth. It sounds wonderful to me. Being safe around equipment is something his dad and I taught Mark and practiced all along when we ran a cattle ranch. Even out at the shop, I have to get on some of these men because they are taking shortcuts that are actually widowmakers. Mark, Wayne is going to take us over where your apartment is and show your mom. Tony had asked us to build him a little apartment across the road for when he came back. Normally our apartments are for our migrant work families, but now they all go home to their homes every night. Yes, we have a bunkhouse for our single young men, but we both decided we would like you to live in Tony's apartment while you were here, Wayne explained. You can, of course, eat with us or in the mess hall or even cook something yourself, just as long as you use the ugly produce. Ugly produce? What's that, Mrs. V? Mark asked. Both Wayne and Jean laughed. It's produce that's misshapen. The stores only want the perfectly shaped produce. They say they can't sell ugly tomatoes, funny-looking squash, and things like that in the stores. It's just as nutritious, though, and costs just as much to grow, I would guess, from my past experience running the cattle ranch, Beth said. Yes, it does. So, Mark said, let me get this straight. You have folks stealing from you, and then you plant too much to make sure you cover your orders, plus you can't sell the ugly stuff. Is that right? Mark, you just summed up Vizzolo produce in one sentence. Wayne, do you have the keys to Tony's misfit toy shed with you? Jean asked. I do. I think Beth would really like that building. Jean, you're right. Beth, I think you must like machines and equipment, do you? Wayne asked. Yes, I find them fascinating. I especially like to figure out how to make them work efficiently. Then be prepared. You will like this. Mr. V, Tony's misfit toys? Mark questioned. He didn't tell you that he liked to go to auctions and sales and buy all kinds of stuff? Well, he mentioned he had just bought a couple of $100,000 worth of equipment from a bakery that he hadn't even seen, but that he only paid less than $40,000 for it. We all thought he was just blowing smoke. That sounds like Tony. It was even hard for us to figure out if he was blowing smoke or not on some of his deals, Jean commented. Neither one of us had been in this building in over a year, no telling what it contains now. Mr. V unlocked the building and turned on the lights. He, Jean, Beth, and Mark were all stunned to see the warehouse with so much heavy and expensive equipment. Mark, does it look like smoke to you now? No, I think I'm speechless, Mark answered. Beth began to wander around the equipment. Most of it was food processing equipment. The closest bunch to the loading dock doors had several pallets stacked with new bakery equipment, including ovens, cooling racks, and at least one pallet of huge commercial cookie sheets. Everything else in the warehouse was very organized. Mr. V, how? Why? Well, Tony loved to go to auctions and sales. Jean interrupted. His first auction was after wrestling season a couple of years ago. He took about $20 with him and bought a pallet of things nobody else would even bid on. As he was breaking down the pallets so he could load stuff on the back of his truck, a man drove up. Hey, did you just buy this stuff? The man asked. Yes, I have my receipt right here. Well, I really need some of it, and I can't find it anywhere else, and I had a flat tire and got here too late to bid on it, the man explained. Tony didn't have a clue what the items were the man wanted, Wayne continued. Wayne, Tony didn't have a clue what anything on that pallet was, Jean laughingly interrupted again. That's true, too. Tony told the guy that he really needed everything,
but the guy was really very persistent that he wanted specific items. Tony finally told the guy he could have those 2 or 3 items for $50 if he would also help load the rest of the stuff in the truck. Gene continued the story. After that, Tony realized he could buy things for pennies on the dollar, find good, solid buyers, and make a nice profit, even if he was clueless what he was buying to begin with. But he soon found out that there were usually many buyers at the auctions. One day he asked the auctioneer where he got the stuff. The auctioneer said he got stuff from banks. Wayne picked up the story. He said when the banks foreclose on something, they have to get rid of it quickly. They have no place to store it, and it's bad on their books. So Tony started talking to bankers and told them he might be interested in a quick cash deal of repossessed items. He started buying whatever was available, turn around and find buyers, sometimes even before he could pick things up. He kept turning his profits into more and more items. It didn't take him long to get into this kind of equipment. Our son spent hours out here organizing things with the instruction books. If something didn't have instructions, he contacted manufacturers and got the manuals, Gene added. On our phone call, when he told me to hire you, he said he had just found and bought the last piece of the puzzle and it would be delivered soon. And you're looking at it. I didn't see it. Chester unlocked the door for the freight company. Mark, do you have any idea what he meant by that? Wayne asked. Mark shook his head. I'm clueless. When nobody believed him, he didn't talk about his buying and selling. And after touring the rest of the farm and buildings, they arrived back at the house. Put the coffee on, Gene. Let's see if Beth's cake lives up to our expectations. Wayne laughed. I'm sure it will, Gene answered as they all went in the kitchen. Well, when you get around to making that cookbook, Gene, you need to get with Beth here and work on it together, Wayne said. I agree, Mark said. The two ladies giggled. The rest of the afternoon and Wednesday morning went by quickly, too quickly for Beth. The Vazzolos loaded Beth's car up with an assortment of ugly vegetables, including carrots, onions, tomatoes, peas, celery, summer squash, and peppers. Here's some green beans to round it out. They aren't ugly, Jean said as she put in a good supply of green beans. Thank you. I'll be making soup when I get home. Thank you for taking care of my son. Mark walked Beth to her car and opened the door for him. Thank you. You're right, Mark. The Vazzolos are good people. They've invited me to come back, and I will. They also said you could borrow their old truck and come see me ever so often. I suppose I would have to knock on Mrs. Bell's door to keep from getting arrested again, he laughed. Yep, probably so. She hugged him, climbed in the car, and waved to the Vazzolos on the front porch and started the engine. Mama, one more question. Yes, son? You seemed a little different when they asked you about your job. Is something going on there? No, not really. Just not too many women work as a CNC operator in a machine shop these days. I wasn't sure what they would think about it. Everything's fine. I love you. See you in a month or so. Later that afternoon, when Beth got home, she called Mrs. Bell. Mrs. Bell, I need your help. I was given all these funny-shaped veggies, and I want to make soup out of them, but I need some help. Sure, dear. I'll be right over. Mrs. Bell hung up the phone and grabbed her apron. My goodness, these are perfect for making soup. My grandmother dried the vegetables and then mixed them together to make a delicious soup. Beth looked at Mrs. Bell. Dried them instead of freezing them? Yes, she didn't have a freezer and she hated canning, but she had an oven and cookie sheets and a big garden. The dried veggies served the family year-round, and she used her canning jars to hold the dry soup mix. Do you know how she did it? Not only that, I helped Grandma Maud make it more than once and wrote down her directions for how long to dry different vegetables and how much of the different seasonings to add when you cook the soup. These all need to be washed. Why don't you start on that and I'll go get her directions. We can use my oven too. Together they sorted the vegetables according to drying times, then washed and sliced them. When full pans were put in the two ovens, more vegetables were washed, dried, sliced, and put in both refrigerators, ready to be dried later. As they came out of the ovens, Beth tore open the big brown grocery sacks and dumped the contents of the cookie sheets on them to cool. At Mrs. Best's insistence, Beth copied out all the directions. "Look, dear, it's getting late, and this batch has to dry overnight in the ovens. I know you have to go to work in the morning, but all these vegetables are ready to go in the ovens. I'll come over here in the morning, pull them out of the refrigerator, and keep both ovens going. We'll be able to finish up when you get home from work, and the humidity is low enough for them to be okay on the table cooling overnight." "Mrs. Bell, you are wonderful, thank you." Beth wiped her hands on her apron and hugged Mrs. Bell. "Get some rest, dear." "You too, and thanks so much." Before we continue, I'd like to share a resource that has meant a great deal to many. If you want to understand the Bible better without feeling overwhelmed, then Bible study cheat sheets break down Scripture into clear, simple summaries you can actually use. They can be found at lindalcolbreth.com. Perfect for students, small groups, or personal study. Bible study cheat sheets, God's Word made easier to understand. You can learn more at lindalcolbreth.com. Now back to our story. Beth got off work and drove home. Wow, look at the big piles of dried veggies. And the house smells like cooked onions. I knew you would be here, Mrs. Bell. "Hi, dear. I brought all the dried veggies from my house and my canning jars. Did you have a good day at work?" "I forgot to get some jars." "Well, Mrs. Bell, it wasn't such a bad day, so I guess that makes it good. Let me go grab a shower real quick and get out of these grimy clothes." Soon all the jars were filled with a variety of dried veggies according to Grandma Maud's recipe. Beth lifted the lid to the pot on the stove. "Wow, that smells great. I'm glad we get to sample it for supper. I'll make some cornbread to go with it." "I was hoping you wouldn't mind." "Oh, I added some hamburger meat to make it vegetable beef." "I don't mind at all." Beth split the number of jars down the middle. "Here, let's get your half to your house." Over at Rizzolo Produce, Mark and Wayne headed to the tractor place. "I'm surprised, Mr. V, that you don't already have an auger for this little tractor," Mark commented as he loaded up the little tractor on the trailer. "Well, we did, but, it broke. The person attempting to drill a hole hooked it up wrong. At least no one got hurt, including Tony, and we were forced to have Old Blue totally rebuilt. I sure could have used your mom about then." "She could have rebuilt it, too. She rebuilt both of ours and other equipment, too, but she doesn't do honeydew jobs at all. Dad and I did those. Dad named our little tractor Bonnie. The big one was Clyde." "Bonnie and Clyde?" Wayne laughed. "So Tony struck again?" "Yes, I really think that his goof-ups were a driving force behind everything he's collected in that warehouse. He really stepped up his buying and selling after the Old Blue incident. He told his mother and me several times how he was going to make amends, and he would tell us all about it when he got home from the water well trip. I just wish I knew what he meant. Now I guess I may never know." They spent the rest of the morning going over every detailed safety lesson from the dealership, even though Mark connected everything perfectly the first time and obviously knew how to make Old Blue sing a pretty song and dig holes. "Are there any utilities or cables or water lines out there?" Mark asked. "Great question. Are there?" the dealer asked. "No, those were checked. The nearest lines and pipes are far away," Wayne replied. "Wayne, I think Mark could teach me some things on how to run this tractor. I don't see anything he needs to learn that he doesn't already know. You're good to go," the dealer told Wayne. "One thing about it, Mark, you can't leave any equipment out in the field at all or somebody will steal it. Even a hand tool, not even for a bathroom break or a lunch break. But we have a large bathroom close to the middle of the building side of the field in the mess hall. You have to drive Old Blue up, even in daylight, especially since you'll be working next to the highway." "Okay, Mr. V. Tony's idea to build a fence was a very good idea. You need it. I know a fence won't keep everybody out, but it might slow them down a bit. Mr. V, do you mind if I ask why Tony's building was originally built?" "I don't mind at all.
It's 400 by 600 foot building on property, as you know, across the road from the main building and our house. When that little piece of property came available, we bought it. When we could afford it, we built the building and put water and power in it. It was going to be a small canning plant, so we wouldn't have any unharvested plowed under plants and no throwaway veggies. Jean and I believe in paying cash for everything. That's why we really are a small operation compared to most. But in really lean years, we survived and a number of our colleagues didn't. Some of them lost everything to big companies, and we were able to keep planting and harvesting. We were ready to start buying equipment for the cannery, but then we hit not just one lean year, but several in a row and didn't have the money. We weren't about to go into debt, so the building sat idle until Tony claimed it a couple of years ago. Mr. V, I've been thinking that I need to make a couple of jigs for the fence. I'm listening, Wayne said as they left the dealership. Well, if I had a piece of exterior plywood 8 feet by 10 inches with the rope handle on each end, and then I could line up each hole center from one end to the next end and use some spray paint to mark those hole centers, then I wouldn't have to keep measuring. That sounds really good. You could even put the case of spray paint on top of the jig and just pull it all along. That would be a 2-man job to get it even. What's the other jig you need? Well, once the holes are drilled and the pea gravel's in them, we need a way to line up the edge of the poles as close as possible with each other. If we had another board the width between the surveyor stakes and the edge of the pole but longer, say 10 or 12 feet, then that would make that job way more efficient as well. It could also go on top of the poles if we attached a level to the side so we could see if the poles are the same height too. That sounds really smart too, Wayne agreed. And if we make some braces on 45-degree angles and use ratchet straps, it would be easier to level up the poles. They really have to be straight and not cattywampus. We need enough of those for however many poles we are going to put up in one day. Those really need to stay in place overnight. Well, I can tell this is not your first fence job. No, it's not. But it is my first fence job using 16 feet tall poles. It's easier to keep cattle in than thieves out. Well, we have a bunch of 1x2s and 4x4s and ratchet straps in the shop and some scraps that would work on the first 2 jigs. Let's stop and get the spray paint. There's not much of that here, and it's all pretty old and probably needs to be thrown away. After lunch, Wayne and Mark made the first jig. Let's go try it out, Mark. We'll make the other jigs and braces a little later. Mr. V, I was hoping you would say that. Let's put it in the truck with the paint and the gloves. You drive Old Blue, and let's see if this is going to work. Old Blue started right up, and Mark followed Wayne down to the property edge by the highway. Mark jumped off the tractor and helped Wayne pull out the hole marking jig and lined it up next to the first 2 surveyor stakes. Well, these 2 stakes are the right distance apart, Wayne said. Yep. Mark quickly spray painted along the edge of the first hole. He went to the other end and marked that one. X marks the spot. They look more like crosses to me. Here, let's pull it down. I'll tell you when to stop. Okay. Whoa! Mark sprayed the pink paint. All right. They took the hole marking jig away, and Mark navigated Old Blue to the auger, so the auger was right over the first pink X. That's easy to see from the tractor seat. Looks like I'm there. Am I? Right on. Let me go get inside the truck while you drill the first hole. Yes, please. Mark started Old Blue up again and followed every safety step and dug the hole the full length of the 4.5-foot auger. He reversed it, pulled the auger up, moved the tractor down to the next hole, and turned Old Blue off. Wayne got out of the truck and looked at the hole with Mark. Man, that went smooth, Mark said as they high-fived. This is going to work. How many do you think you can drill in a day? Wayne wondered. That's a pretty deep hole. Back on our ranch, we would drill, about 25 or 30 a day, but they were only 3 feet deep, and that's if they were already marked. I need to get back to the office. I've played hooky long enough. I'm going to send someone back to help you mark the holes. Jean insists that I leave someone out here with you while you drill the holes. She's promised your mom. Just make sure they stay in the truck like I did. Okay, then I will start marking the pink X's. Reminds me of the cross I made on the penny from the bus station. Mark lined the jig up with the last X. Yes, this is definitely a two-man job, and Mr. V is right. They do look more like crosses than X's. Soon the old rusty white pickup truck appeared. Hey, Mark, I'm Chester, and Wayne sent me to help you. Let's get busy. Where do we start? Okay, let's mark pink X's. Take the jig down from this X, and I'll tell you when to whoa. Soon they had 20 holes marked. Well, Mark, you get to run old blue, and I get to snooze in the truck. Look, we have to stop at 4:45 and get back to the front. At 5, I drive the bus to retrieve the first shift of migrant workers from across the border. Don't they sleep over here in the bunks and apartments? Mark questioned. They used to, but if possible, they all go back to their families every day. Because of the heat, we work 2 shifts at night. The Vazzolos believe everybody's family is really important, and they thought that way long before Tony died. That's one of the many reasons they have the same great crew season after season. They even have a waiting list for people to work for them. They're really good people. Chester, do you have any idea what Tony was up to in that warehouse? No, Wayne asked me that too. I wished I did. Knowing Tony, it was going to be grand as long as he didn't have to run any equipment or use any tools. But he flat planned things out like nobody's business. I'm headed to the truck with the paint and the jig. You head to Old Blue. Close to 4:45, Chester pulled the truck near Mark and Old Blue. He made a timeout motion before Mark could start another hole. It's time to go. We can't leave anything out in the field or it'll be gone in the morning. Mark, I timed you. You can drill 1 complete hole in about 24 to 25 minutes, including getting it in position. Wayne will be happy to hear that. Oh, he said to eat in the mess hall tonight. Jean's cooking for those who spend the night, and you don't want to miss anything she cooks. I know that's for sure, but I thought everybody went home. No, these are some high school guys who live in the bunkhouse. Oh. Mark followed Chester back to the main barn and put Old Blue to sleep for the night with a full tank of gas. He would check the oil and everything else in the morning. After supper, Wayne and Mark went to the shop and made the remaining jigs and braces. Chester told me you can drill 1 hole in a little less than a half an hour. That's what he said. I didn't time it myself. How many think we can place in a day? Mr. V, I don't have a clue. It depends on how many people are helping and also how good they work. Those poles must be exactly the same height and very straight, or the integrity of the fence will suffer. The first truckload of post caps, clips, and clip-bending tools, pea gravel, and quick-setting concrete is coming tomorrow. It'll be at the store, be stored in Tony's Misfit toy shed. What do you think? 1 more day of hole drilling and then start putting the post up? I think that's good. If I can keep 1 day ahead on the holes, it ought to be safe for everybody. We'll get started about 6 in the morning. Okay, I'll set an alarm. The next morning, Mark checked everything on Old Blue and got it started. Wonder where the white truck is. Maybe it's already out there. He left the barn and drove down the side edge to the fence operation. Wow, those pickers are already out there and it's just barely daylight. I wonder what time they started. Oh, that's right. Chester said there are 2 shifts at night. These folks must be the second shift. When he got to the fence line, he saw Chester and 4 others. Good morning. These 2 are marking pink X's for you. He pointed to the 2 men who were working way past where the holes stopped. And these 2 are putting the exact amount of pea gravel in each hole. We had some pea gravel left over from another job, and I thought we would get started on the holes you dug yesterday. Okay. How do you know how much to put in the holes without the poles? Mark asked. Matter of simple mathematics. Remember the word problems like if you had a 12-inch diameter hole 6 inches deep, how much pea gravel would you need to fill it if it takes a certain amount of pea gravel to fill 1 cubic foot? Yes. Well, I posed a similar problem on the bus ride early this morning, and many of these guys came up with the same answer I did. So we took some buckets and marked how much we would need. Wow, you made your own pea gravel jig? Yep. Ready to dig? These guys here haven't caught up to you yet, and those guys are beyond you. They all know to stay 3 holes away when you start the drilling. I need to get back. I'll be back at the first break time. There's water on the trailer here. Get you a drink of water real often. You can dehydrate out here before you know it. These guys all speak English, so if you need something, any of them can help you. Thank you. Oh, Blue and I need to drill holes. Mark got the auger in the right position for the next hole. It does look like a cross instead of an X, just like my penny. A couple of hours later, Chester returned and signaled time. He drove on down and picked up the pink X guys. Everyone gathered under the shade of the truck and rested. Who wants to stay and guard everything while I get everybody else to the bathroom? One pink X guy raised his hand. I will. Mark and the other guys climbed into the truck. Soon they were back. After break time was over, Chester stood up. I'm taking your pink X guys with me. The first truckload of supplies just arrived. It's being unloaded now. We'll be back in a little while with the things we need for the first few posts and the lunches. We'll wrap it up before 2 when these guys and you get off work. At 2 o'clock? Yeah, it gets so hot in the afternoon, even at this time of year, that Wayne insists that no one works super long hours out in the fields. That's why we run several shifts, even during the night, and another reason folks like to work for Vizzolo Produce. Mark continued to drill holes, lining up the tip of the auger with the pink crosses. The pea gravel guys continued to pour an exact amount of pea gravel in each hole. They were catching up with him quickly, but stayed the 3-hole safety distance from the auger. Chester came back with a few poles, the second jig, enough braces for the holes, bags of fast-hardening concrete, and the other supplies. Wayne joined them, pulling a non-potable water trailer with him, bringing more crew members as well as a support person from the fence manufacturer. Just as he finished drilling another hole, Mark saw them coming. Time for you to rest, old Blue. He climbed down and greeted the newcomers. Everybody, get you a drink of water. Mark is going to show all of us how to put these babies in. Okay, Mark, it's showtime, Wayne explained. Everyone clapped and Chester teased, No pressure, Mark, no pressure at all. Mark did a courtesy bow as he started, making everyone laugh more, including Wayne. Basically, Mark explained, we put the skinny end of the pole in the hole, pack the gravel down around the pole, put the brace up, and level everything from every direction. Next, we put in 1 package of concrete, add a gallon of water, put in a second package of concrete, and add another gallon of water. Watching to see if everyone was listening carefully, Mark continued, The poles need to set at least overnight before we take the braces off, but we'll have to wait 3 or 4 days before we can attach the barbed wire. We need to have 1/4 of a mile ready to go before we put the wire up. We'll add a dome top on each hole with concrete to make sure any water rolls away from the pole. We'll also put the caps on the top of the post. We put them up so no water gets in there. Any questions? Yes. Why do we put the skinny end of the pole in the hole instead of the wide end? Asked one of the workers. That's a great question, one I myself have asked. It actually makes it sturdier with the shapes of the concrete when it dries. Any other questions? Yes, how do we know we have the poles the right distance on top of the pea gravel? We're going to mark them with a chalk line and use a jig to make sure they all line up together like soldiers. Any other questions? I have one, Eduardo said. Why can't we start the wire before 1/4 of a mile? Good question. Each roll of wire will do 1/4 of a mile. Hopefully we can finish 1 roll at a time and nobody steals a leftover partial roll. Thanks. They would too, mumbled a couple of the men. Soon Mark was showing them every step. Not counting Chester and Wayne and the fence support person, they had enough guys to do 4 poles at a time. Mark gave directions. He and Chester and Wayne and the support person inspected every 4-member crew's work before they went on to the next step. Only when Mark was certain everyone understood every step did he continue. He then had each crew member inspect everyone else's pole. Only when everybody agreed that they were ready did they start adding concrete. Then they rechecked the level of each of the holes. By the time the 4 poles were set hard enough to stop manually holding them up, it was almost 2 o'clock. Mark, I appreciate your taking a lot of time to teach everybody exactly how to do this. I believe they all understand. By the way, I just introduced my friend as Neil, but he's really the fence manufacturer's customer support guy. Mark, I could not have done a better job, Neil said as they shook hands.
Everything you taught was in the right sequence and using the correct method. Your jigs and braces are brilliant. We will be adding those things to our instructions. Who taught you how to do this? Thank you, sir. My dad and mom back on a little broken lace shoestring cattle ranch we had. Well, they did a fine job, young man. You make a really good teacher, too. Neil turned in Wayne's direction. Wayne, if your guys finish the rest of the fence this way, it should last for decades with only minor repairs. You have a very good fence guy here. Keep him or I'll steal him from you. So noted. Thanks for coming. I'll let you know when we can start with the wire. Wayne raised his voice and said, all right, everybody, load everything up. It's quitting time. Thank you all for working the fence assignment. You will be in on it for a pretty good while. We'll start at 6 in the morning. Everybody but Mark and you, Eduardo, will gather at Tony's Misfit Toy Shed. You two meet in the barn with Old Blue, and you can get started on the drilling. We'll bring tomorrow's supplies over with the crew and meet you here. Eduardo was waiting when Mark got to the barn. They checked the fluids and everything. Old Blue started right up, and the two men crowded together on the seat and made their way to the fence line. Drop me off here, Mark. I have to stay 3 holes away from you. I was there when Tony drove Old Blue with a different auger. Ugh. It was not a good day. Well, the rest of the crew will be here soon. If you need me, holler. Okay. Mark drove Old Blue down the fence roll and lined the auger up with the next pink cross. They really do look like crosses and not X's, he said to himself as he started the auger. Still reminds me of that cross penny I had left from the bus ticket. Mark and the fence crew worked until quitting time on Saturday. Chester and Wayne made their way down to bring the crew and supplies back. Thanks, guys. We'll see you Monday at 6, Wayne said. Eduardo climbed aboard and Mark drove Old Blue back to the barn. What did Mr. V mean we'll see you Monday? Mark asked. The Vazzolos believe you need a day of rest just like when God rested on the 7th day of creation, when his work was all done. Most of the guys go to church on Sundays, another reason we all like to work for them. Mark replied, I see. By the way, Eduardo, do you happen to know what Tony was up to in his warehouse? No, we've all wondered that, and after seeing what's in there besides fencing, we really do wonder. See you Monday. I gotta go. The bus is ready to leave. The next week, when it was time to actually start putting the barbed wire up, Neil came back and showed the fence crew how to use the clips and clip benders. Mark had only used staples and wooden posts. He watched, learned how, and did a couple. Wow, I can't believe how easy this is. So much better than pounding a staple into a wooden post or tree. I got to get back to drilling holes with Old Blue. He went back to the little tractor and the waiting pink X's. Talk about job security, he said to himself as he looked at the unfinished fence roll. It's so far I can't see the end in sight. He shook his head and lined up the auger with the next pink cross. That night he pulled out the penny with the cross on it, looked at it, tossed it on the table. He watched it roll around, dance a little, and come to rest flat on the table. Man, that penny's like a weapon, more powerful than a gun. Maybe it's not the penny at all, but who the cross on it represents. Wayne met Mark back at the barn. Mark, we would like for you to go to church with us tomorrow if you want to. No thanks, Mr. V. Maybe another time. I think I just want to rest and maybe do a little shopping this afternoon. If I could borrow the white truck. Sure, here's the keys. As he tossed Mark the keys, he continued, Jean insists that you come over for lunch tomorrow. We eat about 1:30 on Sundays. Thank you. Tell Mrs. V I'll be there. One more thing, Mark. What's that, Mr. V? The high school's having a home game tonight at 7. That's about the only entertainment in this area. There's 3 younger guys in the bunkhouse over this weekend. They call themselves the Amigos. You saw them the other night when Jean cooked supper in the mess hall. Would you possibly want to go to the game and take them too? I'll pay for it and for food. Then swing by the bus station after the game. They'll know where it is and exactly what to do. Sure, I would like that very much. As Wayne handed him a $20 bill, he warned, Mark, if you're going shopping, you need to get going pretty quick. The stores close early on football night. Okay, thanks. Mark quickly cleaned up and left. Not many stores in the area, he said to himself.
I really just need a few groceries and laundry soap. I'm looking forward to going to the game. Even though I'm really tired at night, it's hard not to be lonely. And when I think about Gwen and Rusty, I really didn't mean it. I hope he's okay and that they're happy together. I miss both of them very much, but I still can't believe he stole the love of my life. I don't remember seeing that place before. Sunny Hills Nursing Home. It's bright and cheerful. Wow. And so is their station wagon. That's bright yellow with their name painted on the side. But then I haven't been past the tractor place either. He drove around a little more just to explore where things were and got the lay of the land. He found a small library, the bus station, and the high school. Oh, I better get to the grocery store before it closes. As he made his way to the only grocery store in the area, he saw the same yellow station wagon leaving the loading dock on the side of the building. Well, I see that the nursing home is picking up supplies too. He was the last customer in the store. The manager locked the door right behind him. Don't take too long. We have a ball game tonight. Thanks for letting me in. I won't be long at all. I'm going to the game too.
Mr. V wasn't kidding, Mark said as he gathered a few items in his basket and quickly checked out. Once back to his apartment, he made a green-eyed monster for supper and turned on the small TV and waited for time to go get the guys and go to the game. When it was time to go, Mark walked over to the bunkhouse and asked, "Hey, you guys ready?" "Yes, and we really need to win this one," Parker answered. "Thanks for taking us. Wayne told us that you would be driving us tonight. We'd like to watch our team play. Do you know where the school is?" Eli asked. "I think so, but make sure I don't miss it," Mark answered. Mark listened to chatter about algebra class and the pretty girl in English class and the projects in welding shop. "So you guys are all in high school?" "Oh, yeah. We're all 18, aged out of the system, and are going to graduate this year," Jaden answered. "We work for Rizzolo Produce on Saturdays and school holidays. Wayne and Jean take care of us and tell us we need to just be kids our senior year in high school. They make sure we go to the activities at school and church. We thank God for both of them every day. They really are our family," Jaden volunteered. After the game, the four piled back in the truck. "Don't forget to swing by the bus station," Parker said. "Okay. What's with that?" Mark asked. "Well, that's where we all showed up except when the Vizzolos found us," Eli answered. "I am so confused." The three amigos laughed. "Well, they didn't find us under a cabbage patch," Parker said. The three laughed. "Although they could have, because they do grow cabbage at Vizzolo Produce," Parker added. "We were in foster care. The only thing we did wrong was turn 18. Our foster families didn't get paid anymore, so they put us on a bus with a one-way ticket. I had all my belongings in a black garbage bag," Jaden continued. "One by one, we ended up here. We had no money, no place to sleep, no food to eat, no chance of finishing high school, and no chance to learn a skill to make a decent life either," Parker said. "What?" Mark asked. "Yeah," Eli said, "but we had a great chance of getting into drugs, alcohol, crime, and sex slavery just to survive." "Hey, there's the bus station, Mark." "Thanks, Jaden." Mark turned into the parking lot of the bus station. The guys jumped out and looked around to see if there were any other kids hiding in the shadows or leaning up against the building. The yellow nursing home station wagon pulled in on the far side of the parking lot. The three kids waved at the driver and shook their heads no as they scrambled back in the truck. The station wagon driver backed out and left. "Good, no one's here tonight," Parker said. "It's always a good night when there's no one here." "What's the nursing home doing here?" Mark asked. "Oh, they take the girls and we take the guys," Eli answered. "Sometime Wayne gets a call from the ticket agent that a kid has landed, but he likes to check right after the last bus runs every night, just after the station is closed." "The Vizzolos check every night?" Stunned, Mark asked. "Either they do or they send someone down here. Kids don't just show up on Saturdays. I came on a Tuesday," Parker explained. "Then let's go home." Mark started the white truck and drove the short distance back to Vizzolo Produce. He let the guys off at the bunkhouse and decided he would drive the fence line before he went to bed. As he rounded the end corner of the main road, he saw several folks jumping back in their cars with sacks full of produce. They screeched their tires and waited until they were past him before they turned on their lights. "Wow, this fence is so important," Mark said to himself. Mark went back and grabbed an old garbage can lid and a stick from the barn and drove back to the fence line. Once he got there, he turned his lights off and waited outside the truck, hidden from view. He didn't have to wait long before two other cars showed up and parked. Mark waited until they were inside the field. "Get out of here, thieves!" He jumped up, hollered, and banged the garbage can lid with a stick all at the same time. They dropped the produce and raced back to the vehicles as he turned on his headlights. They quickly left, and he went over and picked up the produce and put it in the truck. He moved the truck down a ways, turned off the motor, and waited, again outside of the truck and hidden from view. He didn't have to wait very long. After the fourth or fifth group, he noticed it was 2 a.m. and no other vehicles came. I guess the stealing time is over for tonight. The Vizzolos really are losing an awful lot of money on stolen produce. Mark made one final sweep around the surveyor stakes and headed back to his apartment. "I can't wait for lunch tomorrow so I can tell the Vizzolos." At lunchtime the next day, Mark showed Wayne and Jean the produce. They were not surprised. "Shoot, one guy was going to steal the truck. He thought it was for the taking. I think he wet his pants when I barked like a big dog and grabbed his leg." Wayne laughed and slapped his leg. "Serves him right." Tony was right. "That fence has to go up, and we should have done it a long time ago," Jean declared. The fence crew and Mark worked on it in sync for several weeks. With every pink X, Mark said, "That really does look like a cross." He took the teens to the home games and made the nights run by the bus stations afterwards. After getting the kids to the bunkhouse, he rounded up the garbage can, lead, and stick and went out to the fence line. On one bus station run, they found a very frightened and sobbing set of twins, a boy and a girl. "You're safe now," Eli assured the girl. "You go with the nursed-at-home car, and your brother will come with us to Vizzolo Produce. You'll see each other tomorrow, I promise. We aged out of the system, too. You will have a safe place to sleep and plenty of food and clothes. Here's a Vizzolo Produce business card, so you know exactly where your brother is." She reluctantly got into the yellow station wagon as her brother got into the white truck, clutching a bright yellow business card from Sunny Hills Nursing Home. Mark wept as he saw them look at each other. "Mark, we have to stop at the main house tonight," Parker said. "Yes, we do," Mark replied. There was none of the normal chattering on the way back to Vizzolo Produce. None. Just some words of reassurance that everything was going to be okay, and promising the boy that he would see his sister tomorrow morning. The three amigos told their stories as Mark drove in silence back to the Vizzolo house. Jean and Wayne were both up. "Tell us your story," Jean encouraged the young man as she fixed him a sandwich. The young man sobbed as he told their story. "Mark, why don't you take my car tomorrow and go spend the day with your mom? We won't be at church in the morning as we will work on putting these two back together." Jean got up and got her keys and handed them to Mark. "Thank you. I know that would make Mama and me both happy. And don't be your usual Saturday night guard dog tonight. Get some sleep," Wayne added. "Yes, sir. Thank you." Mark stopped at the payphone in the laundry area before he went to his apartment. "Hey, Mom, it's me, Mark." Mark fixed his green-eyed monster for breakfast, threw his basket of dirty clothes in the trunk of Jean's car, and pulled out about the same time he normally would show up to meet Eduardo to start digging post holes. Wow, they weren't kidding about getting those twins back together this morning, he said to himself as he watched the end of the yellow nursing home station wagon turn into Vizzolo's driveway and disappear behind the bushes next to the back door. "I wonder what's going to happen to them. If it was just the guy, I'm pretty certain he would live in the bunkhouse with the others, but his sister makes it a totally different story. My heart sure goes out to both of them." When he turned in the drive at home, he parked next to his mom's car. He immediately went next door and knocked. "Mrs. Bell? Mrs. Bell, it's me, Mark." "I see that." She hugged him and laughed. "I promise I won't call the cops on you today. That's why I came over here first. I'll see you later." "Okay, dear." Mark grabbed his dirty laundry out of the trunk and went inside. "Wow, Mom, what you got cooking? It smells great." "I put some soup in the crock pot early this morning. It'll be ready when we get home. I'm glad you said you would go to church with me this morning. I'm not working any Saturdays or Sundays anymore and no overtime, so I'm able to go back to my country church. I missed you, and Mrs. V told me to take her car and come spend the day with you, so here I am." "Have you been to church at all since you left?" "No, I've been the Saturday all-night guard dog, catching and scaring off thieves." "I see. Who does it the other 6 nights a week?" "No one. I can't do it and be at work and run old Blue safely at 6 in the morning." "I'm glad you don't try. Let's go." They caught up on the 30-minute drive to the country church where he grew up. It was familiar, yet, oddly, when he first walked inside, he felt like a visitor. They sat on the same pew he had known so many years ago, but there was a different pastor. Before the singing started, the pastor came down to that pew, but at the other end, and whispered something that he had written down to the person at the other end. He then came to the end of the pew where Mark sat and asked him to write whatever was told to him, and he would ask for it later. The first person then whispered something to the next person. By the time the message got down the pew to Mark, the singing had started. His mom whispered in his ear, and he wrote down on the piece of paper the pastor gave him what she said, although it didn't make much sense to him. A few more songs and an opening prayer later, the pastor started his message. Today's message is what you don't know that you think you do. My grandfather taught me when I was a little boy that a half-truth was nothing but a whole lie. I started this morning by whispering something in one person's ear. Actually, I read it from this piece of paper, and I will read it to you. I like green olives with my eggs. Mark, you wrote down what you heard, and I know we were singing and the piano and organ were playing way before it got to you. What did you write down, Mark? Well, it sure wasn't about green olives and eggs. He unfolded his piece of paper and read, "Green elephants wear pajamas." Everyone laughed. "They do?" the pastor asked as he laughed. "This is a real good example of how we think we know something we really don't know." Well, the color green was right, but the rest was not. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Our scripture today is actually a really strange passage. It's from 2 Samuel chapter 18, verse 29. Let me read it to you. "And the king said, 'Is the young man Absalom safe?' And Ahisamach answered, 'When Joab sent the king's servant and me, thy servant, I saw a great tumult, but I know not what it was.'" Now let's turn to Proverbs chapter 18, verse 13. "He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him." And one more in John chapter 7, verse 51. "Doth our law judge any man before it hear him and know what he doeth?" We have a man who ran to give the king important information. He was a really fast runner, but he only had part of the truth, not the whole truth, so help you God. We have words of wisdom telling us it's folly and shame to jump to conclusions before we even know all the details. We have Nicodemus asking a very important legal question to a group of legal experts about hearing the matter out, getting all the facts, not just bits and pieces like green elephants wearing pajamas. Everyone laughed again. The other day, I had to go into the city, and I saw a young man park in a handicapped parking spot. He put up his handicap tag as he got out. I watched him. He didn't look handicapped to me at all. I got mad even though I had a parking place and have no need for a handicapped space. Somebody who really is handicapped needs to be in that spot, not someone as healthy as he is. I fumed, ranted, and raved, and even hollered until my wife calmly mentioned to me, "Honey, do you see where he's going?" She pointed to the cardiac surgeon's office as the nurse met him at the door with a wheelchair, which he dropped in, more like fell in. I was so ashamed. My assumption about this young man was wrong, and it made me ashamed. It revealed way more about what's going on inside my heart than it possibly could about what's going on in his physical heart. "It smells even better than when I first got here," Mark said as they came in the kitchen door from church. "Well, let me change clothes and I'll make a pan of cornbread to go with it. Hope you don't mind, but I invited Mrs. Bell to eat lunch with us." "Not at all. I will enjoy the company of both of you. I'm putting on my load of dirty clothes." "Well, dear, how did you like your mom's soup?" Mrs. Bell asked after lunch. "Better than I remember the last time I ate soup, even soup you made, Mama." The two ladies laughed. "You think I should show him the soup jar?" "I think so, dear." "What soup jar?" Mark asked. "Remember when Wayne and Jean loaded up my car with veggies when I took you over there?" "Yes, I don't think Mrs. V could have put one more ugly carrot in the car without it exploding." "Well, I asked Mrs. Bell to help me, and she had an awesome idea." Beth handed Mark a jar of dried soup mix. "We dried everything like her Grandma Maud used to do, and we put it in jars. It will last a very long time and not take up as much room on shelves and none in the freezer. You can take that one to Jean." "Here, let me fancy it up a bit." Mrs. Bell took the jar and fumbled in her pocket for a brightly colored circle of cloth she'd cut with her pinking shears. She took the ring off the jar, put the material on the top of the lid, and replaced the ring. "There, doesn't that look pretty?" "Yes, it does. So y'all dried all the veggies and now have some delicious soup?" "I just added some beef tips to it and, of course, made the cornbread to go with it. Here's a copy of the directions inside this thank you note. Please give that to Jean, too." After lunch, Mrs. Bell went home. Mark and his mom talked and played a new card game, Bat, and then folded Mark's laundry. "Oh, before you go back, look at what I have in my room. I just picked it up yesterday." She led the way to her bedroom. There, hanging next to the window inside a big frame was his ragged yellow T-shirt. "I had it mounted." "You had it mounted?" Mark exclaimed. "I think it's lovely. I know you told me you wanted to do it, holes and all. Well, Mama, I need to be getting back. I go to work real early. It's been a great day with you. Here, take most of the soup back with you and share it with Wayne and Jean. I've got it in the ice chest so it will stay cold, along with some cornbread." They loaded the car together. "And one more thing. Could you get an inventory of every piece of equipment in Tony's Misfit toy shed for me?" "I'm pretty sure I can do that, and I won't even ask why. I'm going to try to come back and spend your birthday with you. I love you, Mama. See you later." 3 hours and a piece of cold cornbread later, Mark pulled into his apartment driveway and unloaded his laundry. He drove Jean's car back to their back door. "Hey, Mrs. V, thanks so much for the use of your car. I left it full of gas for you," he said as he handed her the keys. "You're welcome." She took the keys. "I was about to pull some sandwich fixings out. Would you like one?" "Oh, Mama sent you something that we can all share. Leave the sandwiches for another time." Mark brought the ice chest inside and pulled out the plastic container of beef soup and the aluminum foil wrapped cornbread. "Mama calls it soup, but it's really thick enough to be beef stew. I think you both will really like it." "That was delicious," Wayne said. "Way better than that fried bologna sandwich I was about to eat." "It really was good," Jean agreed. "And here's what she made it with, and a card for you, Mrs. V." Wayne and Jean looked with a great deal of interest at the fancy jar of dried veggie soup mix. "Remember how you loaded up Mama's car with ugly veggies? She and our landlord, Mrs. Bell, dried all of them and put them in canning jars. Mrs. Bell fancied up one jar with fabric. By the way, Mr. V, is it okay if I take an inventory of the equipment out in Tony's shed? Mama asked for it, but I don't know why." "Sure. You know where the key is. Turn on the fans out there. You can start tomorrow afternoon." "Mama's birthday is October the 20th, and she's taking off work that day. Can I—" "Absolutely, and you can take my car to go see her," Jean interrupted. "That's the weekend of our Fall Ministry Women's Extravaganza out in the mess hall. You will need to get her something nice." "No, Mark, you can't go." Wayne solemnly shook his head. Surprised, Jean and Mark both looked at him. "We will invite your mother here for that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the extravaganza, and we will treat her like the queen she is. But you still need to get her something nice." "Where's Chester?" Mark asked Eduardo at the first break on Monday. Eduardo smiled. "Didn't you hear? They had twins over the weekend." "I didn't know they were even expecting. Boys, girls, what?" "They didn't know they were expecting either. A boy and a girl. They're getting what they need today so they can enroll them in school tomorrow." "You mean Chester and Carrie took the teens?" "Yes, Mark. I had you going for a minute, didn't I?" Eduardo laughed. "Yep, you got me all right. I'm glad for all four of them. It'll be great. Well, I guess I need to start old Blue up again. These holes aren't going to drill themselves, he said as he climbed back up on the tractor. Those really are not pink X's. They are crosses, he said to himself as he lined up the auger with the next pink cross. Shortly after 2 in the afternoon, he found the key to Tony's Misfit Toy Shed. With a clipboard, paper, and pen in hand, he started writing the inventory list. I really think Tony made one of these somewhere, maybe in his room. But, Mama, this one's for you. He finished the whole thing in time to clean up for supper in the mess hall. Tuesday morning, he wrote a quick note to his mom, addressed the envelope, licked the 15-cent stamp, and shoved the envelope with its precious cargo in the mailbox. He saluted it as he raised the flag. When Mama gets this inventory list, it'll be just like her to figure out Tony's puzzle. He turned and walked back to Old Blue. The next 2 weeks went by quickly. Ever so often, Mark got a glimpse of the yellow station wagon with Sunny Hills Nursing Home turning into the side road leading up to the building and the Vizolo's house. Maybe they're helping with Mrs. V's ladies' thing. I don't know, he told Old Blue. Mama showed up Friday morning. Jean welcomed her into their spare bedroom. Let's go get Mark to help us, and that way you can spend more time with him, Jean suggested. That would be great, Beth agreed. Jean grabbed the keys and drove out into the dirt road inside the property line around the new fence line. She motioned time out to Mark, and he stopped Old Blue from drilling, pulled the auger up a little, and turned off the engine. Hey, Mama and Mrs. V. He jumped down and hugged his mom. What are you guys doing out here? We're recruiting you to help us decorate the mess hall, Jean answered. Well, let me put Old Blue down for today, and I'll be right there, replied Mark. As soon as he parked Old Blue, he sprinted past the mess hall onto his apartment and grabbed a small gift-wrap package. Then he raced back to the mess hall. Before you put me to work, Mrs. V, I want to give Mama her birthday present, and I know your birthday's tomorrow, Mama, but thought you might like this for tonight, Mark said as he handed the gift to Beth. Wow, this is a surprise, exclaimed Beth. Go ahead, Mama, open it. Yes, Beth, let's see what he got for his birthday, Mama, encouraged Jean. This is gorgeous, Beth exclaimed as she saw the diamond-studded cross necklace inside. Do you like it, Mama? I had it made especially for you. Mark, I like it, I love it, I love you, and I like you. She hugged him and then carefully took the necklace out of the box and put it on. Son, I will enjoy wearing this so much. Thank you. She hugged his neck again. Mark, I have something for you, too. I know it's not your birthday, but you did turn 20 while you were in the Philippines, so consider this a belated birthday gift. Beth handed him the heavy package sitting on the table. Let's see what she gave you, Mark, Jean said. This is a surprise, too. Mark opened the package to find 2 cassette tapes and a cassette recorder player. It had batteries but could also be plugged into the wall outlet. Our pastor started recording his sermons some time back. I knew you really liked the one you've heard. I asked him to make a copy of that one sermon. Plus, he also did one from last Sunday. We'll go pick out some music tapes maybe tomorrow after the retreat, Jean explained. Oh, Mama, this is incredible. I love it. Mark hugged his mom. Let's get to work. Jean grabbed the banner and handed it to Mark. I want this here, Mr. Long Legs and Arms. Okay. They promptly got busy setting every table and chair on its own spot, decorating the tables, and making everything ready for the next 48 guests Jean was expecting. The non-essential pickers had already cleaned and polished the 6 apartments. Each had a bathroom, small kitchen, and beds to sleep 8 people. Floors were mopped, beds were made, bathrooms scrubbed, and a flower arrangement made of colorful produce graced each kitchen table. Welcome packages were placed on each bed along with towels and washcloths. That evening, before the first car of many arrived, Mark hugged his mom, took a carry-out box of food and his tape player and tapes back to his apartment across the street next to Tony's Misfit Toy Shed. Jean and Beth went back to the house, cleaned up, and prepared to greet each lady. The 3 high schoolers unloaded each lady's luggage into her assigned apartment. Eduardo parked the cars valet style in the parking lot by Tony's Misfit Toy Shed. 66. Ladies, welcome to our annual Fall Ministry Women's Extravaganza. Our theme this year is, when you buy Vizolo produce, you get. It's a blatant advertisement, I know, for our produce, but I think you will understand our why by the time you leave tomorrow afternoon. And yes, as some of you have asked, we will tour the fields in the morning after breakfast.
We placed our agenda in your packets and on this board. As most of you know, our son, Tony, and several other young men lost their lives in a tragic mudslide while drilling water wells and sharing the gospel of Jesus in a pretty remote place in the Philippines. This was his tool belt, she shared as she pointed to the front of the podium where Tony's tool belt hung inside a wreath of greenery, brightly colored vegetables. She stopped and composed herself. When you buy Vizzolo produce, not only do you get really fresh and great-tasting produce, I told you it was blatant and shameless, and it is, but when you buy Vizzolo produce, you also help provide clean water for people in faraway places and a chance for them to take a deep drink of the living water, Jesus Christ. When you buy Vizzolo produce, you help support a Mexican mission across the border where boys and girls and moms and dads hear that Jesus loves them. You will meet some of these a little later. When you buy Vizzolo produce, you help rescue children, young adults really, whose only crime was to turn 18 and to age out of the foster care system. About 1 out of every 5 of these teens becomes immediately homeless, subject to alcohol abuse, drug addiction, crime, and the horrors of sex slavery. Many never graduate from high school, much less get job training or a college education. You will meet several of these young people and see how their lives have changed because of you. Our family, the Vizzolos, believe we are just as called by God to do what we do as you are as a pastor's wife or youth director's wife or women's ministry director or whatever position you hold or don't hold. Our verse for this retreat is, whether therefore you eat or drink or whatsoever you do all to the glory of God, from 1 Corinthians 10:31. With that said, let's give thanks and enjoy our evening meal. Father, we thank you for all these ladies and what they do to honor you. We thank you for this time of refreshing and coming apart and this food you have provided. In Jesus' name, amen, ladies. Please help yourself. Jean moved away from the podium. Wow, you're really good at this, Beth complimented Jean as the other ladies got up to go through the line, cafeteria style. After the meal was over, Jean introduced the kitchen staff and asked them to share their stories. Every one of them said how finding Christ at the mission on the other side of the border changed their lives completely. Some speculated as to what their lives would look like without the mission and knowing Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. Ladies, we will have breakfast at 7 in the morning and tour the fields at 8. Good night. You are dismissed to your apartments for a good night's sleep, Jean announced as she then made her way with Beth to the kitchen. Bless my workers' hearts, this kitchen is just like them, absolutely spotless. Let's go to the house. Beth. Wayne is waiting for us and wants to hear what you told me earlier today. The next morning. Good morning, ladies. Looks like everyone is here. Our kitchen crew has made an incredible breakfast. Any produce that was used was actually picked during the night. Because of the heat of the day, even in October, we have our pickers work mostly at night and early morning. Our daytime workers pack and ship. The trucks leave for various distribution facilities as soon as they are loaded. The trucks that deliver Monday through Friday mornings locally start delivering before 6 in the morning. I told you all that because it goes along with our theme. Jean pointed to the banner. Here, say it with me. When you buy Vizzolo produce, you get decent working conditions for people made in God's image just like you and me. Remember our verse? Let's read it together. Ready? Read. Whether therefore you eat or drink or whatsoever you do all to the glory of God, from 1 Corinthians 10:31. Before we pray, I would like a special lady who has become my dear friend to come up, and we will sing happy birthday to her. Are there any other birthdays from yesterday or today? Come on up and join Beth Tompkins. After we eat, Beth will be reading a letter written by her son about our son, Tony. Here, we have happy birthday crowns for all of our special birthday girls. Put them on, and we expect you to wear them the rest of the retreat, especially on our field trip. These crowns hold very special powers. Thank you. Ready, sing. Thank you, ladies. You may return to your tables. Wow, what a beautiful choir. Let's sing another song you won't be singing for supper, but you will be singing for your breakfast. Everyone laughed. Let's sing Amazing Grace. The words, if you need them, although most of you probably don't, are written out on the chalkboard right here. Ready, sing. We have sung ourselves right into the very presence of God. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just come with thanksgiving in our hearts and worship on our tongues. Thank you for your amazing grace and for providing our breakfast. Help us each to hear your voice today and be quick to obey. In Jesus' name, amen. If you are wearing a birthday crown, please go first in line. Today is your special day. I don't see any more crowns. Okay, good. All right, girls, let's eat. Jean moved away from the podium. She again was the last in line. As the ladies finished breakfast, Beth stepped up to the podium. Thank you, Jean, and thank you, everyone, for singing to me and the other birthday girls. And thank you, kitchen folks, for that tremendous breakfast. Let's give them a standing ovation. Everyone stood, clapped, and cheered. My name is Beth Tompkins. My son only knew Tony for a little while. When Jean asked my son to speak today, his reply was, "To a group of ladies? No way." While she could not persuade him to speak, he agreed to write this letter, and Jean asked me to read it. After all, not only do we want to honor the Lord, we want to honor the memory of her beloved son, Tony. You have to understand, I received the same letter the Vazzolos and several of the other families received about their sons. Those letters informed us that our sons were all tragically lost. It told us they died in a remote area of the Philippines during a mudslide on a very stormy night on a steep hillside overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Imagine my shock when my son showed up to my house months later, hungry and wearing tattered clothes. It surprised our neighbor so much that she even called the cops on him for breakfast for breaking and entering, even though he used his own key. Here's the shirt he was wearing. Beth held up the framed yellow tattered T-shirt with Mark's name on it. There was a gasp from one of the ladies and an audible, "He's alive?" She put her hand over her mouth and sobbed. Jean immediately got up and went over to the young pregnant lady who drove the yellow station wagon from Sunny Hills Nursing Home and put her arms around her. Beth hesitated as everyone pondered about the commotion. "Please continue, Beth. She will be okay," Jean nodded. The young woman clung tightly to Jean, but lifted her head up as Beth put the framed T-shirt down and picked up the letter. Dear Mrs. V and all the ladies, my mom was shocked when I showed up months after I had been declared dead, and you, Mrs. V, were shocked when I called and showed up to give you back Tony's tool belt, which was, as you know, he never could figure out how to use, and he wouldn't let any of us use it either, except the night that made me wonder not how I survived, but why I survived. We had a late knock on the door asking for help in wrangling some stray cows and the Toro, the bull, back into our sponsoring pastor's tiny field. The team had just been given some barbed wire and the fencing supplies to help keep his Bacchus, our cows, and so he didn't have to spend so much time chasing them. Just before I left with the pastor's little girl and the tow sled holding the barbed wire and supplies, Tony handed me his tool belt and told me to guard it with my life. How I wished I had told the whole team, including Tony, to get up and help, but I didn't. I told them to go back to sleep. I used that tool belt there and in posting the signs the next couple of days that the hillside was now unsafe and not to enter because of the mudslides. I used it on all the remaining wells that were drilled after that horrible stormy night. It quickly became very precious to me, but I know it belonged back here, much used, in the hands of Tony's parents. By this time, all the ladies were wiping their tears and grabbing napkins for tissues. Beth continued. On the 2 wells that the team drilled before that horrible night, Tony organized everything. I don't know how he did it, but he managed to swap the things for other things with the folks in the community. One thing that he managed to get for all of us after the second well was a soda apiece. Believe me, he was our hero. Sodas were really hard to come by there. Everyone laughed, including the very shaken young lady. While the rest of the team drilled water wells, Tony taught folks in those 2 communities best practices on gardening. He even managed to start a seed swap between the villages, which he said would make for better gardens in the long haul. He taught about rotating crops, terracing the rows, and other things that I have no idea what they were nor how significant they really were. I do know this: in those villages when I left, which now seems like an eternity ago, the gardens were much better and they had more vegetables, even though I still have no idea what some of those vegetables were. The local folks continued to teach what he taught in the remaining communities. I know that everyone who came in contact with this great, brilliant man, Tony Fazzolo, had their lives changed forever, even if at the time they didn't realize it. Even mine. Thank you, Tony, for everything, including that wonderful soda on that very hot day. And thank you, Tony, for the use of your tool belt. I did guard it with my life, and it helped so many people in so many ways, in so many places. Sincerely, Mark N. Tompkins. Thank you. Now, while you are standing, let's take a short break and then get on the bus right outside the door. I was told to tell you that the birthday girls get to sit on the front seat, so make sure you wear your crowns. You are dismissed. Jean, as usual, was the last one on the bus. You try to say that a few times. Are our birthday girls all up here? She asked as she climbed up the bus steps. Great. I see all three crowns. We have a Fazzolo tradition here. The birthday person gets to pick out what they want for lunch. We're going to take that a little further today. Some of our pickers have picked all night and have already gone home. Every day we have what we call ugly produce. The only thing wrong is that the veggies are shaped funny, and that's what we used to cook with at home and in the mess hall. So today our birthday girls are going to pick from the ugly produce what our kitchen crew is going to fix for lunch. At least we are not going to make you go out in the field and literally pick what you want for lunch, or have you cook it, or expect you to clean up the dishes. Most everyone grinned and giggled like a bunch of junior high girls. By the way, our driver's Chester. Chester's been around Fazzolo produce for many years. Onward, driver. Take us to the ugly produce. She patted Chester on the shoulder. As she moved to sit down next to Beth on the front seat behind the driver, she noticed the one person who chose to sit alone at the very back of the bus. The driver of Sunny Hills Nursing Home station wagon sat all by herself, just looking out the window. Yes, ma'am, Chester chuckled as he stood to bow down and sweep his hat off to the Queen. Your every wish is my command. There were more giggles, although none from the back seat. Then I wish to see ugly produce. Jane waved her hand as if she held a queen's scepter. Ugly produce? It is. Chester started the bus and drove over to the shipping area. Ladies, we are starting our field trip totally in backwards order. This building is our shipping facility. This is where the trucks are loaded and the produce leaves Fazzolo produce. Come on inside and let's observe it in action. We'll also see what the birthday girls choose for our lunch. The ladies watched as cases of produce were loaded on refrigerated trucks and from portable conveyor belts and by quickly moving workers. When they saw Jean and the ladies, they all smiled and waved, yet continued their jobs. Birthday girls, front and center. Move faster. You didn't get that old and slow overnight. Jean beckoned. Girls, the question everyone has on their minds, even though our tummies are full right now, is what's going to be for lunch? One birthday girl chose odd-shaped yellow squash and zucchini squash. One found delight at the funny-looking beets and tomatoes. I see you with the beets. You want to challenge our kitchen staff. We'll see if they've got you covered or not. Jean had a very serious look on her face and rubbed her chin. We'll soon find out. Beth was amazed at the amount of ugly produce left from just one night's picking. She smiled at the thought of rescuing all of that ugly produce as she picked sweet potatoes, red bell peppers, and onions. Eduardo, Jean spoke to one of the men working in shipping, would you please take these veggies over to the kitchen, and when you finish, take the Finch crew to the bunkhouse bathrooms and then on over to the picnic tables. We deliberately made enough breakfast casseroles to feed everybody for today. They will just need to eat in shifts. Let Mark drive you back so you can be the guard dog during this early lunch. Yes, ma'am. No problem. By the way, breakfast was really good. These guys are going to love it. He smiled and nodded his head and loaded the boxes into the back of the white truck. "Head 'em up, move 'em out, driver. Take us around the fields out by the new fence row next," instructed Jean as she turned and faced the group. "Ladies, in our final phone conversation with Tony, while his team was still in the States in training, he told us to build a big fence to keep people from shopping from the road, as he called it. We were honoring that request and putting up Tony's fence. We have a great fence crew headed up by Beth's son, Mark." As she continued, Jean saw the pregnant young lady on the back seat perk up and listen intently. "Hopefully by the first of the year or soon thereafter they will be finished with this much-needed and money-saving fence. Actually, all of the fence crew, but Mark, already have jobs waiting with the barbed wire manufacturers and installers when they complete this fence. The CEO owner is so impressed with the whole crew and all of their work. Wayne and I are delighted Mark wants to stay here, even though the fence manufacturer wanted him first." Beth turned around and looked at the fence. "I just have to say it. When you buy Vizzolo produce, you get on-the-job training for young men with no skills who will one day be able to support their future families, and it won't be with drug money either." "Sorry, I couldn't resist." Jean sat down and whispered to Beth, "How does that girl know Mark?" "I'm wondering that myself," Beth whispered back. She really perked up when you mentioned his name again. The ladies toured the fields and the remainder of Vizzolo produce for the next hour or so. "Ladies, when we get off the bus, we will have about a 15-minute break and then meet back in the mess hall. The pastor's wife from the Mexican mission is going to speak from her ministry heart to your ministry heart. After lunch, you're going to get to meet some of the kids who have aged out of the foster care system, because when you buy Vizzolo produce, you change the lives of precious folks whom others might consider as worthless throwaway kids. Now we have Liliana, the pastor's wife from the Mexican mission across the border." At the end, Liliana's presentation, she said, "So ladies, in conclusion, you can't minister a cup of water from an empty glass. Thank you." All the ladies stood up and clapped as Jean stepped back up to the microphones. "Thank you, Liliana. You have ministered to my heart today, and I hope you have ministered and I hope everyone else who heard your ministry message. You are right. We must not forget to glorify our Heavenly Father and spend time with Him as we minister to others. We simply cannot get so caught up in ministering to others we neglect God's ministry to us. Girls, the verdict is about to come in. I have just been handed the menu for lunch. Oh my, I do hope we like what our birthday girls picked out." "Which birthday queen picked sweet potatoes, red bell peppers, and onions? Come on up, Beth." Jean motioned for Beth to join her. "Who picked yellow squash and zucchini squash? Please join Beth. Now for the challenge one. Who chose beets and tomatoes? Come on up, birthday girl." If I counted right, we had 7 vegetables picked out by our 3 birthday girls. And we added one more for the main dish, which is broccoli, cheese-stuffed meatloaf, which I knew in advance we were going to have. Drum roll, please. Our first dish is zucchini and yellow squash au gratin. Oh, by the way, there's plenty for everyone to try each of the dishes if you want to do so. Our second dish is tomato cobbler topped with cheesy biscuits. It has tomatoes, red peppers, onion, garlic, and cheese inside the delicious biscuit topping. Our third side dish is autumn tian, made with beets, sweet potatoes, and tomatoes. And of course, birthday cake and ice cream. Let us pray. Lord, Abba Father, Abba Daddy, we come with thanksgiving for everyone here, and especially for our 3 birthday girls. Let this be a birthday they remember forever. Thank you for the food and the wonderful kitchen crew you have sent us. In Jesus' name, amen. Birthday girls, you go first and be sure to try the dish or dishes that contain anything you picked out. Okay? Everybody else, get in line, please. Chester soon brought his plate and joined Jean, Beth, and the other 2 birthday ladies at their table with his lunch. When everyone had finished eating, Chester stood and made his way to the podium. "Well, ladies and you birthday girls, that was delicious. Let's thank our tremendous kitchen crew." Everyone stood and clapped as Chester waved his arm toward the kitchen crew. It was one thing to be the driver of your bus, but I really felt outnumbered in this henhouse. I understand why big old Mark wrote out his words for his mama to read them. Before I tell you what you get when you buy Vizzolo produce, I want to let you know that all the dishes from last night, this morning, and for lunch today were ones Jean created, except for the cake, which happens to be something from the kitchen of our birthday girl, Beth. How many of you think Jean Vizzolo ought to write a cookbook? Chester waited for the cheering and clapping to subside before he continued, "Oh, good. There's some more fellas. Whew. Thanks, guys, for showing up. Now I don't feel so alone in this crowd of women." Everyone turned to look and then laughed. "Jean told you I had been around for a number of years, and I have. I guess I never got the memo that Vizzolo produce was just temporary and for helping 18-year-old kids transition to adulthood and then leave the nest. Either that or I'm not yet an adult and able to leave the nest on my own." The ladies all laughed again. "I will never forget that night I came here. It was on the last bus run from the city, and I was the last person on that bus. The driver warned me not to go with just anybody, but to wait for a couple in a white pickup truck with a little boy. Wayne and Jean Vizzolo drove up in that dingy, dark bus station parking lot and insisted I get in their brand new white truck. Yep, the same old beat-up truck you've seen all over the place today. Already a couple of other people tried to coerce me to go with them. Not a great idea considering the drugs and alcohol I saw, plus the scanty-clad girl passed out in the back seat. When the white truck pulled up, the driver and the other vehicle sped off, screeching tires. You might be asking, what business did I have being there? My answer? None. Absolutely none. Except I had turned 18 that day. I had been born to a family rightfully charged with abuse and neglect, and then was placed in foster care when I was little. My siblings went to different homes, and I have never seen them to this day. One day there might be a way to actually search for them, but not today. Since my foster parents weren't going to get paid anymore, they had no use for me or my few possessions. I was just a junior in high school, behind a year through no fault of my own. They said, "Happy birthday," put me on a bus with a one-way ticket to here, the middle of nowhere. If you think this area is small now, you should have seen it then. I remember Wayne Vizzolo saying to me as if it were last night, "Come on, son, we want you. You're safe now. My name's Wayne, and this is Jean, my wife, and our little boy, Tony. What's your name?" I don't have the words to tell you what it felt like to hear those words, that I was wanted, for the first time in my life. I found out that night Jean Vizzolo knew her way around the kitchen, and she still does. Maybe that's why I stayed. Jean's cooking. I was invited to live in their spare room. The next day they took Tony and me shopping for clothes, new clothes. I'd never had new clothes before that I could remember. What I had and was wearing, even the thrift store would have rejected except for the ragman's bin. Next came a trip to the barber shop. It was the first time somebody cut my hair who actually knew what they were doing and had a license to do it. I had to sign up for selective service because I was 18. Then we made the first trip to the high school. Go Awanas. Wayne and Jean asked if I wanted them to go inside with me, even though they knew I was considered an emancipated adult and could legally make my own decisions. You bet I wanted them to go with me. I had no idea what to do by myself, and actually, I was afraid if they left me, I would never see them again. I asked Jesus to come in my heart before I graduated from high school the following year. Was it perfect? No, but it was perfect love. Did Tony and I ever squabble? Well, have you ever seen an older brother with his little brother? Yes, but we cared deeply for each other. Wayne and Jean got on to both of us. At first, I was afraid they might make me leave if I didn't put up with Tony's shenanigans. But once I figured out I really had a place here, I put my little bro in his place more than once. Jean smiled and nodded her head. A few months later, we found another scared throwaway kid just where they found me. The Vizzolos had no more spare bedrooms, so the only place he could stay was in the bunkhouse. So I moved out there, too. You've met him, my forever brother's Eduardo. Chester leaned forward at the microphone. He didn't get the memo about temporary either. There were giggles everywhere. By the way, he's not only the pastor of the Mexican mission, he's also Liliana's husband. Over the years, many 18-year-old boys, all behind in school, most without skills, have lived in the bunkhouse. The Vizzolos were not and are not set up to safely take the girls, but that didn't keep them from picking them up and finding families, usually from churches in various areas where these girls could safely live, finish high school, and become productive members of society. I would like the three amigos who came in earlier to stand up. They made me promise that I wouldn't make them speak, and I will keep their promise. They are all 18 and live out in the bunkhouse. They will be 19 soon, one this month, one in November, and one in early January. They all attend high school. Go Iguanas! The three amigos shouted. Everyone laughed. Yes, go Iguanas. They all chose to study welding at the high school. What they don't know is their welding teacher once lived where they live now in the bunkhouse. All three have made great strides in doing excellent work in school. It makes a great deal of difference when you have a safe place to live, where you're not just barely tolerated, but celebrated, have decent clothes, enough food, and encouragement from so many people around you. Most of the young people whose only crime was to turn 18 and age out of the foster care system, who find themselves in one way or another at Vizzolo Produce, graduate from high school or get their high school equivalency certificate. They also learn a trade or go on to further education and become excellent citizens. There are teachers, beauticians, barbers, lawyers, nurses, respiratory therapists, policemen, at least one judge and one doctor, business owners, pastors, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and obviously welders. You might wonder why we only have the three amigos right now. Believe me, just recently the bunkhouse was getting kind of crowded. We had a few leave to go to college when school started in September, and earlier this month, a big handful of guys got their high school certificates thanks to Jean's class. Those guys all decided to join various branches of the military and are all in boot camp. We have guys in the Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and even the Border Guard. Honestly, if the USA had a military branch to protect space, I'm pretty certain we would have a few there too. These three were the only ones left and dubbed themselves the Three Amigos. Thank you, gentlemen. Before you return to your seats, go Iguanas, go scoot, and go get seconds. One more story, and then I will turn this mic over to another throwaway kid who had to grow up way too fast. A couple of weeks ago, my wife and I had twins. Ladies clapped and cheers. Thank you. We have a boy and a girl, only we didn't even know we were expecting. They came 18 years old, terrified, hungry, ragged, and on the last bus of a Saturday night. They moved in with us on Sunday. My wife and I had 2 extra bedrooms, but nothing in them. That Sunday afternoon, we borrowed a couple of mattresses from the bunkhouse so they wouldn't be sleeping on the floor. On Monday, we called the owner of a beauty salon and the owner of a barbershop, both at one time throwaway kids who found Vizzolo Produce. Yes, both would be delighted to open their shops, even though they were both closed on Monday, and take care of them. They knew firsthand what it felt like to not only be homeless, but look homeless. These twins entered looking ragged and came out with their heads held a little higher. Next, we took them shopping. While we have nothing against thrift stores and often buy stuff for ourselves and our home there, we deliberately followed the Vizzolo mandate that these kids need brand new clothes, not just new to them clothes. We also let them pick out whatever toiletries they wanted. So after our kids looked good and smelled good, we took them furniture shopping. By the way, the owner of the furniture store also spent over a year in the bunkhouse. They each picked out whatever they liked. We were given a big family discount, and the items are all paid for. We waited until the furniture was delivered. By the way, the owner drove the truck before we put the bunkhouse mattresses back. We did not want to stress the kids out or allow them to erroneously think they were about to end up homeless again. Believe me, a mattress on the floor is better than no mattress at all. On Tuesday, they wanted us to go with them to enroll in high school. Go, iguanas! The three amigos shouted with forks raised high in the air. Yes, go, iguanas, Chester continued. We thank God for our twins who declined coming here today. We honor and respect them and their decision. One day when they are ready and everything's not quite so raw, they might be willing to share their stories. Thank you. There was a standing ovation and clapping. The three teens were shouting, Go iguanas, and whistling like they do at pep rallies. Thank you, Jean. Thank you. Jean wanted me to introduce our last speaker, and I want to personally encourage you to buy Vizzoli produce because when you buy Vizzoli produce, you get so much more, as you have seen, than just the best fresh produce. Gwen, come on up. Gwen Whitaker grew up way too fast. She was also a throwaway kid. Chester gave Gwen a fatherly type hug and sat down. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chester, and thank you, Jean, for asking me to speak. I was the driver of the Sunny Hills Nursing Home station wagon that met these three Go Iguana guys that Saturday night before Chester and his wife found out they were expecting twins the next day. The three amigos brought this young lady to the station wagon, and she spent the night with me, terrified she would never see her twin brother again. I wish you could have seen them at breakfast on Sunday morning when they were united in the Vizzolos' kitchen. As you have heard, the Vizzolos have rescued at least a couple of hundred throwaway kids. They've taken in the guys and passed the girls along to other families who were more suited to taking care of the girls. But this was the first set of brother and sister. Is that right, Jean? Jean nodded yes. I, like Chester, came from a home of neglect and abuse. I was placed in foster care when I was 8. I lived in 4 foster homes. The last one was with Mrs. Peterson, Aunt Petey, as we called her. She took me at 12, along with 5 younger stair-step children, none of us related to each other. She got paid a monthly check for taking care of each one of us. Yes, she provided housing, food, and minimal clothing, and did not abuse us. There was a reason she chose the age group like she did. As the oldest, I did the laundry, the cleaning, the cooking, the helpmate, the helping with homework, the staying up with a sick younger child, everything else like a mother should do. I am pretty sure that the one who is a few years younger than me is now doing what I did, being the mom. I turned 18 the week I graduated from high school, and Aunt Petey answered this ad. Gwen pulled out a piece of paper and read it. Assistant manager for nursing home. Own job training. No experience required. Housing available. Call today. And she told me these words. You were one of the fortunate kids. You turned 18 and graduated from high school the same week, and you now have a job June 1st. You have aged out of the system, and I'm moving back to the city. I'm taking you over there this afternoon. And she did, and here I am at Sunny Hills Nursing Home. A few days later, when I tried to call to see how those surrogate siblings were, the phone had already been disconnected. I have no idea where they are, much less how they are. I will say this, her decision was devastating to me in more ways than one. But I've been studying the business books in the nursing home office, and I'm getting excellent on the job training and running a facility of any time. I married Rusty Morris Whitaker, Jr. about 6 weeks later. He was a very good man who tragically died in a car wreck the beginning of September. So here I am, 18, a widow, and expecting a baby. Enough of my background. I had been working with Wayne and Jean Vizzolo almost from the beginning of June after I learned what they were doing with the throwaway kids. We have been working on starting a foundation, Faith, Hope, and Love, to take care of and sponsor the throwaway girls. We received the legal documents this week thanks to the 2 lawyers Cheston referenced a little while ago. And yes, they waived all their fees and even paid for the filing fees and other expenses. Now I'm asking for your help. Your leaders in your churches. My vision is to build a safe place where these girls can live, have what they need, including those lady times of the month necessities. Hard to buy when you don't have any money for food. Finish high school, either learn a trade or skill, or choose to go on to higher education. We want them to become the women God created them to be. The 3 Go Iguana guys are, Go Iguanas, the 3 shouted. Yes, by all means, go Iguanas. They're going to pass out a brochure to everyone here. Gentlemen, thank you. Please pass them out. It explains the possibilities in the dream. If only half of you ladies groups represented here would adopt Faith, Hope, and Love as a mission project, we can do it. If every ladies group represented here adopts this mission project, then we can do it big. Big means rescuing more throwaway kids from more dingy, dark, lonely, spooky bus stations from lots of places, all called nowhere. Thank you. There was another standing ovation as Jean gave Gwen a hug. Gwen sat down in Jean's seat. Thank you, Gwen and Chester and our 3 Go Iguanas amigos. The truth is, when you buy Vizzolo produce, you do get a lot more bang for your buck. Let's say our verse together again. Ready? Read. Whether therefore ye eat or drink or whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God. From 1 Corinthians 10:31. Let us pray. Lord Jesus, we have laughed. We have cried. We have feasted. Lord, we ask that our hearts be changed so that everything we do in every area of our life is done for your glory. In your precious name, amen. Ladies, thank you for coming. Our Go Iguanas amigos picked up all your suitcases and things from the porches where we asked you to leave them this morning. Is that right, amigos? The 3 nodded their heads and gave 2 thumbs up apiece. Thank you. Your things are on a trailer in the parking lot where your cars are. Eduardo is out there. The 3 Go Iguanas amigos are going to help you load them into your vehicles. Drive safely and lead your ladies to be part of Faith, Hope, and Love. We are dismissed. Wait a minute. I forgot. Ladies, there's a bag of ugly produce for each of you. Please get it as you head over to the parking lot and enjoy some ugly veggies for Sunday dinner tomorrow. Now you really are dismissed. Mark's stomach rumbled as he put Old Blue back in the barn. Man, my bear's really hungry. That's what happens when you eat an early lunch. But I know there will be leftovers safe for me. There always is. Thank you, kitchen crew, who looks out for me. Mark went to the back kitchen door, reached inside the refrigerator, and grabbed his plastic to-go box with his name on it. On top of it was a note. Mark, after you eat and clean up, please meet us in Tony's Misfit Toy Shed, Mrs. V. P.S. You did really well with your mom's birthday gift. It's beautiful. She got a number of compliments on it last night and today and felt very special because of it. Wayne, Jean, and Beth arrived at Tony's Misfit Toy Shed about the same time as Mark. After proper greetings and hugs, Wayne spoke first. Okay, Beth, show us why you believe Tony was up to a dried produce facility. Well, as you know, I asked Mark to make a complete inventory of everything out here except the fence supplies. When Mrs. Bell and I dried the produce you gave me and made our soup, we washed the veggies, dried them, sliced or chopped them, spread them out on cookie sheets. Next, we put those sheets in a low-temperature oven for hours. We used both of our ovens that afternoon and overnight. When they cooled, we put the dried veggies in jars, and she fancied up the one Mark brought to you. Look over here. There's several washing stations. Somewhere there are hot air dryers and prep tables. There's a slicer, a dicer like used for carrots, a chopper, and even a split pea cutter. There's several short conveyor belts, a pallet of large baking sheets, and a dozen ovens with timers. Each oven can go down to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It only has to be less than 140 degrees. There's even several cases of commercial-grade oven mitts. And I don't know where, but there's a packaging station somewhere in the mix. I do. It's over here, Mama. Mark interrupted as he walked around a pallet and pointed to a piece of equipment. Yes, I see it, Beth responded. There's literally hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment here, Wayne said as he sat down, and it's all paid for, every penny of it. And it's certainly what someone would need if they wanted to open a dried veggie production facility. Just add ugly veggies and surplus veggies. I must take this very seriously. Tony's shed is not a joke. I thought it was. He stood up, took a deep breath, wiped a couple of tears, and headed for the door. Honey, I got to call our insurance agent right now and get this covered. Yes, sweetheart. Remember, Tony only had $20 when he started doing all of this swamping, Jean reminded him. Honey, I believe he's more than made up for wrecking the first auger in Old Blue, Wayne replied, shaking his head in disbelief.
No more wasting ugly produce or plowing under extras with the way the competition is lowballing prices. And don't forget the fence and the stolen goods, Jean loudly interrupted Wayne before he could finish. It was Tony's idea to stop it with a tall fence, and what fence that's there has already cut down on that a bunch. Yes, Wayne, I believe that's exactly what Tony was thinking of and what he was working toward. Thank you, Beth, for figuring out Tony's puzzle. Well, you're very welcome. Oh, I want to get Mark some cassette music tapes before everything closes. Beth hesitated, heading for the door. Sure, Jean and I will take the three amigos to the bus station tonight. You two are welcome to eat leftovers with us in the mess hall. About, 6:30 or so, right, honey? Wayne asked. Yes, that time's good, Jean replied. You two go on and have a good rest of your birthday, Beth. Wayne, you know we aren't going to talk about our money problems in front of anyone else. I know it is getting harder and harder to meet payroll and other expenses. What those lowballers are trying to do is run us out of business and buy everything at deep, deep distressed prices. I wouldn't be surprised if they are somehow responsible for our seeds to have an extraordinary number of plants producing ugly produce. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are somehow behind the stolen produce. Wayne, I know you're working harder and harder, and so are your managers and foremen, and we're making less and less money, but you know as well as I do that God is still in control. Yes, honey, it's just so hard to trust him when things are like they are. If this continues, we will be totally out of business by the beginning of summer, if not way earlier. Now, Wayne, I know. Let's go call the insurance agent. I should have done that a long time ago on this equipment, Wayne said. But, darling, you really couldn't. Tony was doing so much swapping back and forth things. But Tony's swapping days are over, Tony. Oh, my Tony. I miss that feisty little guy so much. Jean sobbed and hugged Wayne. I do, too, Wayne managed to say between sobs. Let's go make that phone call, honey. As Mark and Beth went to her car, she handed him the yellow Sunny Hills Nursing Home business card Gwen gave her. Mark, this young lady was the last speaker this afternoon. When I read your letter this morning and showed your framed ragged shirt, she gasped, and everyone could hear her ask, He's alive? She handed me this business card and wants to talk to you, and I promised I would give you the message. Do you know her? Mark looked at the card. Yes. I met her at my church. Rusty and I both liked her, but I thought she liked me more. I was going to introduce you to her when I got home from the Philippines, but her number was disconnected. I heard the Sunday I went to my church she had married Rusty. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Mark turned on the radio a little extra loud and took Beth on the tour of the whole area, being very careful to avoid Sunny Hills Nursing Home. At the corner drugstore, he found several music cassettes he thought he would like. Well, Mom, it's been really great to celebrate your birthday with you, and thank you for the tapes, all of them. I really like your pastor. We probably need to head back. My bear's growling again. It's getting close to time to meet Mr. and Mrs. V for supper. Yes, this has been a birthday to remember for sure, and I just love my necklace, Beth said as she fingered her diamond cross necklace. Mark drove with the radio on, and again, a little extra loud. They got about halfway home when Jean pointed out a car ahead on the side of the road. Wonder what's going on there. Looks like that yellow station wagon has a flat tire, and it's a long way to no place. Without a word, Mark drove straight past it. Mark, it's not like you to not stop and help. And besides, that looks like Gwen. He kept driving. Mark, she's pregnant and needs some help to change that tire. Now turn around right this minute and help her. Great. Just great, Mark grumbled as he turned his mom's car around and pulled up in front of the yellow station wagon. Gwen, I will help you with that flat, but we are not going to talk. You've already met my mom, Beth Tompkins, I believe. Yes, thank you for stopping, Mark. Gwen softly thanked him. Mark dug around in the bottom of the back of the station wagon for the jack and spare and quickly changed the tire. Gwen, this tire has what looks like a screw in it. You need to get it fixed Monday and use it as a spare. He showed her the head embedded in the thread. Thank you, Mark. She patted his arm. He quickly jerked his hand away and slung the flat tire and jack in the back. Closing the back door, he gruffly said, You're welcome. Beth was stunned by his behavior. She watched him stalk back to her car. Before we continue, I'd like to share a resource that has meant a great deal to many. If you want to understand the Bible better without feeling overwhelmed, then Bible study cheat sheets break down Scripture into clear, simple summaries you can actually use. They can be found at lindalcolbreth.com. They're perfect for students, small groups, or personal study. Bible study cheat sheets, God's Word made easier to understand. You can learn more at lindalcolbreth.com. Now back to our story. During supper, Wayne, Jean, and Beth chatted about the retreat and how all the equipment was now covered by insurance. Mark was quiet and picked at his supper. Afterwards, they all went to the Vazolo's house and watched TV. Well, Mama, since Mr. and Mrs. V are going to do the checking at the bus station tonight, I'm going to go see who I can scare off out beyond that fence line. I'm looking for a particular car. They've come several times. Even if they don't steal, they destroy as much as they can, Mark said. Maybe tomorrow afternoon before you head back home, you can check old Blue. I think she needs a tune-up. I've kept the oil changed, though. What did you just say, Mark? Jean asked. For Mama to check old Blue? Mark answered. No, about a particular car and people destroying plants, but not stealing any. Mark answered Jean. I think they've even been spraying the produce with something that kills the plants. I've noticed more and more of them dead the further I go down the line drilling those fence holes. Wayne looked at Jean. Sure, son, Beth replied. Are you going to go to church with us in the morning? No, I was, but now I'm thinking I need to guard the fence now. It's gotten really bad out there, particularly on Saturday nights. It'll be pretty late by the time I go to bed. I love you, he said as he hugged his mom. I love you too, son. Good night, and thanks for supper. It was very good. Mark nodded his head to Wayne and Jean as he left. Leftovers in the mess hall tomorrow about 1:30, okay? Jean called out. Yes, ma'am, Mrs. V. Thank you. Good night. He retrieved his cassette player and tapes from his apartment to take out in the field with him. Besides, Mark told himself, I don't want to run into Gwen at church, and I'm pretty sure she will be there if she's not working. What in the world was that all about? Wayne asked, looking at Beth. He never picks at his food. Well, I didn't get much of the story myself, but apparently he was in love with Gwen and thought she was in love with him, but then she married his best friend, the pastor's son, while Mark was in the Philippines. To add insult to injury, she had a flat tire this afternoon, and I forced Mark to change it for her on the way back here a little while ago. Oh, Well, I guess he's handling that better than I would, Wayne said. We need to pray for the two of them right now. He led them in prayer and asking for wisdom and guidance for both Mark and Gwen and for the three of them. Beth, there's plenty of room in the truck if you would like to go see our Iguanas Amigo search for throwaway kids at the bus station with us, Jean offered. You know, I think I would like that very much. I've heard so much about it today. Is Gwen here every night, too? Beth asked that evening when she saw the yellow station wagon. Oh, yes, and tonight it looks like we get a new young man, and she gets to go home alone. Wayne answered as the three high school boys brought their new bunkmate back to the truck. Considering everything today, I'm very grateful she's not dealing with a young lady tonight, Jean commented. I agree, Beth replied. Beth was amazed at how small the young man's garbage bag containing all of his possessions truly was, and how homeless, scared, and tired he looked. The three high schoolers reassured him over and over all the way back to Vazolo Produce as they shared their own stories. You ladies go on and go to church in the morning. I'll stay out in the bunkhouse tonight and get him all settled in, Wayne suggested. We'll meet you for breakfast, Jean. Is there still some breakfast casserole in the mess hall? Yes, there is. Good night, honey. And young man, welcome to Vazolo Produce, where we truly care about you. You are now safe, and you are welcome and wanted here. I know you must be hungry, and these guys will make sure you don't go to bed hungry tonight, or any other night for that matter. Good night, guys. Jean kissed Wayne and waved at the boys. Good night. Wayne and the 4 teens replied as Jean and Beth got out of the car at the house. The bus driver told me to only go with you Vazolo guys, the young man said as Wayne drove over to the mess hall. Parker, one of the amigos, testified, You have no idea how wise those words really are.
Wayne stopped by the mess hall and made sure the new guy had something to eat. They all had some birthday cake and ice cream to finish off. He took them over to the bunkhouse and helped the new guy settle down enough to fall asleep. They could hear him sob in his sleep. "Look, amigos, I'm going to join Mark out in the field for a few hours. If you need something while I'm gone, one of you go to that kitchen and call Chester. No, call Edward instead. Chester's got his hands full, the twins. And Eduardo will come. I probably won't be back until in the morning when Jean and I meet with our new young man. You'll help him out with some clothes until Monday, okay?" "We will. We know exactly what to do," insisted Jaden. "Thanks, guys. Good night." Wayne started toward the door. "No, thank you, Wayne. You and Jean make a big difference for so many folks, including us and now him." Eli mused as he pointed to the sobbing, sleeping teen. Wayne stopped again by the kitchen and made a quick phone call before he met Mark out by the fence line. Mark and Wayne talked for a little while and then spread out pretty evenly, with Mark in the white truck in the middle and Wayne down a little further. Soon the local sheriff's officer showed up and met Wayne and Mark inside the property line. He too parked away from the main road just like they were, hidden behind straw bales. A little while later, that same car Mark was looking out for pulled up and the driver brazenly drove out into the field. The driver stopped and 3 young men jumped out and raced around spraying the adjacent plot, laughing while the driver destroyed as much produce as he could by driving over it. Mark heard one of the men say, "The Vizzolos are going to bite the dust one way or the other." Mark turned on his blinker. Wayne and the officer immediately drove up. Mark drove the white truck into the field, blocking the car in front about the same time Wayne blocked him from the rear with his truck. "All 4 of you, show yourselves and come out with your hands raised," the officer bellowed through a bullhorn. They did. Wayne looked at the car closely with his flashlight. A small parking decal had the logo from the company lowballing him. "Officer, look at this decal. This company requires parking decals on all their vehicles, even their tractors and farm equipment," Wayne told him. "So noted." The officer pulled out his radio mic from his shoulder while keeping his gun pointed toward the 4 men. "If you move so much as a little finger, I will shoot." Wayne and Mark grabbed the handcuffs from my belt and handcuffed 2 of them. While they did that, the officer called in on his radio. "This is Unit 8 out at the highway edge of Vizzolo Produce. I need a tow truck to impound a car, and I need backup to arrest 4 men. "Mr. V," Mark explained, "I've never seen any evidence of anyone actually driving out here in the fields before, but that looks exactly like the same car that keeps coming back. Officer, you ought to stick around if you can. Probably some others will show up just to steal produce," Mark suggested. Within an hour, the car had been towed to the impound lot and the 4 transported to jail. "Okay, same way as before," the officer directed. They all got into the same positions and waited in the silence. By 2 o'clock in the morning, the officer had arrested 7 more people in 5 different cars, none with a logo decal, but all with boxes and baskets. And all, oddly enough, in the exact same plot of produce. After the second request for backup, the other officers decided after they booked someone into jail, they would just wait around the corner out of sight. After the last arrest, Mark told Wayne and the officer, "I'm sorry, guys. I am so tired that I simply must go back and go to bed." "Okay, you've earned it for sure," Wayne patted Mark on the shoulder. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was this bad. This area they destroyed was a special order and was scheduled to be picked this week because a purchaser wanted it very young at premier quality. We don't normally plant this because it's so expensive to grow. "Look, Wayne, we have basically set up a sting operation here tonight. We'll stay as long as we can and see how well the fish are biting." "Thanks. If you're staying, then I'm going to bed too." Wayne crawled up in his truck and followed Mark. On Sunday morning, the 3 amigos quietly got ready and went to the mess hall to eat breakfast. They then went to an early morning youth group meeting at church with Chester and his family. Wayne waited patiently, occasionally nodded off himself as he waited for the young man to wake up from his very much needed sleep. The guys left a clean set of clothes for him with a note. "Sean, this set of clothes is for you to wear today. Take a shower and put them on before you go eat breakfast. Hope you like our shampoo. You are now one of the 4 amigos." After Sean got dressed, Wayne said, "Sean, let's go on over to the mess hall and get some breakfast. Like I told you last night, my name is Wayne Vizzolo, and my wife is Jean, and you at a place called Vizzolo Produce." Jean met them in the mess hall. "Good morning, honey." Beth said she just wanted some toast and coffee at the house. "Goodness, are you fully awake?" "I don't think so," Wayne admitted and laughed as he yawned. Then he kissed her good morning. But this young man had nothing to do with that. He got a real good night's sleep until I woke him up just a little while ago. I went fishing with Mark. The sheriff's officer joined us, and we caught a bunch of fish out by the fence line last night. You can fill me in on that later. Hello, Sean. My name is Jean Vizzolo. We just want to feed you and talk a little bit this morning. Wayne, I'll be leaving with Beth after breakfast to go to church. Can I go to church with you too? I'm dressed and all, Sean quickly added. Both Jean and Wayne were surprised. Certainly. At church, Sean chose to sit with the three amigos, the other young people, including the twins. Sean's story was one they had heard so many times before. Turn 18, become homeless because your foster family abandons you to a bus station where the bus dumps you in the middle of nowhere, penniless, hungry, and often late at night. Busted. So this is why you weren't going to be preaching today back home, Pastor Jordan, Beth said as she shook hands with the young preacher after church. Guilty as charged. This church persuaded me to become candidate for the pulpit since their current pastor is retiring. Believe me, Beth, I wasn't even looking for another church and didn't even know I was coming until Thursday. Jordan Gorman greeted the Vizzolis next as Beth walked down the steps. Wayne, Jean, all three hugged each other. It's so good to see you. I met the four amigos and Chester's twins. If their lives are changed only half as much as mine, well, miracles never cease to amaze me, especially at Vizzolo Produce. Son, you have our vote, Wayne said. I know I do, and I think I'm the last candidate they have lined up. The church hasn't offered anyone else the pastorate. Thank you. My wife, Grace, and I feel like God wants us here to minister to the young people here that you two keep reaching and everyone else. We are praying for God to open the right doors and close all other doors. Look, Jordan, we had a big ladies' extravaganza Friday and Saturday. We have a ton of leftovers. Would you and your wife meet us in the mess hall for planned overs? Jean asked. Still at 1:30? Grace and I would love to. She's dying to meet you guys. After lunch, we'll have to scoot. I'm preaching back home tonight. Eduardo and his wife Liliana and their three children, along with Chester and his wife Carrie and the twins, Pastor Jordan and Grace Gorman, the four amigos, Beth and Mark, and Wayne and Jean met in the mess hall at 1:30. Beth, Jean, and Liliana were busy heating the planned overs, as Jean liked to call them. All right, everybody. Wayne clapped his hands. Jean tells me I have to announce that these are planned overs and it is must-go day. Eat what you want, take what you want home with you, because after supper tonight, it all goes away. Well, except for any birthday cake, if there's any left. Let's pray and then please help yourself, Wayne announced just before he prayed. Beth was in line behind the Gormans. Pastor Jordan and Grace, I need to talk to you for just a minute before you leave, okay? She asked. Sure. The Gormans sat down across from Beth, Jean, and Wayne. The teens and Mark sat together while Eduardo and his family sat at the table next to Jean and Wayne's table, but within earshot. Tell me, Jordan, how did your meeting go after church with the pulpit committee? Jean asked. They extended the call to us, and Sunny Hills Church membership is voting on us Wednesday, he beamed. You know, I like the way that it works here. Have one candidate at a time, preach, then vote on him. It feels more God-led than popularity-led. Jean, you haven't lost your touch, Jordan said as he patted his stomach. Thank you. Hey, amigos. Before Jean could finish, one of the amigos replied, We're on it. Come on, amigos, including you two and Mark. Let's get these dishes cleaned up and ready for the next meal. Willing all started bussing tables, went to the kitchen, and started cleaning everything up. Jordan, good to see you again, and good to meet you, Grace. You guys be careful going back. We'll be praying that the right vote is made Wednesday. My little guys need their Sunday afternoon naps, so they will be humans tonight at church. It's really bad when the preacher has to get on his own kids during the sermon. Thank you, Wayne and Jean and Wayne.
"Hey, Eduardo, how is the Mexican mission across the border going?" asked Jordan. "God is blessing and lives are changing," Eduardo answered back as he and his family got up to go. His 3 kids hugged their adopted grandparents. "I love you too. Thanks for coming to see me," Jean said as she hugged them. "I love you," Wayne said as he hugged them. "I know you do, Papa Wayne. Bye," the oldest of the 3 said. Wayne yawned. "I guess I need to put him down for a Sunday afternoon nap too," Jean laughed. Chester and Carrie got up to check on things in the kitchen. "They are having entirely too much fun in there," Carrie said as squeals of laughter came from the kitchen. "What's up, Beth?" Grace asked. "I haven't told Mark this yet, but the pastor here is not the only one retiring. My boss told us Monday that he is closing the shop just as soon as we finish this last contract. I will be jobless, and there's nothing there, nothing of any kind. I keep telling myself, Psalms 56:3, what time I am afraid, I will trust in thee. But the truth is, I am afraid right now." "When do you think that will happen?" Jordan asked. "I looked at the order sheet Thursday evening and at the list of the finished inventory. Wednesday or Thursday, maybe way earlier, definitely by Friday of this week." "Let's pray." The 3 held hands as Jordan prayed for miracles and directions and most of all for peace. Grace and Jordan both hugged Beth. Jordan told Grace, "I'm sorry, honey, but we simply have to leave. The time is getting away from us, and I have to preach tonight 3 hours away." "See you later," Mark said to all the amigos. "Mom, you ready to go check out Old Blue?" Yes, Beth had already changed from her church clothes into a pair of coveralls that she carried with her at all times in her car. "Let's start her up," she said. Let's take her out and see what happens when she drills a hole. Oh, first let me grab my camera and take some pictures." "Okie dokie." With camera in hand, she jumped up on Old Blue with Mark. When they got to the fence area, Mark showed her the field from last night. "From where I stand, it's the same as cattle rusting." "What kind of vegetable is this anyway?" Beth asked as she finished snapping the rest of that roll of film. "I don't know, but it's really, really expensive to grow, and it was for a special order that was supposed to be picked this week. The Vizzolos will lose tons of money. I don't see how they do what they do as it is, and now all this has happened. Here, I'll get 3 holes away. Drill me a hole in the center of a pink cross." Just a few minutes later, she motioned time out to him, and he pulled the auger back up and turned Old Blue off. "Son, this poor old thing needs way more than a tune-up. I'm surprised she hasn't quit before now. I don't see how you can get very many holes out of her without some major work." "But, Mom, without this fence, there's no stopping all this stealing, and Old Blue's all I've got. Every other piece of equipment is used somewhere else." "I know, son. I guess I need to tell you something. The shop is closing, probably before the end of the week." "What? When did you find that out?" Mark asked, concerned. "Monday. Here, let's go back. I need to head out soon before it gets too late. Just don't push Old Blue too hard. She might just explode on you." Mark laughed. "She already did that to Tony." "What's that bicycle doing out here?" Mark stopped Old Blue. "There's a note on it from the officer for us to hang on it and the bag. It says the owner will claim them soon. You drive, Old Blue, and I'll ride behind you on the bike. I'll just put it in the barn with Old Blue." "Mark, I wish we could work on Old Blue together and get her running great again. Whoever rebuilt her took some major shortcuts. A shortcut here and many other places, not major surgery stuff." Monday morning, Chester and Eduardo came inside the barn a little while after Mark started working on Old Blue. "Okay, Mark, let's hear what happened Saturday night. The twins told me some of the things you told them in the kitchen," Chester demanded. "And we want to hear what your mother said about Tony's shed," Eduardo continued. "Okay, but do you mind if I do some band-aiding to Old Blue while we talk? If I don't, she won't drill very many more fence posts. At least that's what Mama said, and trust me, Mama understands machines. When it comes to machines and equipment, she knows how they work, what makes them tick, and how to keep them working. Too bad the shop she's working at is closing by the end of this week." "No, you can't," Put down your tools and come with us. We need you to show us the field right now." Chester took the wrenches out of Mark's hands and put them back on the straw bale with the other tools. Mark took a deep breath, wiped his greasy hands on a shop rag, and got into Eduardo's truck. He explained every detail as to what happened Saturday night in the field. Chester and Eduardo took some stakes and pounded them in the ground and roped the area off with yellow ropes. "Chester, do you see what I see?" "I do, Eduardo. The tomatoes have been sprayed, but not a single one of the exotics." "That's what I see too. Mark, nobody, and we mean nobody, goes in that part of the field until we talk to our lawyers. That sprayed part is dangerous. Wayne may or may not file charges, but somebody needs to pay for this horrible damage." Chester and Mark, it's like someone knew about the exotic order and deliberately destroyed it. The Vizzolos have spent a fortune on this one vegetable, just getting it ready to harvest, Eduardo said. "This could totally wipe Vizzolo produce out." Chester concurred. "That it could. That is a real possibility." "Well, I do know this, guys. When I got to this area drilling holes, the stealing produce, which was bad enough, started including how much damage could be caused to the surrounding crops. See the dead plants? I'm pretty sure, even though I have no way of proving it, that Saturday night spraying party was not the first party out here with those sprayers." Mark pointed to the dying and dead plants inside the yellow rope. "Okay, Mark, now we're headed to Tony's Misfit Toy Shed, where you will spill the beans, all of the beans," Chester said matter-of-factly. Mark nodded his head. "I will, Chester. I'm surprised Mr. V hasn't already told you. Look, already this morning he's had a dozen or more orders canceled on him because of extreme low-balling," Chester answered. "And it's still really early on this Monday morning." "It's like somebody is trying very hard to put them out of business," Eduardo added. Mark agreed. "So do I. On to Chester's Misfit Toy Shed," Chester said as all three men climbed back in the truck. "Beth figured out all of that from just an inventory list you wrote?" Eduardo asked as the three turned inside Tony's Misfit Toy Shed. "Yep, and I even missed a couple of things she found when she got here. She said it could be up and running pretty quick once it's all installed." Chester turned to Eduardo. "Man, Wayne can't oversee it, and neither can we. We are already stretched really thin, and honestly, neither one of us have a clue as to what to do, where to install the equipment, or anything, much less what next to do." Both Eduardo and Chester turned and looked at Mark. "Don't look at me, guys. I do pretty good at helping Mama, but that's where it stops." "We know, Mark." Chester reached up and patted Mark on his shoulder. "You're working so hard and have done so much for Zolo Produce." "Thank you, Chester, for saying that. Guys, old Blue is sick, and I gotta see if I can nurse her a little bit and coax her to drill a few more holes. She's just not going to fix herself." Mark headed to the door. "Before you get to that, let's just kneel here and ask God what to do about everything." Eduardo grabbed Mark's hand and Chester's hand. The three went down on their knees. Later, about 9 o'clock, Mark walked outside the barn, stiff from working on Old Blue, and stretched. "Guess Mr. V and Mrs. V are taking Sean shopping for clothes," he said to no one as he watched the Vizzolos leave with Sean. "What in the world? What are Eduardo and Chester up to? They're loading the buses with all the workers." Mark watched as pickers and shippers filed back into the buses they got off just about 3 hours earlier. Chester's bus was first in line. He stopped and climbed off the bus to talk to Mark. He walked over to where Mark was standing and turned his back to the bus. "Mark, they're getting the week off. There's no orders. They're all canceled. Go to the kitchen and grab something to eat, but you're going to have to fix it yourself. The only crew who's working is the fence crew and Bobby in the office. If you happen to hear the phone ring, answer it. If not, don't worry about it. It'll go to the answer machine if she can't get it. When we get everybody back home across the border, Eduardo and I have a little trip to make. We should be back in a few hours." I don't think I've ever heard Vizzolo produce so quiet before, Mark reflected as the sound of nothing stunned him. It's like the place has totally shut down. I missed breakfast and now my bear's growling. Let's see if I can round up a green-eyed monster in the kitchen instead of my apartment. I just don't want to walk back across the street. I understand why Tony wanted his apartment separate from everybody else's. His heart was in that shed. I hope I am going to be willing to talk to Gwen soon. Man, I miss her so much. I really thought we would spend the rest of our lives together. Rusty's baby. That's a hard pill to swallow, and I don't know if I honestly can. And Rusty, I miss you too, my best friend. Before Mark cooked his breakfast, the kitchen phone rang. Hello, Vizzolo Produce, Mark Tompkins speaking. How can I help you? No, I'm sorry, Wayne Vizzolo is not available right now. Did you say Mark Tompkins as in Beth's son? The voice on the other end asked. Yes, I'm Mark Tompkins. Your voice sounds familiar, but I don't know who you are, Mark replied. It's Bill Blankenship from the Southern District Cattlemen's Association. Mr. Blankenship, what a surprise. It's great to hear from you. What can I do for you? Mark asked. Your mama visited me last night and told me about the produce rustling and for the need to finish that fence, but she said, "Oh, Blue, and I'm anxious to see that old relic, was rather sick." She also said that there are sleeping places for 48 people and there's a big walk-in freezer in the mess hall kitchen. I've rounded up some guys and we're headed over there today. We'll get those fence posts up and as much of the fence as we can before we leave in a few days. See you in a little. Click. Mark heard nothing but a dial tone. Well, that's a big answer to part of Eduardo's prayer. Not sure how that's going to go over with Mr. and Mrs. V. 2 o'clock came and went. Mark was greasy, still struggling on Old Blue. Man, Mama would have had this one thing done a long time ago. Hey, anybody there? Startled, Mark turned around to see Bill Blankenship. We knew you were going to be a big guy, and you haven't let us down at all, Bill laughed. Show us our beds and the walk-in freezer in the mess hall kitchen. Then you can take us down to the fence line. We have lots and lots of daylight left, and we brought flood lamps for working after dark if we need them. The men unloaded their luggage in the apartments. Every bed was claimed. The cattle ranchers filled the nearly empty walk-in freezer with beef and put the remainder in the cooler. Mark shook his head as he whispered to himself, I cannot believe I am leading a convoy of powerful tractors hooked up with augers out to the fence line. I just can't believe it. Mr. Blankenship and guys, stay away from the yellow rope. That's where the damage was done Saturday night. That area is poisoned, Mark warned. All of the men stood outside the rope and looked at it. I agree, and I would believe we would all concur that what they did is the equivalent of cattle rustling. Everyone agreed with Bill. Tell me, Mark, what's growing there? I don't know. I just know it was a very expensive special order of some sort of exotic vegetables you might find in a very expensive steakhouse. It was scheduled to be picked today, Mark answered. Where's everybody at? Someone asked. Honestly, don't know that either. Well, show us what you do know about this fence. Bill patted Mark on the back. The Vizzolo fence crew had already stopped working. They were looking at the parade of tractors with augers and all the workers holding leather gloves and wearing tool belts. Mark, what's this all about? One of them asked. Beats me, but these guys know what to do with their tractors, and all of them know how to put up barbed wire like nobody's business. Y'all get the guys to work? Y'all get these guys to work. I'm glad I'm ahead of you on the holes. Mark showed the tractor drivers the pink crosses and his marking jigs. Gentlemen, start your tractors. Bill barked out the orders. The 12 tractors rumbled to life as the original crew got acquainted with the new 36-man crew from several pickups. Come on, Mark, Bill said. Let's see if you can stay far enough ahead of the pink crosses to be safe. Coming back home with Sean, Wayne screeched to a sudden halt as they got to the fence line. Mark! Wayne shouted. Mark, what's going on? I can't afford to pay all these people. Bill had everyone stop work, turn off their tractors, and walk over. Bill Blankenship here. You must be Wayne Vizzolo. He reached out his hand to shake Wayne's. And you must be Jean. Yes, I am. Could you explain to me and my wife what's going on here? Who authorized this work? Wayne demanded. We're from the Southern District Cattlemen's Association, and Beth Tompkins paid me a visit last night. Well, to put it short,
We don't take kindly to rustling, whether it's cattle or produce. There's not a man out here who's not deeply indebted to Beth, her late husband, or Mark. She has worked on our equipment and made it sing when it had no song left in it at all, and she would never let us pay her or them. So I authorized it. So there, Bill chuckled. Wayne, Jean, Mark, and Sean were dumbfounded, as was the original fence crew. Oh, and I hope you don't mind us crashing for a few days in the apartments. Those produce flower arrangements are really pretty on the tables, too. Oh, there's steaks in the cooler. Maybe you can come up with some veggies to go with those for supper? I'm certain we could, Jean finally said through her tears. You take care of the veggies, we'll cook the steaks. Steaks? Jean asked Bill. Yes, we brought them. Who knows how to fix a steak better than a bunch of cattle ranchers? Wayne, you have a real nice place here, and we're here to help you protect Vizzolo produce. All right, guys, start those tractors and let's work until supper time. Bill nodded to the Vizzolos and turned to Mark. Pink cross time, son, pink cross time. Yes, sir. Mark turned back to the Vizzolos. As you always tell everyone, it's going to be okay. Mrs. V, you might need to round up your kitchen crew. Eduardo and Chester gave everybody else the rest of the week off hours ago. Where are they? Mr. V, I honestly don't know. They left after they took everybody home and said they would be back later. Oh, they also roped off the damage area and told me to keep everybody out of it. They took more pictures of it than Mama did yesterday, Mark said. As the Vizzolos and Sean got in the car and started back to the house, Eduardo struck in another vehicle with two men turned in behind him. In a very short order, Wayne, Eduardo, Chester, and the two men were back out at the fence row. They inspected the damage, and the two men took multiple pictures with expensive cameras. Wayne, we dare not involve the judge. We want this case to end up in his court, although he will recluse himself anyway, one of the two new men explained. Wayne, we will do everything we can to crack this case. And these cattle guys are incredible. You and Jean deserve all this help. Look at how many lives are forever changed because of you two over the years, the other man added. The other guy interrupted him. We both think it's pretty great to be lawyers instead of needing lawyers to get us out of trouble like we did when you rescued us from that dingy bus station, too. We're looking forward to meeting the guys in the bunkhouse later on. I have dubs on my old bed if it's not taken. Me too. I'm pretty certain Jean still knows her way around the kitchen, one said. She does, Wayne, Chester, and Eduardo said at the same time. After picture taking, one of the two men said, then let's go check out whatever Tony was up to. Yes, and I need to go round up Jean's kitchen crew before I get in big trouble, Eduardo chuckled. That's for sure. They all laughed as they left the field. Not worth making the cook mad at you. Anyway, there's a lot of hungry mouths who will need to be fed in pretty short order. Eduardo turned and pointed to the extra-large fence crew. Wayne, earlier I made the decision to let everybody off except Bobby in the office and the fence crew and told the rest we would get them Sunday night. We're really a few days out from picking except for the sprayed area and the exotics. I take full responsibility, not Eduardo, Chester emphasized. Thanks, Chester. You made the right decision. The orders have totally dried up due to the lowballing. Did everybody get some veggies from last night's picking? Wayne asked. Enough to last them several days. They won't be going hungry. Good. On the way out, Eduardo asked the original fence crew if they wanted to go home. No, we'll work as long as these guys do. And besides, we understand there's steaks for supper. Okay, Eduardo said. Then we'll get you home after supper. Be sure to drink lots of water. Eduardo left in his truck. Okay, Jean, you guys have the veggies and bread and everything else all prepared and on the serving line. It's our turn in the kitchen to grill those steaks. Shoo! Go on, all of you. Laughingly, Bill cleared out the kitchen crew as he and a few other freshly cleaned-up men entered the mess hall kitchen. Imagine, Jean said as she laughed, being shooed out of my own kitchen. She sat down next to Wayne, Chester, Eduardo, and the two newcomers, lawyers, who were also at that table. Bill's spot was across from Wayne. Okay, Wayne, the steaks are ready, Bill soon came out to tell Wayne.
Let's pray and give thanks to our God for his love and provision, Wayne said. Once the room was quiet, he prayed, doing just that. Bill sat down with his plate. Wayne, just what exactly is that exotic vegetable? I think I've seen it somewhere before. It's called wasabi japaniki. Wasabi, the hot stuff you can get anywhere? How is that an exotic? Wayne continued, that's simple. The wasabi you can get anywhere is imitations wasabi. It's actually the most common and cheapest variety of horseradish that you can grow, and then it is mixed with a lot of green food coloring. Really? The others asked. Oh, yes, Jean answered as Wayne took another bite of steak. It looks to me like most of that crop has either been stolen or destroyed, Bill continued. But there's what, maybe a quarter of an acre left? Maybe. There was a lot of it stolen Saturday night, and apparently more over the last few nights. Wayne took another bite. Bill, this is a great steak. Thank you so much for everything. We are flabbergasted at the cattleman's generosity. Well, you can thank Beth for that. By the way, she didn't ask us to come. We all volunteered. Look at Mark. He's got to be a top worker, Wayne. Bill, he is, and he's a gentle giant, too. Bill continued, the last time I saw him was when he and Beth moved to where she lives now. What happened there? Jean asked. Mark talks about the cattle ranch as if he really loved it, but he never gives any details. He did. All three of them loved it. Mark's dad got sick while Mark was a freshman in high school. Mark started skipping school that last semester to pick up the slack. He didn't go back to school the next year because he dropped out to run the place after his dad died. Beth hated it, but he was 16. He's grown a lot of inches since then. A few months later, Beth got hit with death taxes, inheritance taxes, and regular taxes, plus a lump sum bank payment. That, along with hospital bills and funeral bills, was more than she could handle. She lost the place and every dime they had. But she said it was for the good because she could then get Mark back in school so he could graduate. She's been renting a little furnished house from her neighbor, and in all these years, she's never missed a single Cattlemen's Association meeting. Ever so often, she works on some of our perplexing equipment, but still won't take any pay for it. We all gave up trying that, but instead whittled down the funeral bill and the hospital bills. She doesn't know it yet, but I think they are almost paid off because she keeps paying on them too. A few minutes later, Bill turned to Wayne. Wayne, can I use your kitchen phone? It will be a long-distance call. Sure, help yourself. In a little while, Bill returned. Okay, Wayne and Jean. Friday was our anniversary, and my wife and I went to San Diego to celebrate. We went to a real fancy restaurant. It happens to be one of the ones where we have meat contracts. The chef greeted us personally. He knows us and knew we were coming. He's over a number of places, all fancy. Said he had a special treat for us. He pulled out a grater and gently grated one of those exotic vegetables like you got. He said he had managed to get a few of the real McCoy and was supposed to get more Sunday. He just told me that's who I was talking to on the phone, that a supplier called Sunday and told him the field had been vandalized and there would be no more. Just because of a problem, they were going to give him a special discount on all the produce the chef wanted this week for half price and free shipping. Hope you don't mind, Wayne. I told him there was some limited availability of the wasabi that I saw with my own eyes today. I asked if he wanted it for full price plus shipping. He said he sure did. Wayne, Jean, Chester, Eduardo, and the two lawyers nearly dropped their forks. Bill continued, I know, I should have talked it over with you, but can you get all of that's left to him by Thursday? There's a big convention they are catering, and he has already promised it as part of the fancy menu. He can't get it anywhere else. Believe me, he has tried. Wayne, Jean, Chester, Eduardo, and the two lawyers looked at each other. Well, Wayne, can you do it, or do I need to call him back? He was really excited about getting it, Bill questioned. Eduardo spoke up first. Absolutely. I'll get the picking crew back and the shipping crew tomorrow. The chef will have his order in plenty of time for his convention. Thank you, Bill. You are a godsend for sure. Later, the two lawyers drove two of the amigos to the bus station parking lot. The other amigo stayed with Sean in the bunkhouse. Hey, look, it's Gwen, one of the lawyers pointed. She's here every night just like we are, said one of the amigos, as he hopped out of the Vazzolo truck to look around. The two lawyers got out and walked over to talk to her. "What are you two doing here?" Gwen asked. "And by the way, thank you so much for doing all the paperwork and filing for the foundation." "Just visiting Wayne and Jean, and you're very welcome. Oh, would you please give something to Mark Tompkins for me? I was going to ask the amigos to give it to him. There they are. Thank God there are no throwaway kids here tonight." "Amen to that." She handed one of the lawyers a sealed letter and started the yellow Sunny Hills Nursing Home station wagon. "Thanks. See ya." "See ya." By Tuesday daylight, the cattlemen and Mark were busy on the fence line. Eduardo and Chester started at 8 o'clock, gathering a picking crew, shipping crew, and Jean's kitchen crew from across the border. All four of the amigos were in school. The two lawyers with their yellow legal pads were talking to Wayne and Jean at the Vizzolo kitchen table. There was a knock on the kitchen door. "Hey, anybody home?" "Hey, Officer J, come on in. Want a cup of coffee?" Wayne asked, getting up and grabbing another coffee mug. "That would be great. Thank you. Black, please." "Let me introduce you to a couple of our kiddos. This is Attorney Jonathan Bridgewater, and this is Attorney Matthew Luca." Jean said, "Jonathan, Matthew, good to meet you. I'm Jay Jason, the officer that worked here Saturday night and did a lot of reports before I could get off my shift." Each shook hands with the other. "Thank you," Jay said as he took the mug of coffee. "Wayne, Jean, I take that these are not only some of your kids, but also your attorneys." "That's right." "I'm glad they're here to hear, so they can also hear what I have to say." "Well, here's a couple of interlocking cases for you two lawyers. Wayne, you told me that the company car those people used drove out to drive out and destroy your field Saturday night has a logo decal on it, right?" "Yes, as does all of their equipment," Wayne insisted. "I wouldn't be surprised if they had it somewhere on their rolls of toilet paper." "Well, guess what? That decal logo is also on all three of these sprayers." "That's right, the same decal. And in one of the other impounded cars, the techs found another sprayer with the same decal logo on it. Everything is documented and lots of photos were taken. In order to protect the chain of custody, I turned all four sprayers into our lab for testing. I got the report back today. All four contain the same hard-name chemical. Here's a copy of the lab report." Jay waited for all of them to look at the reports. Wayne replied first. "That chemical was banned a number of years ago. It doesn't just kill plants, but it also causes life-threatening allergic reactions for anyone who handles the produce or eats it, and it is very hard to wash off. It could be on there 2 weeks later, even after a really good washing. A few died from anaphylactic shock." "Boy, I'm so thankful and glad Eduardo and Chester roped off that area. Those plants and the soil underneath them have to be destroyed with special protective gear or somebody could get really sick." "Well," Jay continued, "somebody did." "What? How?" "None of that was picked and nobody's been in that plot," Wayne exclaimed. "There was a young kid I caught after you two went to bed. He was on a rickety old bicycle and had a small bag of old clothes and a small sketchbook and pencil. But he had no drugs and no weapons," Jay continued. "That explains the bicycle and bag Mark told us about. Yes, we have them out by one of our tractors in the barn," Jean said. "When I caught him, he was standing in the tomato field eating a tomato. He said he was hungry and mentioned he had aged out of foster care that day. He lived 6 hours away, and his foster parents told him they had a surprise for him. They drove him a ways and then stopped at the first rest area up on the road from here. He told them he needed to go to the bathroom. While he was in there, they took his bike and bag out and left a scribbled note telling him that he could eat Vizzolo produce anytime. They took off when he was in the bathroom. Then we saw the Vizzolo produce sign. He decided he would check it out because they had not fed him since they started the trip. When I asked about why he chose the tomato, he told me he knew what tomatoes were, but he didn't know what the funny-looking vegetables were and that he was afraid he wouldn't like them. By the way, this is all in my report, which I just happen to have a copy with me out in the car." Jonathan and Matt smiled at each other. "I thought you guys would like to know that." Jay smiled at Jonathan and Matt. "I made him spit that tomato into an evidence bag, mostly just to scare him, but it was too late to give him to you, so I had no choice but to hold him.
Honestly, I was going to put him in solitary in a holding cell for his own safety, feed him real good, and then call you Sunday afternoon to see what you wanted to do." "We never got the call." Wayne shook his head. "I know. I never made it. We hadn't gotten 10 minutes from here when he started gasping for breath and making some really funny sounds. I pulled over to take a look at him. His hands were swollen, double, and so was his mouth. I called for an air ambulance, and they took him to the hospital. They told me that a few minutes later, if left untreated, he would have died from anaphylactic shock. I sent his tomato to my lab as well. Here's that report. It's the same stuff from all the sprayers, including the one not used Saturday night. Wayne, if that had gotten into your supply chain, you would have had multiple lawsuits and a ruined reputation." Matt banged his fist on the table. "Is the young man okay?" Wayne and Jean asked at the same time. "Yes." "Where is he now?" Wayne demanded to know. "Out of my car," Jay laughed. "I was pretty certain you might have a room in that bunkhouse of yours. That is, unless you want to press charges for that single tomato. But I think he's paid handsomely for that one tomato. If you press charges, I'll have to take him back to jail. He has no other place to go." "Go get him. Has he had breakfast?" Jean immediately responded. "Yes, Jean, he had breakfast at the hospital, but I don't think you'll be able to convince him to eat tomatoes anytime soon." "Wayne and Jean, we have some legal things to discuss. Is it okay if we look in Tony's old room for some of his papers? And can we have the key to his shed?" Matt asked. "Sure. You know where we keep the keys. It's labeled." "We'll meet up with you later." "Thank you, officer," Jonathan said. "Come on, son. It's going to be okay." Officer Jay coaxed the scrawny, unkempt young man inside the kitchen. "Now tell them what you said to me." "Hey, young man, my name is Wayne, and this is my wife, Jean, and we are glad that you're here." Wayne stuck out his hand, and the young man shook it ever so slightly. "My name is Colton Weingarten, and I'm very sorry I stole your tomato. Can I have my bicycle in my bag? Then I'll be going and leaving you folks alone." Jean answered him, "Well, Colton, you certainly can have your bicycle and your things, but we are not pressing charges, and as a matter of fact, we would like for you to stay around a while, at least until you get on your feet on the ground and figure out some things." Jay put a stack of papers face down on the kitchen table. "Folks, I need to leave." "Thanks, officer." Wayne shook his head. "I believe we've got this." "I believe you do, too. Good day." He tipped his hat and left. "Wayne, let's take Colton to get his bicycle and his things." "Honey, I think that's a good idea. Come on, Colton." Wayne motioned for Colton to follow Jean. "You're not going to beat me up and slap me around?" Colton asked. "No, son, we're not. But we are going to help you the best we can to become the man God created you to be," Wayne answered. Matt and Jonathan heard the whole conversation from the open door of Tony's room and wiped their eyes. Matt finally blubbered out, "That kid's got so many deep hurt wounds of rejection. He reminds me of me at that age." "I was thinking he reminded me of me, not you," Jonathan replied. "I believe Colton is about to start healing as love is applied. Look." Jay left a stack of papers. "I guess those are the copies from the bailouts and cars being impounded." Matt scooped up all the stack of papers as he answered. Between those and this stack of papers, feisty little banning rooster Tony was still at the top of his game in organization. "It was really easy to find what we needed," Matt said. "He gets 2 thumbs up from me," Jonathan agreed. "We're going to look into Colton's foster family. It's one thing to dump a kid for turning 18, and it's another thing to beat a kid with slap him around," Matt vowed. "Yep, we will. Let's go to the office and start making copies of everything. I hope they have a lot of copy paper and toner." Jonathan headed to the kitchen door. Before they could get out the door, there was a loud knock, almost a banging on the door. "Yes, can we help you?" Matt asked. "I'm looking for Mr. Tony Vizzolo." Matt and Jonathan looked at each other. "He's not available right now. We are his attorneys. Can we help you?" Jonathan questioned. "I hope he didn't employ you to charge me with anything, honest, sirs. It was an oversight and not an intentional sort of thing," the man hastened to explain. "Please, just tell us your side of the story," encouraged Matt. "Okay. Mr. Vizzolo bought a bunch of things from an estate sale back in May from a bakery owner's estate. The baker died before he could open the bakery, so everything is still new and under warranty. Nothing was used and was never installed by the manufacturer. I was his alternate executor.
We thought we had everything, but I just received a notice from the storage lot saying that the baker was past due on a storage shed rental. The original executor resigned in the middle of everything a long time ago and left me holding the bag. I assure you that notice just found its way to me. Sure enough, on Mr. Vizzolo's bill of sale, those items are listed. Honest, I had been looking for them since I got that last sheet from the sale, but didn't know where to look until I got this letter, the man explained. What exactly are those items? Matt asked. 2 outhouses, each mounted on its own trailer in a pickup truck with a mounted camper. I think he was going to live there until he could get the bakery up and running. Oh, and inside the camper are a bunch of manufacturing manuals and papers for the bakery equipment. I am so sorry. On Mr. Tony Vizzolo's behalf, we will accept your apology. There will be no legal repercussions. I assure you. Now, let's take a look at what you got, Matt said. They stepped out and saw a fairly new pickup pulling one outhouse on a trailer and another car towing the second outhouse. Here's the keys to the truck and camper. If one of you will just sign here, I'll unhook the other outhouse and leave. I'll sign it, Matthew said as he reached for the clipboard and pen. The man gave him a copy, quickly unhooked the second outhouse, climbing into the waiting car, and left like he was in a big hurry. You know, Jonathan, it's amazing to me how some folks react to lawyers. Matt, I've noticed that myself, especially when they goof somehow. About that time, Wayne and Jean and Colton, grasping his bicycle and bag, came back around the house from the barn. What in the world? Jean asked. Colton's eyes got big. Apparently got all this when he purchased the bakery stuff, and also apparently they got misplaced until now, explained Matt. Wayne rubbed his face and scratched his head. You know, putting one of the outhouses in the field with the pickers would be nice, and the other rig might be a guard shack out by the fence line until that fence is finished. They probably could use an outhouse out there, too. You're right, Jean agreed. Tony. Jean shook her head. Oh, I'm sorry, Colton. I should have introduced you. These 2 young men came to live here a long time ago because they turned 18. They were put on a bus with a one-way ticket to nowhere by their foster parents. Wayne and I found each one of them at the bus station about a week or so apart, if I remember right. That's right. My name is Jonathan. He stuck out his hand to shake Colton's. Colton stood his bike up against the bushes and shook Jonathan's hand. My name is Matt, Matt said, shaking hands. You still live here? Colton asked. No, Colton, we just came back to visit the Vizzolo's. We consider them our forever parents. Are you hungry? Jonathan asked. Well, I had breakfast at the hospital this morning, he replied. That means you're hungry. Let's go inside. Matt opened the door for all of them. Jean, do you think you can round up something for Colton to eat? I believe I can, Jonathan. Colton, would you like to have some bacon and eggs? I don't care as long as it doesn't have any tomatoes in it. They all laughed. I don't blame you, Colton. One meal coming up without tomatoes, then. Anybody else want anything? Jean put on her apron and grabbed the refrigerator door. Thank you, but I'll wait for lunch in the mess hall, Jonathan laughed. No, thanks, I'm good, Matt piped up. Honey, I'm fine, thanks. Before Jean could finish cooking Colton's breakfast, the postman knocked on the door. I have a certified letter for you, Mr. Vizzolo. I need you to sign for it. Wayne signed and took the letter. He opened it and quickly sat down in his chair, dropping the letter on the table. Gwen put the book back on the bookshelf. Which one should I read next? She asked the finches in the birdcage next to the bookshelf. She was startled by the commotion behind her in the lunchroom. I hate that. You're trying to poison me, a resident screamed and shook her fist at the unfortunate kitchen helper. Quickly, Gwen went to the elderly, wide-eyed resident. Hey, honey, you want something else to eat today? She asked as she gently patted her on the shoulder and rubbed her back. I've got this, Gwen reassured the kitchen worker. Honey's just having a bad day. Thanks, I'll clean this mess up, Gwen. Last week she loved it, the worker replied. And she probably won't even remember this in 10 minutes either. Thank you for cleaning it up, Gwen responded. Where's my lunch? They won't feed me around here. I didn't get breakfast in this morning or any supper last night, Honey loudly complained. Well, honey, let me go get you a plate. Do you want me to get you some spaghetti and meatballs? Yes, and 2 pieces of garlic bread. I really like garlic bread, answered the demented older lady as she calmed down. And sweetened iced tea? Yes, baby, thank you. Soon Gwen returned carrying a tray identical to the one that had just been cleaned up from the floor. "Here you go, honey. Do you mind if I drink my tea here with you?" "No, baby. I would love to have you visit me. Now, what's your name?" "My name is Gwen." "That's a pretty name. I never heard it before. Do you come visit often?" "Well, today I'll just visit you. Here, eat some of your lunch." "Wow, this is delicious. What is it?" "It's spaghetti and meatballs, honey, with buttered garlic bread." Gwen replied, "It's my favorite. Now, what did you say your name was, baby?" After she escorted Honey to the TV room to watch the current favorite game show with the other residents, Gwen went back to the bookshelf. Which book next? "You need this one on effective speaking next. I need to see you in my office right now. Come on." "This reminds me of Aunt Petey," Gwen whispered to herself, her stomach churning a little bit as she followed Mrs. Fitzgerald into her office. "Close the door behind you, please, and have a seat." "Gwen, that was remarkable how you handled that situation just then. You diffused everybody," Mrs. Fitzgerald beamed. "Thank you. I truly wondered about my decision to hire you when I saw how young you were, but Mrs. Peterson praised you to the high heavens, and rightfully so. You have done everything I've asked and way more besides. I have never had anyone more suited to being a future administrator than you, regardless of their age or education. A couple of little birdies told me you did an excellent job speaking at the Vizzolos on Saturday. I want to start training you on how to recruit for new residents, and that requires public speaking. I don't want any empty beds here. In fact, I want a waiting list. You'll accompany me tomorrow, and we'll start on your training then. Effective immediately, I am giving you a much-earned pay raise. I talked with the health insurance agent a little while ago. As of today, you and that baby are fully covered. You just need to read and sign this paper." Mrs. Fitzgerald handed Gwen the application and a pen. Gwen read it, signed it, and handed the pen back. "And one more thing, young lady." Mrs. Fitzgerald shook her index finger in Gwen's face. "I don't want to ever hear that you've missed a doctor's appointment because you couldn't afford to go. Gwen, now go get your own plate of skitty and meatballs, and don't forget the garlic bread." I don't know what to say." Gwen stammered as she got up to leave the office. "Thank you. That sounds like the right thing to say. Oh, please leave the door open so I can hear what's going on out there. Sometimes it's a zoo, and I feel like the zookeeper," laughed Mrs. Fitzgerald. "You guys ready to go?" Carrie asked the twins on Thursday morning. Yes, they grabbed their new backpacks and lunches and climbed in the car. The three chatted on their way to school about nothing and everything. Carrie pulled the car up to the high school drop zone. As she turned to get in line with the waiting traffic, the sun blinded her. When she automatically pulled down the sun visor, an advertisement from yesterday's mail fell on her lap. "I love you guys. God loves you, and have a great day. I'll see you here when school's out." "Thank you," the twins responded as they climbed out of the car. Maybe one day they will truly understand how much Chester, God, and I really do love them. She sighed and picked up the stashed advertisement. "Let's see what cookbook that publisher wants me to buy today. Asian. 4-star exquisite Asian cuisine." About that time, her eyes saw the fourth ingredient on the sample recipe on the outside of the big, brightly colored envelope. The car behind her honked. She put her hand up in apology and put the car in gear. At the first place to pull over and park, she did. Would you look at that? It was all she could do to not speed on the way to Vizzolo Produce. She turned in behind the bus inside the fence line and sped up. What in the world? Eduardo was driving the bus and saw Carrie's car in the rearview mirror, frantically waving her arm and honking the horn. "Chester, isn't that Carrie behind us?" "Yeah, something must be wrong." His heart raced. Eduardo was already applying the brakes. Chester jumped out of the bus and raced to her car. As she opened the door and got out, she began waving the bright blue, red, and yellow envelope. "Chester, you have to look at this." "Honey, what's wrong?" "Nothing, but the right question is what's right. These folks want me to buy their cookbook, 4-star exquisite Asian cuisine." "Carrie, if you want that cookbook, you don't have to ask my permission. I can't believe you came out here yelling like this just about a cookbook. You scared me to death."
We got to get to work. We're really short-handed. He turned to go back to the bus. Chester, look at this ingredient, Carrie insisted. Chester turned, knowing everyone on the bus was watching him. What? Show me. This one, the fourth ingredient. Look! Carrie pointed to the middle of the envelope. He looked and signaled Eduardo to get out of the bus. I'll be back in a minute, I think, Eduardo told the wasabi pickers. Look what Carrie has. Chester snatched the envelope from Carrie's hand. The fourth ingredient, this one right here. Chester waved the envelope in front of Eduardo's face. Chester reached over and gave his wife a big kiss. Everybody on the bus cheered. Even Eduardo hugged her. Eduardo and Chester raced back to the bus. Listen up. The picking instructions have just changed. Carrie drove over to the shipping facility. It was deserted. Next, she tried the mess hall and found the skeleton shipping crew helping the skeleton kitchen crew clean up from breakfast. It was common practice for any crew waiting for a work order to assist someplace else. Good, you're here. Carrie clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. I need to talk to the shipping crew for a minute. The crew gathered around her in the dining area. When you get the wasabi after lunch, we need to treat it somewhat like we do the chiles de árbol. I'll show you what I mean when the first load comes in this afternoon. Now go back and help these guys get lunch. We're going to have a lot of hungry cattlemen and pickers when it's lunchtime. Okay, Carrie, but by mid-afternoon we will need a few more hands, and these ladies will need to be prepping for supper, the shipping crew foreman told her as he shrugged his shoulders. I can round up 5 or 6 more when school's out, plus me. Will that work? Carrie counted on her fingers. Yes. Do you want me to help you get things ready while these guys work? That would be awesome. Thank you. Here, let me call the school while I'm thinking about it. Carrie picked up the phone. Yes, this is Carrie Kingsley. Please have my twins catch the bus to Fazolo Produce this afternoon. Thank you, Nancy. You were the best school secretary. We have some announcements to make before we pray and eat our lunch. The mess hall filled with the cattlemen, the Vizzola fence crew, the pickers, shippers, and a lone office person quickly quieted down. This afternoon we are installing an outhouse out in the fields. It's on a trailer and it will follow you around like a little puppy dog, announced Wayne. There was cheering all through the crowd. And we might even throw in some rolls of toilet paper, Wayne emphasized. Notice I said only might. Everyone laughed. We're putting another outhouse close to the fence line, complete with toilet paper. It's attached to a truck with a camper so we can have a decent guard shack out there until this fence is finished. Then there was even more cheering, especially from the cattlemen. Hey, Wayne, us old folks really appreciate that. And besides, that camper sounds better than sitting in the dirt doing guard duty like a few of us did last night. Bill, do you have a report on how that fence is going? Jean asked. Ma'am, I believe we can safely say that with these high-powered tractors and our 48 additional men, we can help your crew finish with all the holes and poles by Saturday, maybe even Friday. As you know, we can't put the barbed wire up until the concrete has cured for several days. Looks like your crew will be able to finish it, but it will take them a while. 1 week is all we can stay. Wayne and Jean stood up and clapped, as did every Vizolo produce worker. Colton wasn't sure what to think about this impromptu pep rally. After thanking God for the food in the outhouses and truck and the camper and the fence, the folks in the mess hall feasted thanks to Jean's recipes and her fabulous kitchen crew. Noticeably missing were Eduardo, Chester, Matt, and Jonathan. The missing 4 decided to guard the fence line tractors and equipment while everyone else ate, and besides, they could talk in private. Okay, as we have only briefly skimmed through everything, it'll take us several days to get it all together. We believe we need to set up a separate corporation for the dried soup production plant, Matt started. Maybe even a second one for asset protection, Jonathan added. We found out this morning that the equipment from the bakery had never been installed. The warranty doesn't start until the installation is complete and the manufacturer does all the installing, Matt said. That's going to cost a fortune that I'm afraid they don't have, Chester interrupted. Let me finish. The installation by the manufacturer was included in the original purchase with no other expenses, including wiring and electricians, Matt continued. What? Both Eduardo and Chester exclaimed. Yep,
I called their toll-free number today, and they said they had wondered why the equipment had not been installed. They hadn't been able to get a hold of the original buyer because they didn't know he was deceased, Jonathan continued. Everything rolls over to Vizzolo Produce, which is how Tony set it all up. So there's no estate taxes or inheritance taxes on the value of any of it, Matt added. And we believe we will have a very solid case against the company and the people who caused this mess out in this field. The officer who worked out here Saturday night brought in some pretty incriminating evidence this morning, Jonathan explained. What do we need to do? Chester wondered. You need to hire Beth Tompkins like yesterday to oversee the installation and be the operational manager of the dried produce plant, Jonathan exclaimed. Guys, Eduardo interrupted. Wayne says he can't afford to pay anybody else to do anything. This plot of wasabi japicani cost a fortune just to set up. It was a long shot, and from what you said, Wayne got a devastating letter demanding the $285,000 deposit back for breach of contract for not delivering on time. That's really fishy, guys. I am certain the original contract said by Friday. How come it was dated yesterday and the letter delivered today? Chester asked. It's only Thursday. We hadn't gotten that far in the mountain of paperwork, Jonathan frantically waved his hands. That drastically changes the wasabi picture. And we all know that the cleanup on this sprayed area is going to be through the roof, Eduardo said. Yeah, but we don't think Vizzolo Produce is going to be footing any of that bill. Chester, has Wayne given you the authority to hire folks? Matt asked. Yep. He leaves that pretty up to me and Eduardo, Chester said. Then hire Beth. We can offer her housing, all the food she wants, and a very small salary, plus a percentage of profits from the dried produce plant. Every day it's not up and running, it's costing the Vizzolos thousands and thousands of dollars. They took care of us, and now we're going to take care of them. You know, it seems like Mark mentioned to me something about the shop where Beth works is closing this week, and we heard Bill say she's just renting a furnished house. Chester scratched his head. Okay, Jonathan and I can pay off any lease she has left on that house. No problem here as far as I'm concerned, Jonathan agreed. When the fence crew comes back, boy, that outhouse out here will make a big difference. Phew, I shouldn't have had that last cup of coffee. Matt squirmed. The three men just laughed at him. When the crew comes back, we need to get Mark and tell him to clean up while the four of us talk to Wayne and Jean. Then the five of us need to go move Beth down here today, Matt said. Let me show you something else we found in Tony's room. Jonathan opened a long, round mailing tube. From the postmark, it was mailed 2 weeks after Tony went to the Philippines. Wayne or Jean must have put it in his room unopened. Wow. Tony even had an expert make a floor plan showing where everything ought to go in that dried food production center. And he was thinking soups and dips. That guy was brilliant, even if he did rub a lot of people the wrong way, Chester added after looking at the plans. I don't think anybody could keep up with his brain, and as long as he stayed away from any actual tool and didn't try to operate a piece of equipment, he did okay. Well, most of the time. Eduardo shrugged his shoulders. Before we continue, I'd like to share a resource that has meant a great deal to many. If you want to understand the Bible better without feeling overwhelmed, then Bible study cheat sheets break down Scripture into clear, simple summaries you can actually use. They can be found at lindalcolbreth.com. They're perfect for students, small groups, or personal study. Bible study cheat sheets, God's Word made easier to understand. You can learn more at lindalcolbreth.com. Now back to our story. After unloading the paperwork and manuals from inside the camper at Tony's Misfit Toy Shed, the original fence crew drove the new truck with camper and attached outhouse down to the fence line. The bus brought the rest of the crew. Hallelujah! Matt raced to the outhouse almost before the truck stopped. Chester nabbed Mark and Bill. Bill, we need to borrow Mark today and maybe tomorrow. That's fine, we got this, Bill nodded. The five men grabbed a ride in the bus back to the mess hall. Mark, we need you to quickly clean up. You're going with us, and we'll explain on the way, Chester told him. Okay. Just before Mark got out at his apartment, Matt handed him the letter. Oh, Gwen asked us last night to give this to you. Mark glared at the envelope and replied, thanks. Entering his apartment, he tossed it on the table. It landed next to his cross penny. Later, maybe, or maybe not. Mark quickly showered, changed into clean clothes, and then went over to the mess hall. Chester made arrangements for Bobby in the office to take Colton back with her. Since she was also licensed to drive the buses, Chester asked her to drive the workers back home across the border at quitting time. Yes, Chester, and don't worry, I'll pick them up in the morning, too. Thanks, Bobby, I owe you one. Don't be surprised when I collect, she laughed. Colton, we need you to pay for that tomato. Bobby's going to give you a broom, and you can sweep up until the four amigos get home from school. I'll leave a note for them to come get you, and you can take your bicycle and bag with you to the office, okay? Okay, Matt, sounds reasonable to me, Colton answered as he went with Bobby, pushing his bicycle and holding tightly to his bag. Who are the four amigos? The guys just like you who live in the bunkhouse, Matt answered. Oh. Chester, Eduardo, Matt, and Jonathan were eating and talking to the Vazzolos when Mark walked inside the mess hall. Okay, I guess, Jean, what do you think? Wayne asked, looking at her. You said yourself that we might only last until summer, and that was before this wasabi mess. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Beth can stay in our spare room until the cattlemen leave. Wayne nodded his head. Thanks, guys. Yeah, do it. We'll see you later, then. Matt and Jonathan picked up their plates and headed to the washing station. Hello, Mama. It's me, Mark. Hi, son. Everything okay? Beth asked over the phone. Mama, I was expecting the answer machine. What are you doing home? Well, I'm footloose and fancy-free, Mark. I got my last check today and gathered my tools about 30 minutes ago. The shop's closed for good, Beth replied. That's great news, Mama. Son, what? Have you gone crazy? Mama, Chester, Eduardo, and me, and two other guys who used to live in the Vazzolos bunkhouse, Matt and Jonathan, are coming. We're driving up in a few minutes to move you back here. What are you talking about, Mark? Move me there? Yes, Mama. They want to hire you today to oversee the installation of the dried produce plant, and then they want you to be the operational manager, and they need you right now. I got to get off the phone. They're motioning for me to leave. I'll see you in a few hours. I love you, Mama. I love you too, son. Beth's voice trailed off as she collapsed in her chair. In a few minutes, though still dazed, she headed next door to Mrs. Bell's. Mrs. Bell, Mark just called. The Vazzolos want to hire me to set up and run the dried produce plant, and they want me to move today. What do I need to do about the house and you and everything? Well, Mrs. Bell said, let's go to the store and get some boxes. You got your tool chest in your car. Let's take my station wagon. It will hold more. And don't worry about the house. You've paid up until the 1st. Beth, look at me. I love you like a daughter, and you and Mark have been the best renters and neighbors I've ever had. All I have to do is put a for rent sign out in front of the house or put a small classified ad in the paper, and that house will be snatched up. Rent houses, especially furnished ones, are hard to find. Now, let's go get some boxes, and I'll help you pack. You'll need to have your phone disconnected later today. Thank you, Mrs. Bell. Beth hugged her. Thank you. Soon the two ladies were busy packing Beth's things. Mrs. Bell was very careful when packing the few jars of dried soup mix. Dear, do you know where a pen and piece of paper are? I think so, Mrs. Bell. Why? Because I want to give you legal permission to use Grandma Maud's recipe. That might come in handy at your brand new job with dried veggies. Thank you. I had not even considered that, but I was going to ask if I could use it. Mark's already taken most of his things to his apartment, so his room's clean, Beth said as she moved the last box out of there. She got the broom and mop and cleaned the already clean floors in Mark's room. One thing about packing when you live in a furnished rental house, if you don't have much to pack. Beth laughed as she closed the last box from the kitchen. As she swept and mopped the rest of the house, Mrs. Bell made some iced tea. Then Beth called the phone company. A few minutes later, the 5 men showed up in the company truck with a small trailer behind. "Hey, Mama." "Hey, Mrs. Bell." Mark greeted both with a hug. "Mama, you remember Chester and Eduardo?" "Good to see you guys again." She shook hands with both of them. "And these two guys are Jonathan and Matt. This is my mama, Beth Tompkins, and our neighbor, Mrs. Bell. She happens to be our landlord, too." "Glad to meet you," all 4 of the guys said as they shook Mrs. Bell's hand. Soon all 7 were crowded around the kitchen table sipping iced tea. "Mrs. Bell, what do we need to do to execute the completion of Beth's lease?" Matt asked. "Nothing. There is no lease, and she's good until the end of the month. I'm sure somebody will want to rent it really quickly." Wow, Chester couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Okay, Beth, here's your job offer, signed by both Wayne and Jean Fazolo." Jonathan handed her the offer in writing from his small, fancy leather briefcase. "Sign it, dear. This is the miracle you needed," said Mrs. Bell as she handed Beth the pen. "You two fellows are lawyers, aren't you?" "Yes, but how did you know?" Jonathan asked. "Oh, because of the way he worded his question about the lease and the fancy briefcase you have." "Then since you're lawyers, I need to see if this is okay or not." She shoved her handwritten, signed, and dated note in their direction. "Perfectly fine, thank you," Jonathan assured her as he put the paper in his leather briefcase. Soon Beth's car was loaded with the things she would need over the next few days. Everything but the kitchen items were loaded in the back of the truck to be unloaded in Tony's Misfit toy shed. As they were finishing putting the kitchen boxes in the little trailer, a young couple stopped. "Excuse me, but are you coming or going?" the young man asked. "We're going," Mark answered as he put the last box in and shut the trailer door. "Why?" "We're looking for a place to rent and—" Before he could finish, Mrs. Bell laughed. "I am the landlord. I believe I can show you this house in just a few minutes. See, Beth, I told you it'd be okay. You are all packed and ready to leave. I'll take care of the iced tea and the kitchen floor." Mrs. Bell hugged Beth and Mark. Mark fished out his key in his wallet and handed it to her. She waved one final time and then turned to take the young couple inside a furnished, ready-to-show and spotlessly clean rental house. "Hey, what are you two doing on our bus?" Eli asked the twins. "I thought Carrie always picked you up." "She does, but she called the school earlier with a message telling us to ride this bus today and to get off with you guys. She needed us to help her in shipping," Sophie explained as she showed Eli the note from the office. "So we don't know what's going on either." Sammy sat down next to Parker. When the 16s got off the bus, the 4 amigos went into the bunkhouse to put their backpacks up. There they found this note. "Hey, amigos, all 4 of you go greet the new kid, Colton. He's sweeping in the office. Thanks, Matt." "Then let's all go over there. It's right next to shipping anyway," Parker said. Sean was rather confused. "Is it always like this around here?" "Nope, but we never know what to expect, and it's never boring." Then Jaden shouted, "Come on, let's race. Ready? Run." Sophie raced past her brother Sammy and also Sean, Parker, Eli, and Jaden. When Parker tried to speak, grasping for air. "When did Sophie learn to run like that?" Sammy, also doubled over trying to catch his breath, answered when he could talk again. "Sophie was in track and field, and she..." He took another deep breath. "Was up for getting a scholarship until she turned 18, Eli panted. "Sophie, you got to join the iguana track team tomorrow," Jaden gasped. "Yeah, you probably will still get that scholarship," Parker said between deep breaths. "Hey guys, and Sophie, how was the school today? Sean, how did your first day go?" Carrie asked. "Sophie, wow, you smoked them, girl. You smoked them bad." "I think I'm going to like it. Everybody was nice to me, and I had all my supplies and my clothes and haircut. It was good. We all ate together." Sean took a very deep breath. "Thanks for asking, Carrie." "You're welcome. Okay, gang, I want you to meet Colton. These 2 are mine, Sammy and Sophie. Sean just got here Saturday night, and he lives in the bunkhouse with Parker. Hey, and Eli. Hey." and Jaden. Carrie introduced everyone. Hey, back to you. Colton protectively moved between the teens and his bicycle and bag. What do you need for us to do? Sophie, the only one who was not out of breath, asked. We need to pull all the screens from storage and hose them down. Colton helped me get the baking sheets from Tony's Misfit toy shed and hose them down, and he put them out on these crates and turned them upside down for me, Carrie asked. What for? Parker asked. We're going to start drying leaves and stems and tiny roots from the wasabi plants. The shipping crew has been working on tomorrow's shipment. And we're working on the leftovers, Colton added. Team up, amigos, Eli shouted. Go iguanas! Go iguanas! They all shouted back with hand raised except for Colton. They took the washed and sliced stems and leaves and tiny pieces of roots, shook as much water off of them as possible, and spread them one layer deep on the commercial-sized baking sheets. Two carried a sheet out and balanced it on the upside-down crates and secured a screen over it. By supper time, they had all the leftovers securely drying out in the sun and weighted down with bricks. Even if the wind came up, the wasabi leftovers would be secure and not blown away, much less plowed under. The trip back to Vizzolo Produce went smoothly. The men quickly unloaded best things from the truck and trailer on a side wall in Tony's Misfit toy shed. It would be out of the way of the dwindling fence supplies. The six arrived in the mess hall just in time for supper. Wow, what are you guys doing here? Beth hugged Bill. Well, instead of barn building, we're fence building. Glad you're here. I noticed old Blue is really sick and sure needs your magic touch. Get you a plate. The grub's really good. Bill motioned toward the serving line. I think mine's bigger than yours, Sean snickered. No, I'm certain mine's bigger, Colton laughed. Look. Curious, the three amigos looked at each other, jumped up, and raced into the bunkhouse bathroom and began to take sides. Matt and Jonathan looked at each other, shook their heads, and rolled their eyes as they got up to see what was going on in that bathroom. Hey, what's going on in here, guys? Matthew asked. Jonathan, bring your camera. We've got to get pictures of what I'm seeing in front of the mirror. Jonathan grabbed his camera and started taking pictures of Sean and Colton. They had their shirts off and were comparing the size of their bruises, whelps, and scars on their backs, ribs, and upper arms. Where did you guys get those? Matt asked. I got the newest one Thursday from my foster dad. He was drunk and I got in his way. I knew better, but oh well. I guess I deserved that beating, Sean said, and I got a lot of them. See all these scars? How did you get yours, Colton? Matt pointed to Colton's whelped back. They said it was my birthday spanking. I got it Friday. It sure didn't feel like a good birthday present to me. I was really afraid Mr. Vizzolo was going to hit me when he found out I took his tomato. I only took one. Matt answered before the three amigos could. For your sake, we're very thankful you only ate one. He would have beat me if I'd ate two. He squished his nose and furrowed his black brow. No, Jonathan said. Very bad people put some very bad poison on those tomatoes. Had you eaten more of them, or if the sheriff's officer had not been there, you probably would have died. You mean poison put me in the hospital? It wasn't the tomato? That's right. Matt shook his head. We'll show you tomorrow when we meet. What we mean? Look, Colton, look, Parker interrupted. Wayne and Jean found me a year ago next week, and they've never hit me or slapped me or beat me. Except for Tony pinning you to the ground, the other two amigos laughed. That sounds like something Tony would have done, Matt nodded. That's for sure, Jonathan agreed. Who's Tony? Colton asked. Tony was a Vizzolo's only child. He was a little guy, but that didn't keep him off of the wrestling team in the high school. He loved the thrill of challenging someone bigger and then promptly putting them on the ground. But here, no one has ever hits on anybody. Where's Tony now? Sean asked. Tony was killed in a tragic mudslide in the Philippines during a mission trip earlier this summer, Matt said. Oh. Let me get some more pictures. We'll record both of your stories tomorrow, and we'll make sure that your foster parent, Sean, and your foster parent, Colton, never do this to anyone else, okay? Jonathan snapped picture after picture of both boys. Okay, guys, do you have any other bruises or anything? Matt wanted to know. No, they never hit me where anybody could see them. Colton said. Oh, the hospital took a bunch of pictures of me, too. Same story here, Sean said. Nobody could ever see anything if I kept my shirt on. Sure got in trouble a bunch when I wouldn't dress out in PE class. You too? Colton nodded. Come on. Let's sit on our bunks, Matt motioned. I want to tell you my story. You're right. Our story. The Vizzolos picked me up from that horrible bus station, Matt started, and me the next week, Jonathan added. Just like they did us, Eli pointed out. Parker and Jada nodded their heads. I had the bunk you're in, Sean, and Jonathan had the bunk you're in, Colton, but you have different mattresses. Jonathan interrupted. Matt and I became the forever brothers we never had, or if we had, we never knew about them. We went to school together, worked on homework together, played ball together. The Vizzolos never missed a single game either, Matt continued. They haven't missed a single welding competition for us either, Parker exclaimed. We decided we both wanted to go to college, and we went together, and then on to law school together, Matt continued. Wayne and Jean never missed a graduation or our weddings. Now we have a law office together and work very hard to stop bad people from doing bad things. Our wives consider each other as sister-in-laws. Our children consider each other as first cousins, and his kids call me Uncle Jonathan, and my kids call him Uncle Matt. Matt interrupted, and sometimes Jonathan and I forget we're not biological brothers, but we are true brothers, and brothers stick together and help each other out. You three are well on that path, and you, Sean and Colton, you look like you two might be heading down that path too. We are the 5 amigos, not 2 and 3, Jaden declared. Actually, we are the 7 amigos, including Sophie and Sammy. That's right, and we are brothers and one sister with different last names. Eli reached out and touched the 4 other teens. Mark chimed in. And we have the same loving forever parents, Wayne and Jean Vizzolo, plus tons and tons of big brothers like you two. He pointed to Matt and Jonathan. In the morning, in the mess hall, Wayne took Mark aside. Mark, see our newest guy with his bicycle and little bag? Yes. I need you to help him build a box to hold his stuff and then get a chain and a new lock from the supplies to help him secure it to his bunk. Jeannie and I are planning on taking him shopping after a while, and I really don't want to lug around that bike, but it's obviously very precious to him. Sure. When you finish that, I want you to report to your new boss. Wayne laughed. That would be my mama? That would be right. Now go feed that hungry bear of yours. I hear it growling. Wayne patted Mark on the back. And try to wake up, would you? You look like you didn't sleep last night at all. Before Wayne could sit down to his breakfast, Matt and Jonathan intercepted him. You got to get them both to the doc today. They could have some broken ribs. We've got pictures and are going to go all over those 2 sets of foster parents' cases, Matt said. Thanks for letting me know. You guys going on any more trips today? Only to the office that we know of. Hope you have lots of copy paper and toner. I think so. Something tells me I won't have much left by the time you two get through. Wayne patted both on their shoulders and they hugged him back. Wayne walked over to the 5 amigos. You 4 make sure you don't miss the bus. Sean, Jean and I will pick you up a little early from school today, so wait for us, okay? And Colton, Mark has a little project he needs your help with, and then Jean and I will take you to get a haircut and some more clothes and shoes, okay? Come on, Colton, grab your bike and your bag and come help me work on a project. Mark motioned for Colton to follow him. Okay, what's the project? Mr. V wants you to have a place where you can lock your stuff up so it'll be safe. Do you think a box about yay big would work? Mark indicated the height and width with his hands. Then you can put your bag in it and chain both the box and your bike to your bunk, Mark continued. Colton moved his hands about the same height and width. That just might work. They quickly found some scraps of wood, and Mark showed Colton how to measure and then cut the pieces. Here, you hammer these 2 together. Mark handed him the hammer. Colton hesitated in taking it. I've never hammered before. Well, you get to learn something new, don't you? Mark stuck out the hammer, and Colton took it and started hammering where Mark showed him. You did good, man. Now hammer here. Mark picked up a second nail and showed Colton where it needed to go. Soon the wooden box with hinges and a lock hasp was finished. I think this chain will be long enough to secure your box and your bike. There's a brand new combination lock. Colton, nobody else knows this combination. It is printed on the inside of the package. Once you lock that inside your box, no one else can see it. Mark, do you think it would be okay if I take that scrap piece of leather and a couple of different nails and borrow that little hammer hanging up over there for a few days? I don't see any reason why not. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks. Colton put his treasures, including his small, well-worn bag containing well-worn clothes, a small sketchbook, pencil, his scrap piece of leather, several different sizes of nails, the hammer, and the paper with the lock combination on it inside the box. He was very careful to keep the combination out of Mark's view. Perfect. Look at that. Grab it and let's go back to the bunkhouse. Here, I'll push your bike for you. You go first, Colton said as he watched Mark roll his bike. Once inside the bunkhouse, Colton put the box down next to his bed, leaned his bicycle up next to it, and ran the chain through the hasp, the bunk, and the bicycle, and then locked the chain together. Do you think they are safe now? Mark asked. I do, Colton answered. I really do. Hey, Colton, are you ready to go see what happened Saturday night in the tomato field? Colton turned around to see Matt and Jonathan. Tell you what, Colton, Mark explained, I need to leave. I start working a different job today, and I never come in here because I live across the street. By the way, Colton, usually no one comes in here except the guys who live here, okay? Colton checked the lock and chain a couple of times before he went with Matt and Jonathan. First, they took him around to see other tomato plants that were healthy. Then they took Colton out to the sprayed area that was totally roped off. Even more plants are dead now. See how easy it is to spot everywhere the chemicals were sprayed? Matt showed him the plants and the poisoned tomatoes. Jonathan snapped picture after picture. Colton looked around. This is the spot next to whatever those other weird plants were, but I don't remember the fence poles being there. They weren't. Those guys down there are busy putting up this new fence. Matthew pointed to the fence crew. It looks like someone drove all over this place. Where are the plants now? Colton asked. The same people who poisoned the tomatoes did some joyriding out here and destroyed a lot of things. And what's left of this strange produce is probably getting ready to be shipped out today. I understand, Matt. Are you two lawyers going to do something about all of this damage? Matt slapped his thighs. Yep. That's one reason we came on this trip. You through taking pictures, Jonathan? Yeah, Matt, we're good here. Okay, let's get back. I think Wayne and Jean want to take you shopping, Colton. I don't have any money. Colton, they know that. It'll be okay. What's today? Colton asked on the drive back to the buildings. October 24th. Why? Matt replied. Today's my birthday. I turn 18 today. Today, not last Saturday? Nope. Today, October 24th. Well, happy birthday, Colton, Jonathan said. Yeah, happy birthday, man, Matt said as he turned to Jonathan and whispered, Boy, that just changed a lot of things. Big time. The first thing Colton did when they got back to the building was race in the dorm and check his bicycle and box. Matt asked, Everything like you left it? Colton took a deep breath. Yeah, I think so. I guess maybe they will be okay. I think so too, said Jonathan. Beth called the bakery equipment manufacturer's representative from one of the office phones. I will be on the first flight in the morning, and we'll take a look at those plans and the equipment you have, he responded. Beth was relieved. That's music to my ears. When Mark showed up in the office, Beth was still calling the various manufacturers to find out if any others would install their equipment for free. Mama, here I am. I'm all yours for right now until somebody wants me to do something else. Where do you want me to start? I'm going to need a small office built. Let me show you where I want it. Okay. They went across the street and she looked at the plans that were rolled up in that round mailing tube found in Tony's room. That's what I thought. That's marvelous. What, Mama? Mark asked. W.S. Green, she replied, pointing to the signature at the bottom of the drawing. So?
I just got off the phone with a Willie S. Green. He's flying in tomorrow morning, and this is where he put the office on this drawing. So that's where I want it, and here are the dimensions. Can you get it ready to frame up? We will have an invisible door and an invisible window for a while, unless you find something we can use. Okay, where's your desk going to go, and where's the phone plug going to go? Right here, Beth decisively pointed to the spot. By the time Beth made it back across the street to make more calls, Matt and Jonathan were in there, hogging the copier and occasionally the phones. Matt had even commandeered one of the typewriters. Bobby was busy helping Carrie stir the drying plants outside in the hot sun. Okay, Bobby, Matt said as he stuck his head out the door. Thank you. You can have your typewriter back now. Do you or Carrie know where we can find Eduardo and Chester? By this time, Matt and Jonathan were out the office door headed for their car. But we have dubs on the copier when we get back. I figured that. Bobby then pointed next door. You can probably find Chester and Eduardo right here in shipping. They pretty much gave everybody off until Sunday night, but the fence guys and the kitchen help, and of course me. They will take the shippers back home across the border as soon as the truck pulls out. And I think it's about ready to go. Thanks. Yeah. Chester took the pen and signed the letter. That looks good. Very good. Eduardo took the paper and signed it and handed it to Jonathan to put in his briefcase. The 4 men and 2 women waved at the truck driver and helper as the truck started to pull out. Call Vizzolo Produce Collect just as soon as it's delivered in San Diego. Will do, Chester. So the drugstore can quickly develop the film and make copies of the pictures? Matthew asked, looking at Chester. Yes, but it depends on what you really mean by the word quickly. Okay, we'll see you guys later. Let's get these shippers home and then go help that mighty army of a fence crew. Eduardo tossed the bus keys to Chester. Here, your turn to drive. Mark looked through the lumber in the barn and found enough 2x4 studs, other lumber, a chalk line tool, the saw horses, nails, and other supplies he needed to move over to Tony's Misfit toy shed. As he grabbed the hammer, he muttered to himself, Makes me wonder what's up with Colton wanting to borrow that little hammer. Mark struggled with some of the awkward-sized pieces as he loaded the items on the back of the white truck to lug over. Man, this is not a one-man job. Bobby stayed outside of the office helping Carrie with the drying wasabi, but kept the door open so she could hear the phone, a phone that had been silent all morning. A few hours later, Matt and Jonathan came back from the drugstore with a stack of 200 of the same picture and two rolls of 15-cent stamps from the post office. They entered the office at the same time the phone rang. I got it, Bobby, Matt hollered as he answered the phone. Yes, I will accept charges. Everything is delivered? Okay. What? Repeat what you just said, please. Thanks. We look forward to seeing what you've got. When Eduardo and Chester turned in from the road, they saw Matt, Jonathan, Bobby, and Carrie do high fives and shout, Hallelujah! The office phone rang again and interrupted the hallelujahs. Bobby rushed to answer it. Matt or Jonathan, whoever's available, or both of you if you use 2 phones. It's your office calling. Thank you, both said as they dashed inside and picked up the same line on 2 phones, separated by a big, heavy wooden desk. I guess I get an extra break again, Bobby said as she came back outside. She had already been shooed out of the office several times before Matt and Jonathan went to the drugstore. She started stirring the drying wasabi along with Chester, Eduardo, and Carrie. Thank you. You can have your desk back, at least for a minute. Matt stuck his head out the door. Hey guys, all we've got to say is showtime, and it's about to get real busy around Vizzolo Produce. Matt went back in and helped Jonathan start making copies, addressing envelopes, and stuffing them with a photo and a letter. Eduardo, Chester, Carrie, and Bobby looked up, smiled, and continued stirring half-dried wasabi plants. Wayne and Jean took Colton for his haircut, clothes, and shoes. Do you want colored or white, shorts or briefs? Colton's face turned red at Jean's questions. Then they swung by the high school, pulled Sean from class, and made a trip by the doctor's office. No, put us in the same room, and we both want them to come in with us, don't we? Sean told the nurse.
Colton quickly agreed. Wayne and Jean sat in the waiting area with one teen while the other was getting x-rays at the moment. When Wayne drove up into the driveway with Jean and the two boys, he was greeted by a lady leaning up against a car with Children's Protective Service stenciled on the sides. "Now what?" Jean wondered. "Mr. and Miss Vizzolo?" the lady asked. "Yes, how can I help you?" Wayne answered. "Do you happen to have a Mr. Colton Weingarten with you?" "That's me." "Do you happen to have a Mr. Sean Spencer with you?" "That would be me." "I need to talk with all of you." She handed Wayne one of her business cards. "Please come in. Let me check in with my office." Wayne called this office and told Matt the lady from Children's Protective Services was there. "We'll be right there, Jonathan. The curtain is open and we got to get over to the house for the first act. Will you four finish getting these letters ready to mail in the morning? We'll explain later." Matt and Jonathan took off for the house. Jean put on the coffee pot and offered sodas to the two boys. Before the coffee could finish brewing, Matt and Jonathan came bounding in the kitchen door and introduced himself to the social worker as the Vizzoli's attorneys. "The attorneys don't usually show up this quickly," she laughed. "And believe me, this is one time you probably really don't need an attorney, much less two." Jean handed her a cup of coffee. "Would you like something in that?" "No, thank you, just black." "Mr. Spencer, would you please step into the other room for a few minutes?" "Sean, grab you a couple of cookies and go watch TV, okay?" Jean shoved the cookie jar in his direction. Soon the sound of afternoon cartoons came in from the living room. "Thank you. It has come to our attention via your two lawyers from the hospital, the sheriff's office, and now a doctor's office, that you have voluntarily taken a minor child under your care and provided shelter and food until he became an emancipated adult." "Are you talking about me?" "I don't know what emancipated means, but I turned 18 today, and they've been real nice to me," Colton spoke up. "Colton, the Vizzolos are not in trouble. As a matter of fact, they are going to get paid for that one day because you were a ward of this state until today. Happy birthday. From all indications, you couldn't have landed at a better place. We have pictures of your bruises and x-rays of your chest, back, and arms. Who did that to you?" "Well, it sure wasn't anyone here," Colton exclaimed. "Colton, she knows that. Remember how we told you we help keep bad guys from doing bad things to other people?" Matt asked. "Yes." "Well, you need to tell her everything so Jonathan and I could stop that person or persons from ever hurting anybody else, okay? Now, she's going to record everything you say, so just tell her your story, okay?" "Okay, Matt." Colton answered all the questions, including how he came to eat the tomato. His story matched exactly Officer J. Jason's report. "Now, Colton, why don't you grab a couple of cookies and go watch TV and ask Sean to come in here," she suggested. The lady recorded Sean's answers as well. "Maybe you can grab another cookie for yourself and one for Colton and go watch the cartoons together for a little while?" The lady turned off the recorder. "Well, these two foster families will be charged before bedtime, and any children in their care will be immediately removed and examined. The state is going to charge whoever poisons your field with more charges than anyone could believe, but you two lawyers. We don't take lightly to what has happened to these young men as children in foster care. Thank you for taking care of these kids, and thank you for the coffee. We will do a follow-up with the doctor in about a month to see how they are healing. If they need more medical care from these senseless injuries, the state will fully fund it." The lady stood up and went around the corner into the living room. "Hey, guys, thanks for talking with me. If you think of anything else, please give me a call. Hang on to my business cards, okay?" "Okay, we will. Mr. Luca and Mr. Bridgewater, here's my card. By the way, do the Vizzolos know what is going to happen tonight in their field?" "We haven't had a chance to tell them that quite yet," Jonathan mumbled, looking cautiously at Wayne and Jean. "You better hurry. Again, this state doesn't take poisoning a minor child, especially one who happens to be a ward of the state, lightly. I was told they will be here in just a few hours." She got up, shook hands, and left. "Come on, guys, let's get you back to the bunkhouse so we can get ready for supper. Colton, man, you look sharp." Matt checked out Colton's haircut and clothes. "And those shoes," Jonathan looked down at Colton's feet.
The four of them grabbed backpacks, new clothes, shabby clothes from the car, and went over to the bunkhouse. "My bike and box are still here." After supper, Eduardo drove the bus with the workers home and got ready to teach the midweek evening Bible study across the border. Chester and Carrie, along with the twins who rode on the bus again with the amigos, left to get homework done and clean up before church at Sunny Hills Church. Matt, Jonathan, and the 5 teens stayed in the bunkhouse. Because it was only going to be a business meeting at church, Matt and Jonathan felt it would be better to stay in the bunkhouse instead of going to church. 4 of the guys worked on homework, 2 wrote on legal pads, and Colton put his new clothes and backpack and school supplies in his box and locked it. Then he unlocked it and tried the clothes on all of them, including even his new underwear. He touched every pencil, pen, notebook, everything one more time before he put it all back in his box, and then relocked it. Parker noticed that Colton had pulled out the scrap piece of leather, nails, and the little hammer. "Colton, what are you going to do with those?" Parker asked. "I see you're looking like you're planning something with it." Colton looked up. "I saw a real pretty picture once of a ship embossed on a piece of leather like this kind of leather. The outline was all pounded in. It was very beautiful. I was trying to see if I could do something like that with these." Matt questioned Colton, "Do you draw?" "Oh, a little. Here, this is the only sketchbook that wasn't destroyed by my foster parents." He handed the prize sketchbook to Matt. "Wow, if this is a little, I'd like to see a lot." Matt passed the sketchbook around the others. "Colton, that's it. You got to sign up for art class." Over in his apartment, Mark listened to both recorded sermons from Pastor Jordan on his cassette tape player. Mark liked him and hoped he would be voted in tonight. The cattlemen volunteered to clean up the kitchen and prep the breakfast, which they had offered to cook for everybody. The winners to rock, paper, scissors in apartment 3 were happy that they didn't need to stand guard at the fence line and were looking forward to sleeping the whole night. Wayne, Jean, and Beth got ready to go to church. It was vote night on Pastor Jordan. Beth wanted to go even though she knew she could not vote because she wasn't yet a member of that church. After church, Wayne, Jean, and Beth made the nightly stop by the bus station. Wayne checked for throwaway kids as Jean and Beth talked to Gwen in the yellow Sunny Hills nursing home station wagon about the new pastor coming. Gwen told them she had voted yes. "I did too," Jean said. "I would have if I could have voted, but I voted for him before in my home church," Beth laughed. Thankfully, Gwen went home alone. So did Wayne, Jean, and Beth. Wayne shook his head as he slowly turned in the side road. "I can't believe this. Mazzolo Produce has been invaded by a bunch of space aliens in funny suits and big lights and big equipment." "Believe it or not, it looks real to me," Jean marveled. "Looks very real to me, too," Beth said. And the 200 neatly bundled letters waited in outgoing mail in the office. By 6:45 on Thursday morning, the cattlemen had breakfast ready. Chester, Carrie, and the twins came because the twins wanted to ride the bus with the amigos. "This looks delicious, guys," Mark said. "Eat up, Mark, eat." Bill laughed as he scooped scrambled eggs on Mark's plate. He sat down next to Beth. "Mama, I can't build that office by myself. It was difficult just to load and unload the stuff over there from the barn, and we need to figure out what all else we need." "Son, you'll have a crew on Monday when everybody comes back to work. Why don't you just take a few days off and go do what you said you wanted to do? Here's the keys." Beth fished around in her coverall pockets. Wayne stopped by the amigos table, which was getting a little crowded with all 17s, before he got his plate. "Good morning, amigos. Colton, Jean, and I will be taking you to school today and getting you enrolled, okay?" "No, sir. I'm riding the school bus with the amigos, and I will be enrolling myself. They said they will help me if I needed it." "That's good. That's very good. I like that. You guys don't forget your lunches, okay? I'll see you when you get home," Wayne said. When Wayne sat down at the table with Jean, he told her about Colton's decision. "Honey, in all of these years and all these kids, Colton is the first to want to do it on his own. They do help each other out, don't they?" she replied. Jean got up and walked over to the amigos' table. "Good morning, everybody." "Good morning, Jean," they all replied.
I want to give you your Saturday assignments. You can probably start on them after school tomorrow. Isn't there a home game Saturday? She asked. With their mouths full of food, all but Colton shook their heads yes. That's what I thought. Look, the cattlemen are leaving tomorrow afternoon. I need all the apartments cleaned, the sheets and towels washed, the beds made, and if there are any veggie flowers lingering from last weekend, they need to be tossed. All the garbage cans need to be emptied and the bathrooms cleaned. Will do. Guys, hurry up. The bus will be here soon, and we still need to make our lunches, Parker said, scarfing down the last bite. Carrie, Wayne and I haven't had a chance to see your project. Thank you so much for working on drying that wasabi. We'll take a look at it after breakfast, Jean promised. You're most welcome, Jean. By the way, maybe you and Wayne can help Chester and me pack it. I checked before we came inside, and it's all dry. Yes, we'll nab Beth until the manufacturer's rep gets here. Jean looked at Beth. I'm in, Beth replied. And probably even Matt and Jonathan. Jean continued as she looked at Matt and Jonathan. Absolutely. We're not leaving until this afternoon anyway, Jonathan said as he nodded his head. No way are we going to miss lunch. Matt laughed and sipped his coffee. I believe we can get Eduardo after he gets here with the fence and kitchen crews, Wayne piped up. Thank you, Carrie replied. No, thank you. Right now to us that stuff is more valuable than gold. It smells like hope. Wayne waved as he saw Officer J. Jason come into the mess hall with some more papers. Good morning. Everyone at Wayne and Jean's table greeted Officer J. Get your plate and eat with us. There's plenty, Jean invited him. Well, Jean, you talked me into it. It didn't take very much talking to do that either. Don't peek, he said as he put the papers face down on the table and got his plate. Who peeked? Jay asked as he returned and sat down at the table. Jonathan poked Matt with his elbow. Told ya. Well, they kind of fell off the table, and I kind of sort of picked them up, Matt fessed up. Yeah, I bet, Jay said. Look, I'm glad you're all together, and I really do have to eat and run. Our lab did some soil testing from the boxes I confiscated Saturday night. The chef called our local office in San Diego after he got off the phone Monday night with Bill Blankenship. Do you know him? Wayne laughed. Yes, he's the fellow who cooked and served you breakfast. Wayne pointed to him. Bill Blankenship smiled and waved. I'm sure there's a story there, but it'll have to wait for another time. Anyways, the chef told the office he believed he had unknowingly received stolen goods. Let's face it, nobody grows wasabi this far south. Believe me, Vizzolo Produce will never do that again. Between getting that field ready and then the cooling and shading canvas and this mess, Wayne said as he took a big bite of his biscuit. I don't blame you on that at all. The chef immediately put any remaining wasabi back in the original box and made copies of the entire paper trail, Jay continued. The chef gave our delivery guys a copy of that paper trail yesterday. Matt and I looked at it pretty closely last night while the kids were doing homework. Jonathan explained, it looks like the people who destroyed the fields also did most of the major stealing and were able to offer deep discounts by selling stolen Vizzolo produce. Jay nodded his head and swallowed. Not surprising. The same lab did a soil sample on the dirt still clinging to the root parts. Guess what? It matched exactly the same percentages of different elements found in the soil from the plants stolen Saturday night. They also compared the size of the chef's wasabi to what we had from Saturday. They are closer than kissing cousins, more like identical twins. There's a comment on the report that wasabi is usually way more mature and that both samples were from very young plants. The lab also realized that the box the chef had matched one of those boxes I have. You won't believe what logo they found on both. Let me guess, Wayne interrupted. The same logo as on the car and sprayers. Bingo, Jay replied. Winner takes all. But what about the driver who was joyriding before the wasabi was picked? Jean wondered. Jean, Matt and I think he was supposed to destroy that field after 2 a.m, but he got his time mixed up and came in at 12. 1-2, not 2, replied Jonathan. Before Jay could continue, the chief hazard officer in his alien suit came in and went over to the Vizzoli's table. Good morning. I just want to give you an update. And Chester, we are so grateful that you and Eduardo roped off that area. There's really a number of good reasons that chemical was banned a long time ago. It was all supposed to be turned in for disposal unless a person had a license and a special permit to use it. We are going to guess that these folks who sprayed have neither. We have removed the area that was sprayed, including the plants and 6 inches of topsoil. Our portable lab has determined that there is no remaining poison anywhere in any of your fields. We will have the topsoil replaced this afternoon. We also noticed that the entire plot will need to be turned under because the produce is overripe since you couldn't harvest it either. We have noted the value of your lost produce along with all the expenses. Between the local authorities, the state authorities, and the federal authorities, these folks and the company that hired them are facing lots of charges, fines, and prison time. I just want to reassure you that you did the right thing, and Vizzolo Produce will not be billed for any of the cost and resources used. And you two attorneys, we need you to send us your full fees and expenses for your time so far and going forward with this. They will also be included when we go to court. Here's my card so you can send copies of any additional evidence you've uncovered this week. Officer Jason, your help has also been invaluable. Finally, here's all your all-clear document if anyone should question the safety of Vizzolo Produce. We will be off the property sometime this morning. I want you to check the topsoil before it is spread this afternoon to make sure it meets your high standards. The lab said the soil we removed was of very high quality and perfectly suited for what you were growing. You will be reimbursed for any soil nutrients you have to add and the labor to do so. Mr. and Mrs. Vizzolo, if you have any problems, call me personally, and I'll take care of them. Ladies, gentlemen, officer, good day. The alien in his white biohazard suit turned and left. After breakfast, Chester, Carrie, Wayne, Jean, Matt, Jonathan, and Beth walked over to the supply building to start packing the dried wasabi leaves, stems, and roots. Eduardo pulled in with the bus. The kitchen crew got off and went inside to clean the messy mess hall and prep for lunch. The cattlemen climbed on the bus with the original fence crew, and Eduardo dropped them off at the fence line close to where the aliens were finishing up. "This looks great, doesn't it, honey?" Before she could answer, Wayne turned and kissed Jean. "I honestly had not thought about drying the leaves and stems and tiny roots. And thank you, Carrie. Maybe, Beth, you will look at the viability of drying other stems and leaves from plants we already grow. We will need to factor in enriching the soil with the turned-down plants in that equation." Beth responded with a nod of agreement. "I will, Wayne. Actually, there's a real good question for us to ask Willie. Over the phone, he sounds like he probably will be a valuable resource. Before I start helping, I need to call Pastor Jordan and congratulate him." "Help yourself," Wayne pointed to the office door. "Now, Wayne and Jean, your phone bill is going to be a little higher than normal," Matt cautiously warned. Jonathan laughed. "No, it's going to be downright ugly high." Not a big surprise there. Wayne took the information in stride. "Okay, Foreman Carey, what do we need to do?" "We have to dump the wasabi leaves and stems in small containers and the tiny roots in separate containers. Add moisture control packets to each, seal them, weigh, and label them. Most of that would be automatically done once the dried produce plant is up and running," she answered. "We could put them in barrels right now and package later when everything is installed," Wayne suggested. "Nope, Wayne, no can do," Matt shook his head. "Why not?" "We didn't get a chance to tell you, but the driver yesterday had a order that came with a deposit for every stem, leaf, and tiny root. The chef wants them divided among all his restaurants and wants delivery Monday or Tuesday of next week," Jonathan explained. Wayne stood there with his mouth open. "Well," Jean wiped her eyes, "let's get to moving these several hundred baking sheets emptied in big barrels inside so the wind doesn't catch any. Then we can fill and weigh each small container so we can put correct labels on them. But I am definitely keeping a few of these babies myself and some for Carrie, Beth, Bobby, and Liliana. And let's thank God. Chester, would you do the honors?" Beth came back outside and joined in the prayer circle of thanksgiving. Willie drove up just before the final amen. First, there's a bunch of aliens out in the field, a huge fence crew with 12 tractors a-drilling. I'm sure I could put that to the tune of the 12 days of Christmas if I tried. And now a prayer meeting. I think I'm going to like working here. It's quite the different sort of place, Willie said to himself as he got out of the car and then introduced himself. What are you guys doing with this dried wasabi? And an even bigger question, how in the world did you grow it down here? They were all shocked that Willie knew exactly what the plant was. Carrie answered by explaining the details of their project, and Willie nodded in agreement with the plan. Well, Willie threw up his hands. What are we waiting for? This dried wasabi is not going to pack itself. He helped Beth move the first sheet with the screen intact inside the shipping building. One down and about $1 million to go, Willie laughed as he and Beth picked up another sheet. After Eduardo finished delivering the fence crew, he came back and started moving the crates back inside to storage as the 4 teams moved the sheets inside. It took about as long to dismantle the drying sheets as it did for Carrie and the teens to set everything up. Okay, everybody, some of us will come back after lunch to pick this up and pack the containers. Eduardo, you need to go get the guys in the field. The kitchen crew probably has lunch about ready. Thank you, Willie, for your help. After lunch, Beth will show you Tony's Misfit Toy Shed. Here, maybe we can actually set up a dried produce plant with real equipment. Wayne dismissed everybody to the ringing kitchen bell. And Chester added, we will have some fresh arms, backs, and legs after the school bus runs this afternoon. Thank God, Jean laughed. I think I'm more comfortable in the kitchen, she stretched. Mark knocked on the door of the pastor's study. Pastor Jordan greeted him. Come in, have a seat. I'm Mark Tompkins. I know, you came with your mom a few weeks back when we had the Whispering Gossip sermon. Do you have time to talk with me for a few minutes? Yes, I do. Mark pulled out Gwen's letter and picture and showed them to him. This is you and Gwen on graduation night, and this is Pastor Whitaker's son next to you. Is that right? Pastor Jordan asked. You left the next day for training for the water wells, right? Tears began streaming down Mark's face as he nodded yes. Mark, this morning I was praying and preparing for my final sermon here. Sunny Hills voted us in last night, so Grace and I will be resigning Sunday morning and moving next week. I came across a true story that another preacher said. Let me share it to you and see if you think I should use it or not in my sermon. Okay. Mark wiped his face with the back of his hands. This story happened at the Rose Bowl a long time ago in 1929. It was during the first quarter when one of the players recovered a fumble. In the confusion, he raced toward the wrong goal line. The other team let him run, but his own team tackled him before he could score a touchdown for the opposing team. Halftime came, and they went into the locker room. This player sat over in a corner by himself with a towel over his face, crying like a baby. The rest of the team was surprised when the coach told them, if you started in the first half, you will start in the second half. When it was time to go back out on the field, everyone left but that player. His coach walked over to him and said, come on. The very good player said he couldn't. He had messed up and ruined everything and didn't want to face the crowd. The coach patted him on the shoulder and said, get up and go back in. The game is only half over. Mark, most of us are not given the opportunity to know for sure when our game is over. The guys lost in the mudslide sure didn't. Your friend Rusty didn't either on that Sunday morning of the wreck. But from all indications, your game is somewhere in the first quarter. Mark, your game is not over. Oh, and packing, I was cleaning off my top shelf to make sure I didn't leave anything that might have maybe got shoved back out of sight. I found this and was going to take it with me and give it to you next week. Pastor Jordan picked up a leather Bible with the name Mark N. Tompkins embossed in gold lettering on the front cover. He handed it to Mark. Recognize this Bible, Mark? It's the one my dad and Mama gave me after I asked Jesus to come in my heart. It got misplaced. Actually, I think one of the boys hid it just because they could. I looked and looked, but never could find it. My next Bible got washed away in the mudslide. Well, Pastor Jordan continued, they must have hidden it up there. It had a lot of dust on it. Read what your dad wrote in the front. Mark opened the Bible to find his dad's handwriting. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. Proverbs 3:6. One day, Mark, we will meet in heaven. Until then, your mother and I are very proud of you. Love, Dad. I remember this. I was probably only about 10. That was half of my lifetime ago. Mark, do you remember writing a list in the back of this Bible? Pastor Jordan asked. Mark quickly turned to the back page. Oh, my goodness. It's a list of verses I had memorized. I had even won an award for the most memory verses that year, and then my Bible disappeared. Mark, what was the last verse you wrote down? Let's see, Acts 3:19. Do you remember it? No, but I can find it real quick. Here it is. Repent ye therefore and be converted, that your sins may be blotted out when the times of refreshing shall come from the presence of the Lord. Do you see what you wrote out in the margin by the word converted? Mark turned his Bible sideways and read in the childish script, converted means turn to God. That's what the preacher said. Oh, I also found this note in your Bible. I made a copy of it and planned to use it Sunday morning. Pastor Jordan handed Mark a folded and smeared page of notebook paper. Mark unfolded it and smiled. Dear God, I'm sorry I told Mama a lie. Please forgive me and make me happy inside again. Your friend Mark. P.S. Please let Mama forgive me. I want both of us to be happy again. Read what you wrote a little later. Dear God, thank you. I am happy inside and Mama did forgive me. Now she's happy. Still your friend, Mark. Mark, you are still God's friend. Thanks, Pastor Jordan. I believe I know where I've got to start. Here, take Gwen's letter and the photo. Drive careful. She wants you and needs you in one piece. 3 hours later, Mark knocked on the open office door at the Sunny Hills Nursing Home. Yes, can I help you? Mrs. Fitzgerald asked. Yes, I need to talk to Gwen Whitaker. May I tell her who's calling? Yes, ma'am. I'm Mark Tompkins. Wait right here. I'll go get her. Gwen talks about you all the time and has since she first started working here. Mrs. Fitzgerald got up from behind her desk. Thank you. Gwen, I'll finish bingo today. You have a visitor in the office, a Mark Tompkins. Mrs. Fitzgerald took over the bingo blower and loudly called out, B4, B4. She turned to Gwen and whispered, Go on, dear. Mark is waiting. Trembling, Gwen walked down to the office, stepped inside, and softly shut the door behind her. Mark spoke first. Gwen, I have asked God to forgive me for that moment of lust of the flesh on graduation night. It was wrong. It was sin. He has forgiven me, and I'm asking you to forgive me too. And I'm sorry I was so angry at Rusty for stealing you away from me. I didn't know the whole story. For a moment, Gwen was speechless. If I remember correctly, it wasn't rape, not even statutory rape because I was already 18, but consensual. I asked God a long time ago to forgive me, and now I'm asking you to forgive me too. She reached out her arms to hug him, and he pulled her close. Tears streamed down both of their faces. Wow, did the baby just kick? Mark asked. I think so. That's the first time I've actually felt it kick that hard. Strong little outfit, isn't he? Gwen, I tried to call you when I came back from the Philippines, but your number was disconnected. That was thanks to Aunt Petey. I went to church that Sunday hoping to see you, but got there a little late. It was crowded, and folks looked at me like I was a ghost. At that point, I had no idea everybody thought I was dead. Then I heard a deacon announce that Pastor Whitaker and his wife had received the call about Rusty's wreck and left. He also said he didn't know if Rusty's wife, Gwen, and the new baby coming were hurt or not. Gwen, I was so very angry because I thought, Mark, you thought Rusty stole me away from you, but he didn't. He came down here in a lot of physical pain from that motorcycle wreck that kept him from going to the Philippines when the church got the letter that the entire mission crew was lost in a mudslide, and your name was listed on that letter. Gwen, how in the world did you end up here in the middle of nowhere? Mark asked. Again, thanks to Aunt Petey. Looking back, I know God was arranging things that I could not see or imagine. Rusty wanted to tell me in person. We cried together for a long time at losing you. He told me his last words to you was that he had promised to take care of me and wanted to keep that promise. He asked me to marry him and told me about his motorcycle injuries. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. I had felt so abandoned again. His parents were not real happy about us eloping that day, nor were they happy when they found out I was pregnant. We told them the baby was not his, but yours. It didn't take long for them to accept everything and love on both of us.
At Rusty's funeral, they told me as far as they were concerned, this baby is their grandchild, regardless of the tragic situation, and they've certainly acted that way toward me. You ought to see the loot this kid's already got from them. Cribs, stroller, diapers, diaper pail, outfits, blankets, etc., etc. Sounds exactly like them. There was a knock on the door. "Excuse me, but bingo is over, and your shift is also over." It was Mrs. Fitzgerald. "Mrs. Fitzgerald, this is Mark Tompkins. I've told you about him." "I'm very glad to meet you. Now, if you two will excuse me, I need my office back." She waved them out of the room. Mark's stomach growled. Gwen shook her head at the familiar rumble. "Would you like to go to the drugstore and grab a burger and fries?" Mark asked. "Yes, I would like that very much." Later on, "Hey, you two, I'm sorry, but you need to leave. It's past time to close the drugstore." After the proper apologies and giggles, they left hand in hand and took the yellow Sunny Hills nursing home station wagon to the bus depot. "Gwen, this afternoon's like we've never were apart." "I agree, Mark, I agree." Mark and Gwen arrived first at the bus station. When Wayne and Jean arrived, Mark and Wayne both got out to check every dark nook and cranny. In a very dark, shadowy place, they found a young lady sobbing. Mark motioned for Gwen to get out and come over. "I'll get a ride back with the Fazoli's to my car," Mark whispered. "Okay, that would be great," Gwen whispered back. You have now reached the end of this series' namesake, The Cross Penny. Thank you for walking this journey of faith, struggle, and grace alongside its characters, Wayne and Jean Fazolo. Their paths may pause here, but the work God is doing in their lives and in ours continues beyond these final moments. This story is only one chapter in a larger journey, and the next audiobook in this series, the Cross Penny series, new challenges will arise, relationships will be tested, and deeper truths will be revealed as God continues to guide each step according to His purpose. May what you've heard stay with you, encouraging reflection, strengthening faith, and reminding you that God is always present even when the road ahead is uncertain. Thank you for listening. We invite you to continue the journey in Kisses of Mercy, which is the next in the audiobooks. Until then, may God bless you and keep you.